You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome as we get into yet another day here in the groups, the penultimate day of the groups, in fact, as we get through some awesome days here at the Riyadh Masters 2024, the Esports World Cup, where 20 of the best teams in Dota have gathered to play it up against each other to find out who is truly the best in the world. Of course, we're now down to 16 teams, and after this group stage, we'll be down to even fewer. T-Gov, talk to us about the journey we've been on so far to get here.
Yeah, so we have played a total of, 3 days of group stage. We are still yet to even lock in a single team to be in the upper bracket. We're yet to lock in a team to be eliminated. And I think today, hopefully, will be the day that we finally start to get cooking and really decide the kind of journey for these players. And yeah, we have here the format. As expected, we started with the play-ins, and then we've moved now to the group stage. So we're in this kind of middle portion of the graphic, as you see here. And the top 4 from each group will be going to the upper bracket. If you're 5th or 6th, you go to the lower bracket. And if you're 7th or 8th, then you will actually just get eliminated. So it's not the most stressful group stage. As, 6 out of the 8 teams progress to the next round. Unlike other tournaments where sometimes it's, top 4, bottom 4. And it's a little bit more, harsh. But this format, relatively comfortable for the teams to get through each stage, and yeah, we are currently in that middle portion as you see on the screen here.
Yeah, but it is scary in the way in that, with the groups being so close, like those bottom 2 elimination slots, anybody can slip in there. Now, to be fair, we're starting with Group B, as we can take a look at the standings and see exactly what I'm talking about here. We're starting with Group B today. Group B is a little nicer for everybody except Mouse, because let's be honest, one of those bottom 2 slots is pretty much guaranteed to be taken by Mouse here. Like, yes, absolutely, they could form some major comeback and win their series today against Liquid and XG. It seems very unlikely, though. So most likely we're going to see Mouse as one of the bottom 2 eliminated teams from Group B. Sorry, Mouse, but, you turn some heads, but ultimately the standard is extremely high. So a little bit nicer to be in Group B, as there is really only one elimination slot up for grabs here. Meanwhile, Group A, everything's so close. Everything is so close. Like, there really is not a huge difference between the top and bottom teams. So anybody can slip down. into those bottom two
Yeah.
elimination teams, which makes it very, very tense.
I'm looking at Group A, and Blacklist, they've got to go against Spirit and Heroic. The fact that you have a 6th place team that is Heroic against an 8th place team still to play, that sets up for, loser gets eliminated potentially. And that is kind of mental, especially because Heroic, they started their entire group stage with a 2-0 win over Gaming. We interviewed Gaming, and they just said they were having a little bit of an off day. They don't think that they should really lose to Heroic, in a respectful sense. Of course, over history, Gaming is the better team. So yeah, it's kind of mental to think that that is the series that potentially could be there. So yeah, today's the day for the groups to really have big meaning.
It is indeed, but of course, how did we get here? What happened yesterday? Let's take a little look back. That was, of course, the reactions, the players. It's nice to see them, nice to see everybody competing and the reactions, everything to everything's happening right now. And a lot of happy faces. We got to see some nice wins coming out yesterday. Some really exciting series as well. Some long ones also. I mean, we obviously had that absolute banger series of Gaiman versus Blacklist, which although Gaiman did take the 2-0, it was very, very exciting. Some very clutch moments in there as well. And I believe we also had a 60-minute game between Aurora and Heroic yesterday as well. So yeah, plenty of tense games happening yesterday. Hoping for more of the same today.
Yeah, no, again, I'm very, very excited for today. And when I look at the games, there's a lot of good games like you were saying, but also a lot of good plays, I believe, Nomad. This is your turn.
Yes.
Go on.
Alrighty, well, yeah, absolutely. Plenty of big plays coming out from all the teams, and we could take a look at 5 of the best of those plays right now.
That we're going to be seeing a lot more. As we were talking about how Celery, wait a minute, Bushwhack, and they'll get a second kill of the game, perhaps. Had to bring 4 heroes to it, and it's going to take a while. God, it's going to take a while.
This is
oh my God, are they not going to get it?
happening.
They're not going to get it. 4 versus 1, they can't get the kill, and now they're going to get demolished in the river.
Is that the game?
Yeah, do you just want to call it here, OG?
As you leave the fighting to
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Absolutely. I don't mind this at all right from Aurora, just taking Ari out the fight at the start, because him on his Rubik, if you let him get to play the team fight, he's going to cause a lot of issues.
Whisper again goes down.
And they're ready to just continue to snowball into it more. They get the jump over towards Seb. Japs, he's got his eyes over towards Zara. They've got the net as well to hold down the Rubik. They're just getting kill after kill after kill.
And Lornoff has the BKB. He's alive. They've got the Greaves.
He's pretty low mana. He's not really going to have to wait to get out of this. There's almost only the Aegis going down. Maybe even more. They get the grab on Tomato on the side. He's caught by the net. Tomato's dead. They're ready to try and set up for a second.
That's the plays from yesterday, and hopefully we get plenty more of that coming out today. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if we've got some very exciting, perhaps even more exciting games coming up for you today, because some of the series we've got listed and some of the situations these teams are in mean that there's so much to play for. You know, second to last day of the group stage is always going to get tense. Some teams are going to get locked into that upper and lower bracket at the moment, and some teams are going to get locked into elimination. Potentially. Or none of that could happen, and we could just remain in this big old tie forever. Who knows?
Limbo.
But yeah, I mean, looking at all of the games we've got coming up today, you know, there's plenty to look at, plenty to get excited about. But of course, have a little look at some of the player reactions from yesterday as well, and the emotions that these players were going through. I mean, all the players getting into it now for sure as we get into the thick of this tournament. And, you know, as I was just mentioning, we're down to the final 2 days. So, you know, things really heating up here. We've got some very significant series coming up today across the board. I mean, you know, starting things out across all the different streams, I think the number one series, I don't know, it's hard to say. Like, there's so much stuff coming on right now. I think Falcons versus OG are very interesting because Falcons could still use a couple more points. OG's actually on a really hot streak as well. So that might decide for us which of those teams in Group A is going to be really going through to the upper bracket, because at the moment it's Aurora, Spirit, Falcons, OG, Endgame, all kind of vying for those top spots. But in Group B, there's just so much chaos. There's so much going on right now. Like, sure, you have Mouse as the kind of guaranteed eliminated team, but everybody except Tundra is still kind of fighting up right now. So over on this stream, we're going to have a look at the match of the day, which is, of course, going to be this first matchup. We've got Team Liquid versus Beast Coast, because neither of these teams are particularly comfortable right now. Beast Coast currently sitting in the 5th position, tied up with both BetBoom and PSG Quest, which means they're looking at either lower bracket or elimination, but one big win could change all of that for Beast Coast. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they're currently in the upper bracket, but not too sure where they're going to end up just yet, T.
Yeah, so Liquid, they still got to play Entity, Beast Coast, and Mouse. So for Liquid, if they can overcome Beast Coast in this first series, it kind of puts themselves in a pretty good position. You know, they kind of get Mouse underperforming quite heavily. You'd expect to win, maybe a draw there, and that should be enough points for Liquid to get upper bracket. And then also, you know, the second series, you know, we're trying to pick a match of the day. There's a lot of important matches just because we have, you know, so many more results, like Heroic Blacklist. The loser of that series potentially is going to be sitting in that bottom 2 position, right? Like, Heroic, again, they started strong, they beat Gaming, and then they've kind of fell flat. Again, it's been relatively the storyline of Heroic throughout the year. It's, you know, they have some good results, they get a decent position, they kind of like get their way to maybe a top 8 or a, you know, out of group stage position, and then they kind of just, you know, they flicker away. So no, I think, yeah, the first series super important for Beast Coast, super important for Liquid, and yeah, I think for Liquid at least, they just want to have a good run. You know, the year. Oh, look at poor Insania. He thought he was meant to be holding the trophy, but 33 swiped it away from him.
Nicked it. Yeah, stole it. Absolutely. Yeah, I think Liquid, you know, this team, they've been consistently good, but then it's just the occasional game they drop here and there, which makes everybody go, huh? Or like it catches everybody off guard. They really need to find their consistency, their flow, and, you know, hit that winning stride, which we know they can do historically. You know, they've done it before. But in terms of actually bringing home, you know, proper trophies, this team's just been so close, but not able to really do it. And so we'll see if this is a tournament where they can really step up and get it done. You know, we're still in the groups right now. You know, I'm not looking to read too much into anybody's group performance, because I think that's always a trap you can fall into with these major tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. And it's also maybe a little bit for Beast Coast, right? When you look at the games that they've played, Beast Coast, they've lost to BB, they lost to Entity, they beat Mouse, they beat PSG Quest. So, you know, Beast Coast, they're at least showing us that they aren't a bottom 2 team, but they are losing to the teams who are contending for upper bracket. So at the moment, Beast Coast's trajectory is to become a lower bracket team, unless they are to, change it up. And I think, Liquid, so if you are to overcome them, that is an incredibly good feat, because again, Beast Coast, they've been like locked away from the kind of international scene for some time. And, Liquid, when we look at their results, they haven't had the best results throughout the year as well, right? Like they've had 9th, 10th, 5th, 6th, 5th, 6th. Like they're doing well, but it's not like the Liquid that gets second. It's the Liquid that now comes top 6. So slightly weaker Liquid. I mean, very barely, but still slightly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think with Beast Coast, if you're just like a big tournament Betty and only turns up for the really big events like TI and EWC, then, you might not have seen much from Beast Coast over the past year, but they have had big reshuffles. They're a very different team, a very young team now, in fact. Beast Coast really invested in the talent in the area. And, this team, they've finally made it to a big event. And the fact that they are in the middle of the standings, is I think a success for this team, honestly. Like, I know that they'll want more, for sure. They do have the experience, they do have the backing, and they do have the skill to do better. But at the same time, that this is already like looking like a decent run for them, and a team which is only going to improve from now on. How quickly that improvement takes place, well, that's the key question. Are we going to see it through the groups? Are we going to see it into the playoffs, or potentially at future events? That is always a question with any of these young teams, which we're looking to kind of go from strength to strength. Meanwhile, Liquid, you can't really say the same for them. They've been around together playing, in various iterations of the same kind of 3 or 4 players for a long time now, making small changes, just trying to hit that mark, hit that, real winning strategy. And as you say, yes, they make deep runs, but in terms of actually coming out on top and being the best team in Dota, we haven't been able to say that about Liquid for a long time. But it would be nice too, for sure. I feel like this team deserves success with the players they've had. But again, you have to find that winning formula. You have to find the consistency as well. One thing about Liquid for me, my final point before you get into the draft, is that I feel like they're a team which can beat absolutely anybody in Dota. And they're also a team which can unfortunately lose to a lot of people in Dota as well. I don't know what it is about them, but they can take down Falcons on their best possible form, and then lose to somebody else the next day. So lose someone like Beast Coast. So definitely looking at this series with interest. This is not going to be it could be an absolute beatdown for Liquid, but if they're not careful, Beast Coast will come at them with everything they've got. So let us move into the draft here. The game number 1 of this best of 2 group stage series between Team Liquid and Beast Coast. We're going to start things off with Liquid with the 4 bans, getting rid of Ember Spirit, getting rid of Hoodwink, getting rid of TA, and getting rid of Weaver.
And I'm happy to see the Ember banned, but also not happy as well, because these are 2 teams where their Ember players, their mid laners have a 100% win rate on Ember right now. There are, multiple players who have it, but if we look at 3+ games, Nisha, 100% win rate on Ember Spirit. Lumpy, 4 games, 100% win rate. And then Entity No One also has 100% with 3 games played. But in this series alone, the 2 mid laners have not lost at all on Ember Spirit. And a really cool thing to note is Nisha always goes for the double impact facet. Their second sleight of fist hit on the target. But then Lumpy always goes for Chain Gang, which is the additional hero gets hit by Searing Chains and it's affected by the... and you can spawn around the Fire Remnants. So it's like you have 2 mid players undefeated on a hero, playing the hero not completely differently, but facet differently. And it's like, that alone is so exciting. But unfortunately it's banned, because I would love to have seen them pick the Ember against each other, show the different style, because then maybe Lumpy would have gone, maybe I like the Nisha style a bit, I'll try that. Or maybe Nisha would look at Lumpy and go, oh my god, Lumpy's the GOAT, this is OP, because so we're not seeing it in game 1, maybe it happens in game 2, but a lot of respect between these 2 teams for this Ember Spirit.
We're going to start things off with the Monkey King picked up for Beast Coast. Team Liquid, they're going to grab the Beastmaster. Monkey King definitely heroes whose stocks have risen very, very sharply in this event so far. He's become first phase material, and I mean, I think we're mostly seeing him in a core position, right?
Yeah, we've seen it. I can triple check, but we've seen a little bit in 4. Of course, the map play, the courier killing is very important, but in the carry role is also very good. I will triple check now as we look across. Positions, here you go. 6 in carry, 4 in support offline, and 2 mid. So yeah, majority in a core role.
Okay, but there is that flexibility there if you want to take advantage of it later on. Beast Coast they will have to make that decision. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they're going to have to prepare for either eventuality. I think Simeon Strider's made this hero very, very formidable. I really think this is a kind of facet which was slept on for a bit, and then all of a sudden we're seeing it everywhere, every time. Super, super good to be able to just travel around the map so fast. But you do have the Beastmaster. It's going to give you flying vision. It's going to give you the ability to cut down trees, more importantly. This could be an issue for the Monkey King.
It's be annoying. I think the main thing here is Beastmaster, when you pick it so early. Of course, very strong hero, but if you have a 4 position that can equally fight with you, and, Liquid banning out the Snapfire themselves, I was even going to entertain maybe that type of hero for them. You pick up a Hoodwink for yourself, but they banned it. A Snap for yourself, they banned it. So some of the bigger 4 heroes that you like to play with Beastmaster have been taken away from the pool by Liquid themselves. And they are going to pick up a Lion. Boxy has played some Lions so far in the tournament, and it's a hero that, again, it really feels like it never really falls in and out of meta. It's more on, do you have a player in a team that wants to play it? Because the toolkit of Lion will always be good in Logic, right? An instant Hex, drain the opponent's mana. If your team brings the damage, then you will have the control, be it through, like I said, the mana pool or the literal stuns that he has. And yeah, I think, of course, some Chinese teams love to play it, Boxy as well, and that is going to be a very, very good lane. Like, it's going to be very hard to kill Beastmaster. Also, why Lion looks good here, when Monkey King wants to chase down the lane, 1 Earth Spike, 1 Hex from the Lion, and that'll give time for Beastmaster to disengage, prevent the Jingu stacks from getting applied. So yeah, not opposed to it, and Ench, very good pick here as well. You like to take the fight to Beastmaster Lion with Enchantress, so yeah, both teams is really reacting to every pick right now to make sure that they can try and get the slight edge in the laning phase.
Yeah, we've seen the lanes be very, very important in some matchups where the team which gets control of the lanes will just dominate the game from there on out. Very hard to play, especially with the meta run at the moment where aggression is very, very favored, and pick off as well is really, really important. Team fighting, of course, in Dota will always be major, but at the moment, pick off is just edging out in importance just a little bit, and that makes a team that falls behind early, it gives them a really tough time playing the map afterwards. It can just result in chain feeding oftentimes, and is one of the culprits of this whole meta. It's a Tiny coming up for Beast Coast, actually in the second phase as well. Kind of surprised he made it through, but Tiny's just overlooked sometimes.
Yeah, and in this position, Beast Coast are going to be able to flex the Tiny to the end of this phase, right? The next 2 picks will be going the way of Team Liquid. This Tiny can be 4 or mid, and I just see pacing for Beast Coast. Like, we want to see fight, and Ench, Monkey King, Tiny, no matter what roles they go to, they naturally want to be aggressive and make these big moves. So yeah, I like the concept of Beast Coast lineup. I do think that they might have issues if, like, when Beastmaster gets like BKB and Ags, there's no real deterrent from him just running through the fight right now. Of course, there are 2 picks for Beast Coast to think about that, but we'll see where Liquid goes here. Like, they could just force the Tiny to a certain lane by picking up the Nisha's mid hero plus a 5, or the thing is, Liquid doesn't shy away from just locking in cores early. They sometimes even save Insania's support pick into the very end of the draft.
Yeah, it's happened. You need to make sure that whatever support you do pick up is not too vulnerable here, with Tiny and Monkey King threatening you, but they see the 2 melee cores, they will respond with a Razor. Interesting. This hero seems to be rising in popularity a bit, actually. I'm not too sure why. Like, I haven't seen any of the games where it's been like an amazing Razor pick, and yet it still seems to do pretty well. So I'll be watching it closely and trying to figure out what the secret sauce is with this Razor pick.
Yeah, it's just really, reliable, right? Like, his item build is nothing too crazy. You know exactly what he's going to buy. You know what he's going to bring to the game, and I'd like to think this is a Sven 5 and a Razor carry, and that lane is going to be good, right?
Yeah.
You got the move speed bonuses from Sven. You then have the stun to, prevent TPs and to buy time for the stat link to connect on. And when we spoke about the start of this draft, like, lanes look so clear that now Liquid have locked in pretty much all of their lanes, right? It's just really, really good, strong lanes. East Coast. Oh, okay. No time to think. Yeah, as I say, they just go straight for the Dark Side. So that is going to be one tell, right? When your Razor gets put to the carry role, it is a ranged hero. Darkseid likes playing against ranged carries. Getting illusions of ranged heroes is quite nice. They are, arguably slightly, weaker. In this sense, though, Razor is one of the tankier ranged heroes that you can get, because you don't mind buying like SMY, you buy BKB very early, you buy Falcon Blade, etc.
And his illusion's not super scary either. Like, his power comes from his spells mostly, not from his pure right-click damage, so...
I just don't see how Beast Coast stops Liquid's, like, 20-minute timing. I feel like saying 20 minutes, etc. is so, like, kind of whimsical. In reality, when I say 20 minutes, I mean kind of like 2-item timings. When Liquid get 2 items on their cores, Beast Coasters don't really have the damage to go into it, right? Like, Sven's going to have, like, the armor aura plus move speed, maybe a shard to also buff that up even more. Razor's gonna have a BKB, Beastmaster's gonna have a BKB with an Aghanim's as well. Like, Lion's gonna have a blink. Like, when all of this comes to a team fight, what can Beast Coast do? They don't really stand their ground that well. Like, Monkey King can't step up and be the core, right? You're gonna get static linked or roared, even hexed. Darkseer can't really vacuum then because again the BKB's in played. Like, I'm a little worried that if Beast Coast don't crush the lanes and just sweep across the map with like the aura from Darkseer, the jumps from Monkey and Tiny, then they are just going to struggle in that middle portion. And a team like Liquid, they're not going to, just give your opponent some time to recover. So, oh, you know what? You're not very strong right now. Let's wait for you to be strong. No, they are going to, break you. So the last pick from Beast Coast is going to need to inspire me with a bit of either a bit of scaling or just massive fight contribution where, it gives you comfort that they are going to be able to win out these early fights.
Okay. I mean, I do see your point, but I think until those BKB timings, like, Beast Coast definitely look as scary as Liquid, maybe even scarier. Like, this Tiny's going to be a monster. Monkey King, we've seen them be very active early on to try and enable your other cores and not necessarily play sacrificially, but definitely, reject a bit of farm in favor of getting some kills, getting some pressure, getting some towers. If Beast Coast are able to enable that quite nicely, then, they have some timings of their own. And there's definitely a world in which Liquid run out of damage as well. If this Darkseer has a really good game, he's going to stack up those auras, I think. It will be one of those aura games, because as we were mentioning, the illusions just don't look super tempting. So, you get your Greaves, you get your Crimson Guard, all of a sudden, like, maybe Liquid aren't striking as hard as they maybe should be. We'll see how it goes, though. I think it's a very delicate game. It's a very net worth focused game as well, where the richer team is probably just going to feel much stronger in the fights.
What will be the... Again, are we assuming for Beast Coast that it's going to be Darkseer, Tiny off lane, Ench, Monkey, safe lane with a last pick mid for Lumpy?
Perhaps. Will you just take the Tiny, go for the hardcore pick off?
Yeah, I kind of think it is a Lumpy hero for mid. What is available? I mean, is Pangolier still available for Beast Coast? That wouldn't be too bad. It's very chaotic in nature.
Around, yeah. It's a little hard versus Beastmaster Razor, though.
Sure. Okay, there goes Storm Spirit. Yeah, again, I kind of already covered this, but Beast Coast is all about, timing. It's about pacing. It's, your early game pickoffs is good. Your mid game, you can struggle. And then, of course, like you were mentioning, once you get past that and you're back to, like, the, everyone's got lots of items, then they'll come back online again, right? So I think the Storm Spirit does kind of amplify their... pick off the speed that they want to play. So yeah, I like the fact Beast Coast have drafted for themselves. It feels like they just need to execute on it, because if, like, again, I will repeat this, if they do kind of mis-execute, fall flat a little bit, then trying to contest first Roshans, trying to stop Liquid from just walking down the lane together will be very difficult and require like super clinical smokes and initiations, and yeah, I do find it a little bit difficult. And now Liquid, they see the Storm, they now have a pick for Nisha to be able to play into the Storm Spirit. And at this point, you go to your mid lane and go, boss, what do you want to play? And he just says a hero and you pick it.
And
basically.
He goes, Ember, oh, it's banned. Then he goes, Puck, oh, it's banned. And he goes, Evoker, oh, it's banned. And then we get down the list until eventually we land on Pangolier. There you are. Yeah. Fully expecting this one to come out from quite a long time ago. But did just want to make sure you got all options covered, but it will be the Pango into Storm Spirit mid, which is generally just a bit of a trade. Every now and again we'll see someone run away with this matchup, but yeah, with the double jump, like, Pango's is very easily able to get off that damage with a shield crash, so your lane's pretty secured with that against range heroes now.
Yeah, so overall, drafts looking pretty good. I think both teams have drafts that they really want to play. I don't think either team has been drafted into a position that they are picking because, oh no, Liquid made us do this, or Beast Coast made us do that. I think both teams kind of had their prep followed it quite nicely and concluded with a draft that they're very content with. I am leaning Liquids just a little bit because I think just like the ball up the scaling is going to be very scary as you enter kind of that mid-game portion. But every time we say that to Beast Coast, they seem to kind of just overplay with aggression. And if they can emulate what they did against Mouse the other day, then I easily can see them taking the fight to Liquid. But yeah, it's going to be a challenging game for Beast Coast. If they are to win it, it is incredibly impressive based on just, you know, map play, how they want to make that happen. And Moose already said in an interview, like, the thing that they need to improve on the most is map play, right? If they position themselves incorrectly, they get punished. And that is something they're trying to improve. They are, you know, relatively new back to the international scene. And they said, like, against teams like BB, they make one bad TP, they feel that pressure. That is going to be the same thing here against Liquid. If they make an incorrect move with their aggression, that's when Liquid will capitalize. So Moose in his interview knows what's the is a factor for the team to kind of make a deeper run in this tournament, and we'll see if they've kind of at least taken that into note in this draft.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, have they improved upon what they need to improve on? Have they learned? Have they gone back and watched the VODs in their series versus Burt Boom and made the necessary switch-ups? That is the question, and we're going to be finding out in game number 1 in this best of 2 group stage series between Team Liquid and Beast Coast here at the Riyadh Masters, the Esports World Cup.
Any shenanigans happening at the bounty runes? Okay, no. Again, we see some teams do the 5-man smoke, some team just smoke to place a ward. This time around, it is going to be Beast Coast. Actually being very wide. They have a hero in pretty much every part of the map, which is very rare. We got a hero in top lane, enemy jungle top, mid lane, their own jungle, and enemy bot lane.
Yeah, and Misho is going to see Mickey here. Mickey, okay, they both know that they don't have teammates, I think, because they both backed away from each other, so... Liquid, though, will move down.
The delayed
Nisha
smoke.
does
Okay.
have to be careful here. Nisha gets popped. They're going to know there's at least 1 or 2 heroes on this high ground. They have the Watcher, though, on the Dire. They'll know exactly what's going on here. I'll see Boxy. I'll see everybody. And, well, they won't get the ward because it gets denied. Instead, it will be Liquid taking the money for Beast Coast's ward. They're both killing off each other's wards, so only 1 ward apiece in play, and they are also both in the same place, so a very weird start to the game. Bounty's going for 2 for 2, though, and yep, both wards around here in the same position.
That was a pretty cool start, though. I think Beast Coast, they showed a different type of smoke. They smoked to, you know, unblock, oh, sorry, not unblock, but to block the top Ancients on the left-hand side, and then they also placed a ward to check for stacks. And then Liquid, of course, they do a delayed smoke after seeing heroes in the hope to then find a first blood. Doesn't really net themselves anything, but both teams, you know, showing like an extra little bit of, you know, depth to the early game rather than just the generic go stand at bounty rune, me go fight for rune. You know, like there's some depth, and yeah, of course, Liquid also thinking about the vision aspect from Beast Coast. They did the ward like I mentioned. So 1 ancient camp is blocked, and they have protected their triangle now to stack up for the Beastmaster.
Sania going for the most obvious ward of his life, but he doesn't really care about it getting dewarded. He just cared about blocking the camp. And look at him down on the bottom side. He's just popped Warcry level 1. He's chasing around the Tiny, who has absolutely no armor to work with. He's now bullying the Darkseer as well, of course. Darkseer, a decent amount of armor, so doesn't care quite as much, but still very obnoxious, in-your-face playing on the support from the Sven here.
Yep, and Insania is showing us that because he's against a double melee lane, he doesn't really need that stun to kind of draw the gap in against let's say against like a Willow or a Hoodwink. You might want to get that stun to then get closer to get some right clicks off. Against double melee, you can start with that level 1 Warcry, utilize the bonus armor, and just kind of run in between them, right clicking them. So yeah, Insania is showing us that they're creating a new wave. It's always the way.
The supports are creating a wave of their own, where we shall be our own cause.
No, it's very important to do this. Whenever like kind of wave skipping falls in and out of favor, it's still of course done. We've seen it multiple times throughout the tournament, but anytime a team does it, you have to just drag your own creeps just to prevent that simple connection. And Moose will be dying in the top lane 233. And the lanes of Liquid are so strong. Beastmaster line will just continue to pressure top, and
yeah, Pake struggling to really play into that. By the way, Boxy has gone for Fist of Death. Is this common on support line?
That's a very cool. Once you you hit the line, right? You sorry, hit the line. You cast your finger, then you go to melee.
Yeah.
It gives you a little bit of cleave, so it's good damage if you're going for like pick off play. Of course, the caveat is you're losing out your mana drain. I guess the logic here is he really going to be mana draining the heroes on Beast Coast with how movable they are? So that could be the read for Boxy. If he doesn't reliably think he can hit a mana drain, just take the bonus damage. Enjoy the fact you have bonus damage.
Yeah, go punch some people. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
See if he can get some charges
there's
up and
gonna
get some
be-
real damage coming through.
I mean, he's got strong lockdown on his team as well, right? Like, it's not aligned by himself. It's going to be like with a Beastmaster Roar or a Sven stun. So he's got some very clean combos to play with that it's like, if I see stun, I finger, I know I'm going to get the right clicks off and not be a lion who's isolated by myself, memeing.
Yeah.
That isn't to be the case here.
Amisha getting linked up in the bottom side, and with the stun coming through as well, it's going to cause some issues for him, but of course, Darkseer's nearby, he's got the surge available, and this is ultimately going to be what happens down here in the bottom side time and time again. Very hard as in the mid, Nisha getting dropped here by Elmisho and Lumpy. Do they have the damage to finish the job? Yep, they do. Fiddly gets the kill with the Iron Shell from the offlane as well.
Nice move there from the Tiny, punishing Nisha. Of course, Nisha always is a incredibly active player once he gets into the groove of the game, and you stop him a little bit early. Buy some time. CS-wise, Monkey and Storm are doing incredibly well. Amplify that if you're Beast Coast.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at how well this
Denied
Monkey's
moves.
doing it. Every time I've looked at him, he's been pretty far back, but
Yeah, did you see that, by the way? Yeah, 33 denied the Water Rune and the Bounty Rune with his ball. So now Storm's having to run back to base. So everything we just said about hyping up Lumpy and like activate him, it's kind of all falling apart a little bit just because he had access to no runes. So that pesky 33 with his micro.
yeah, he's always thinking about the next thing, thinking about more than anybody else, it feels like, when he's playing these micro heroes. Down on the bottom side, once again, Link's going to come out, immediately gets broken. It's a sad life for Mickey down here, but at least he's farming, and that's really what he wants, and the Darkseer really isn't. If it wasn't for the kill he got in the middle lane, he'd be super, super poor right now, but luckily he used that Iron Shell to get himself a kill over in mid, which is meaning that his game's not completely miserable.
And Moose stealing stacks. No, I feel like, yeah, Moose has really made sure he's only thought out Beastmaster. He started the game, he blocked the camp, he places the ward, he's trying to steal stacks. He might lose his life for it though.
Yeah, overprotective Wisps, unfortunately, strong, but not strong enough in this situation. Not with the right click and the damage coming out from Boxy in 33. So we'll be able to convert on that kill and, well, scoop up the rest of the stacks, what remains off it. As down on the bottom side, they're running down onto Mickey here. Mickey, though, he's going to turn around and just kill down the Tiny. And now looking at Fiddly as well. Fiddly will just back himself away and should be all right. It looks like that was aggression coming out from Liquid once again, and Beast Coast thinking they could turn onto them. Storm at mid, looking at Nisha, but nothing serious. Down at the bottom side, though, Pake makes a rotation through. Stun out from Insania. Mickey, he's going to be all right for the time being. Pake can't finish the job on to this Razor. For early aggression, I talked about it as roll out onto Lumpy. Lumpy, can they keep him locked down? Nisha, he needs to time it perfectly, and he's not quite going to be able to. Just gets caught at the last second there, and Lumpy zips himself away to safety. Won't be dropped here by the rotation in from Boxy. Very, very close, though. My goodness, what a start from both these teams.
Yeah, he got stuck on the steps, and Lumpy very optimistic, diving in the hope to contest, but yeah. Luckily for him, Nisha did get stuck and was able to survive. Both teams, they're trying to poke a little bit on the map, and it's kind of what you want to see. You want the line, you want the Pango to be a little bit more active. They are the active heroes for Liquid to look at, and for Beast Coast, they have a lot of combos to play. And as we look at mid now, we're going to bottom. They're bringing the same active nature.
Yeah, Insania trying to bring down moves here. Might struggle to do so as Mickey under the tower getting jumped by Elmisha, but he's going to pay the price for that. The Tiny's not able to do that by himself, and the rest of the team just not willing to commit as Nisha and Lumpy fighting in the river once again. These two teams are getting so aggressive on one another.
it kind of feels like Beast Coast needed the Monkey King or the Storm Spirit in that move, right? Like when you're ganking with a Darkseer Tiny, if your Darkseer's not level 6 with Wall, then you kind of need a core to step in and kind of fill that gap. But yeah, it wasn't to be the case, and yeah, Liquid responded very nicely. And 33, fully uncontested, top net worth in the game. This is my biggest fear. When I look at Liquid's lineup, as soon as I kind of saw 4 picks deep, like, this was my concern. And Monkey King just jumps into a stunning
Buddy? Friend? Pal? That is not the play you want to be making here. 2 supports ready and waiting. Hake maybe thinking that they were still sitting down on the bottom side, but absolutely not. They're supporting 33, but down in the mid lane, Lumpy and Nisha trying to make the play here, utilizing the Enchantress creep as well, but it's not quite enough. Nisha gets off the Rolling Thunder, and well, Nisha going to get dropped down to the low ground. Nisha desperately trying to find a way over to the Tiny to get another Rolling Thunder off onto him. He's going to use that to get up the high ground again. Nisha jumping over cliffs, but does eventually get brought down. But that said, Nisha now being chased here by this Enchantress keep and by Lumpy, who jumps in. And does he have enough to get the kill? Insanius there with the stun. Nisha getting around the tree. Another shield crash in. Nisha trying to turn it around, and he's actually going to get the kill into Lumpy instead. Moves backing himself away as Round on the sidelines. Pake's thinking, but he gets knocked off the tree. 33, he's got his number. Back onto Pake again, and Nisha jumps in again. He's not stopping. He's using the shields from the shield crashes perfectly, and they get the kill into the Monkey King as well. Oh, Beast Coast. It all went so wrong for them there.
The despair just kicked in. They jumped the Pangolier. He had a 7 wand. I think it maybe even went up to 8. He pops that, jukes behind the tree, then gets a double shield crash and plenty of barrier then to take the fight to them, of course, the entire time, amped up by the war cry of Insania. And then the Monkey King just, after dying top, respawns, comes back in again. This is probably the worst case here. Fair play to Tiny, of course, against Pangolier. Everyone knows, just stand next to the kind of cliff, get bonked back up. But Nisha, he just kept persisting. He didn't back away. But no, Beast Coast. Probably the worst start to the game that they could have asked for here. And these are the worst moments. And look how close it was. Quick wand, runs to the side, whoop, jumps back over.
Like, I feel like it's a weird Z-axis thing, right? Where the attacks were coming through before the roll landed, but then they have to travel upwards and then downwards again, by which time the roll lands, he gets a shield. So it doesn't actually end up dying to those right clicks, Nisha. Incredibly clutch from him. 2 shield crashes, 2 usages of the shield, and now they're looking once again over towards Lumpy here. Lumpy, do they have the damage to actually bring him down? They have no finger. It feels like it might be hard as Viddly comes from the sidelines as well. Lumpy is going to be able to just zip himself, not fully away as they will look for the kill onto the line. Now they'll move forward onto Nisha. And Zadia comes in though, wants to finish off Lumpy. Lumpy zips away though, keeps himself alive for the time being. Meanwhile, Viddly, Elmisha, they're just surrounding Nisha. Nisha up to the high ground though with the swashbuckle, getting himself away for now, but the surge is out onto Elmisha. Elmisha, what's he got? No Avatos available for another second here. Stun comes out from Insania. Mickey's here as well, and they will instead punish the Tiny. Going too deep once again. Beast Coast, they don't have any breaks, and it's starting to bring them off the track a little bit.
I mean, Liquid, they're finding these areas that a side lane core can come in, right? So Mickey can kind of help and just walk over here. 33 to engagement before, and Insania won't be in range here to connect the stun on the Darkseer.
Yeah, but Mickey's link never broke during that entire surge. They're just going to be able to bring him down. He wasn't fast enough. Huge kill there. Mickey heads himself towards the Gleipnir. Meanwhile, massive stacks being farmed up by 33 in the jungle. My god, that's a lot of Ancients. Well, Liquid looking like they want to make a move, and once again they're going to find Elmisho, and there's just a quick finger to finish him off. Liquid swarming around the bottom part of this map now. So, do they really want to start pressuring this tower down here? Surely mid tower is a better option for them. Yeah, looks like they will now start to dissipate. But they're just so far ahead, it feels like any objective they want, they can realistically get. And they feel that way as well, and they're going to go head in for the Roshan. What a call from Liquid here. 33 and Insania, just the two of them believe they've got what it takes to take down Roche. Of course, heavy plating with the Warcry. Doing buckets. Add some balls in to get a bit of tankiness coming through as well. They've already got it pretty low, but somehow this has been read by the side of Beast Coast. They're moving across here. Insania is going to be the first casualty of this fight. Mickey jumps in from the side though. El Misho getting very, very low. 33 going to use the roar out onto the Storm Spirit, trying to run him down. There's a haste on the Storm. He's got himself a zip as well. Moving across to his team. They're so low on the side of Beast Coast. If they can just finish the job here, it's going to be huge for Liquid, but they can't quite close the gap. El Misho and Lumpy moving to the trees. Pake giving them the vision with the Simeon Strider as well. Back into the pit we go. Liquid looking to finish what they started. 33, I should say, looking to finish what he started, and he will be able to finish off the Roshan with just the help of the Sven. That is crazy.
Structures are fortified.
Utilizing the
slow, but
balls,
never
utilizing the Ags. Yeah.
I mean, you know, Liquid making the call to go Roshan, it's, you got the timing, you got the advantages, and after Monkey King's been dragged around the map so much, like, he is nowhere near his Battle Fury. He's trying to be active, but his items don't reflect it. And just look at the net worth disparity now. You've got Beast, Ray's about to hit 8k. Pangolin naturally is very active with, you know, low economy anyways, even though he's still sitting in third place. It's a level dependent hero at the moment, and yeah, it is so one-sided. 7,000 gold lead at the 14-minute mark. They take both wisdoms as well. Like, they really are just choking out Beast Coast, sorry, from this game.
Yeah.
And we've seen this as well from Blacklist, right? Like, when you have an Enchantress on your team going for the healing facet, if you don't win your lanes and push forward, you play backwards. And then now your fight position is always just an inch. That doesn't really contribute, and it is going to hurt them in how they smoke. They're going to have to smoke a core into a fight rather than just a support. And I really expect Liquid just to move across the map and do whatever they want now. Try and take as many towers under the first Aegis.
Lumpy and Misho looking for a target in mid, but not really going to be finding anybody worthwhile. Pangolier just way too strong to jump, especially with that Warcry using him just before he TP'd out. They should be looking over towards Lumpy here, but that's not going to be an option. Roar out down to the bottom side. Okay, 33. He just puts the Enchantress to sleep. Nice overprotective whiffs, doing absolutely nothing in that situation as Lumpy trying to just get himself away, but Insania won't find him in the trees. Storm Spirit does get himself to safety.
Can already feel the desperation from Beast Coast right there. Ench is getting sacrificed bottom. It doesn't really matter. They're zipping away to TP. They're hoping just to get to a round of items, and yeah, we'll see if they can survive.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Well, they're trying to do what they can, Beast Coast. You know, got to give them credit that they're making moves on the map, even though they're pretty far behind now. They're trying to make plays, keep themselves in it one way or another. It's just so much easier. You see like 4 heroes from the side of Beast Coast going for a kill on support and not even working out. And then 33 can just solo the enemy supports without any trouble at all. The Aghanim's build, if you're playing from ahead, it's so beastly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Why I love Sven 5, I think. Like, in these moments, I played some Sven 5 in my pubs, and it just feels so good when you have a core that naturally wants to play, you know, post-laning phase in an aggressive mindset. You amp them up so much. But beforehand, like, there could be the argument that maybe 33 gets caught. Maybe but like, if he does get caught, are you really going to be able to eat through like 15 armor with a drum charge as well, plus the move speed? It's like, it really just overwhelms these heroes that already have such strong timings. At least though, for Beast Coast, the Monkey King has had the Battle Fury for a bit of time, and luckily, like you said, with the tree dance, he's able to get himself into some good spots to farm. But he is currently getting hunted down, and they see the TP animation, so they go for the stun. Ooh.
He's still, if he pops a wand, he'll be on full health, so you can just, yeah, there you go, you can Strider away. You ain't catching this boy anymore. Jumping away to safety. Now, this is the strength of the hero. This is why everybody's picking it, why it's become a first phase contention.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He does have this Battle Fury. I mean, Pake, he's still playing so aggressively with the Battle Fury, though, which is kind of surprising me. He's not taking the time to go and farm. Feels like he just needs to be involved. Be all over the map at once. So, any big timings coming up? I mean, on the side of Liquid, we have Blink Dagger, we have Echo Saber, Mickey. He's finished up his whole Gleipnir. Ridiculously strong item. And of course, as we mentioned, Blink, Aghanim's now BKB out for the 33 Beastmaster as he immediately collapses onto Fiddly. And over in the middle lane as well, they catch out Misho trying to catch some waves. Beast Coast in a very precarious position now. Liquid just absolutely walking them over.
Yeah, these were my concerns in the draft, no matter. I'm very sorry. As much as I wanted Beast Coast to be able to play aggressive, play quick, do everything they wanted to, this timing, it was so glaring from Liquid that you know, they aren't gonna mis-execute. A team like this shouldn't really falter. Maybe they falter, you know, 20 minutes down the line when Beast Coast have kind of overcome this hurdle, but right now it really is their game as they try to hump Storm Spirit in the top lane. And with the
they're gonna find him. Stuns connect. They've also got the Gleipnir as well, but maybe actually not enough. A little surprised that they didn't quite have enough in the tank to bring him down. The swatch doesn't land from Nisha either. Lumpy narrowly gets out with his life. Oof. Well, doesn't really matter. They oust them from the area. They'll get the tier 2 now as well. One more tier 2 remaining for Beast Coast in the middle lane. When that is gone, it's just one more Roshan and then probably high ground for Liquid. Feeling like Beast Coast's days are somewhat numbered here, perhaps.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a little uncomfortable. Like Dogs here, he went for the Crimson Guard as his second item. He's getting jumped as well.
33 connects once again. The moment that raw lands, the damage is just too much to handle.
And you can see from the damage breakdown, like the majority of damage he's taking right now is magic, right? From the shield crashes of the... So that's a physical spell, ignore me. I meant the Drums of Slum from Beastmaster, even like the Lion to some degree. Like it's an abundance of magic damage that they're just not nullifying because he didn't go pipe. And like, sure, you kind of want the Greaves and the pipe and a Crimson, like you want everything, but you're just not going to get any of it. So we'll see if the Crimson is going to help out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It really feels like they're kind of desperately hoping to get a single item. Like even the Monkey King, right? He's going for Battle Fury into straight BKB. That's going to be a BKB into a Beastmaster Raw with the Razor already strong with a static link. Like this is not going to be a BKB timing that really is like a... Oh, don't worry guys, we've made it. We've survived the early game.
They wait for the Eye of the Storm to end, and then they move forward here onto the Razor. Mickey in some trouble. He's going to go in with the static link, though, and he's doing a lot of damage back to Lumpy. Lumpy, though, with the beast will be okay, and Pate comes in just to make sure they get that kill. But now 33, he's looking for a little bit of action. He's got himself a BKB and a Primal Roar available in 5 seconds with Insania coming in round the side. He wants Pate. Pate going to try and stand his ground and pop the Wukong's command here, but he doesn't have any help, and 33 will cut him down. Insania and 33 have enough damage between them, and now they'll go over towards the Enchantress as well. It's another kill for the Beastmaster as they rip through Beast Coast once again, punishing them for daring to kill their carry. And Insania, it's even looking to bait the Wisdom Rune here. Doesn't see an opportunity to do so, so we'll just pick it up. But one thing about this Sven 33 Insania duo here is that the Sven actually, I mean, obviously uses God Strength. He hits very, very hard. And, you know, throw out a little bit of extra help there from some drums, and the 33 with the lockdown from the Primal Roar, and all of a sudden, these heroes, they kind of get clicked down.
Roshan, it's going to be respawning in a minute 10. And this is where you got to look towards Beast Coast. Like, can you muster the confidence to make a smoke, to make that move? I think given Liquid this second Aegis, with how efficient they were at closing out the map with the first Aegis, like this second Aegis, you know, again, it's only been 22 minutes in, but I feel like we've repeated ourselves a couple of times here. Like, this will be the moment for Liquid just to close out this game. But I really hope for Beast Coast's sake that they can find some type of smoke or vision advantage to at least give them some hope. Again, it will be such a difficult fight, fighting in a 12k net worth deficit with all the auras that we're mentioning across the board.
Be very difficult for Beast Coast. They have to make some big plays if they ever want to stand a chance of coming back into this one, and I don't know what those plays even look like. And again, it wasn't bad going for the play into Mickey, but Liquid just so ready to respond to anything which Beast Coast put out there. And Mickey even go for a BKB next just to make sure that he doesn't get caught out again. East Coast, they entertain the idea of setting up at bottom, you know, maybe looking to contest a Roche or something, but 33 shows his face and they think better off it. This guy's too tough, too scary.
Yeah, like the whole contesting Roshan's, right? It's like, it's a super optimistic play because for Beast Coast, if you go there, you're also kind of probably losing the fight. But it's like, part of me feels like if you don't contest it, you just lose the game anyways.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit torn. Like, if they had the capabilities, I would say ditch this Aegis, play the wider map, defend maybe that clutch high ground defense, then you play into it. But yeah, this is such an uncomfortable fight nevertheless. And yeah, as you said, they're already in the pit. Not the quickest Roshan, but also Liquid don't really care. They're taking their time. Even
yeah,
like Nietzsche's
wild
as
axe
well.
is going, amplified damage. Gonna help 33 chop down this Roche pretty quickly. And once again, he'll be the one to take up that Aegis. This is the 33 show, make no mistake. Beastmaster is carrying. And this is the power of this build with the Aghanims, with the Blink Dagger. The damage you output is crazy. Look at that, highest in the game. By quite a margin.
Oh, jumping mid.
Oh yeah, look at try and just bring down the Razor, but Mickey with a fresh BKB gets himself out. Nope, never mind. Lumpy finds him. They will grab that kill with the regen rune. Nisha trying to get a bit of revenge onto Elmisho here, but you know, the World Cry is causing them some issues with the Crimson Guard doing work here. Elmisho gets a blink away thanks to all those shields upon him, but surely he goes down here. Boxy lands a finger, trying to finish the job here with that Fist of Death, but can't quite close the gap. Oh, the swash comes in, also misses, but the shield crash will not. Elmisho does fall at the very least, but still, I mean, I think you're chalking that up as a win for the side of Beast Coast.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you got a Razor kill. You can't really kill anyone else. Lumpy, yeah, be careful here. No, I think that.
The thing here is right there.
Yeah,
Raw not
no
available
Raw,
though, and I think he knows it.
But like, for Liquid to have an Aegis like that, and then to be so split, like they went for Roshan without. It was like one hero. Second hero trickled in, then three. Niche was still kind of farming jungle. Like they kind of are playing this game so relaxed that when they have the Aegis, they also then lose a hero mid. Like if they're against a stronger draft or maybe even a stronger team potentially, these are the moves that would cause complications for Liquid down the line. So as much as Liquid still is in the driving seat, they need to be careful that they don't get too relaxed in these situations.
But it is time for the high ground. Liquid starting it off in earnest. Stun out onto the Titans to keep him away. Fortifications there as well. 33 though, he doesn't give a damn. He's got so much armor. He's going to heal up with that Aghanims as well onto the creeps, so that's going to be fine. And just keep going for more. If anybody important shows, they're getting blinked, they're getting roared. There's a BKB as well. 33 even looking over towards Moose here. Looking to chase him back. I'm sure there's Enchantress. Isn't going to be a pain in his side. Okay, Enchantress just runs in here with all of these wisps on it and says, come at me, bros, and they do, and they take it down with ease. Buyback, though, from Moose is available. Wukong's command coming down from Bake here, but they're just backing themselves out on the side of Liquid. They don't want to play into this Wukong. They're more than patient and able to just wait for it to dissipate. And now it's go time. Barracks will fall, moving across to the mid. Liquid not looking to be slowed down here at all. Now there's no Wukongs. Moose is on a dieback. Aegis still on hand. Sure, rolls down for 20 seconds, but there's no Wukongs. Nice back, nice wall into a Boundless Strike, but again, like their health pools are barely touched from this Pake. He's jumped into everybody, but he's gonna get linked up. He can't stand his ground against the Razor if he's linked. Now he's just going to have to sit at the back of the fight with no damage. Lumpy's tried to find the backlines here, but unable to really convert it into anything. As instead, they'll just blow up Elmisho and get back to work on those buildings. Liquid, they want to win the game right here. They don't want to give Beast Coast another chance to play their way back into this one. In comes a Gleipnir, in comes a dive under the tier force. Lumpy is dead. No buyback available for the Storm Spirit either. Middle barracks is down now as well. Moving on to the top, Liquid, they want this game won. And I don't think there's anything which Beast Coast can do about it. Final lane of barracks here for Team Liquid. Jump in onto Moose. Moose is dead now as well.
Top barracks are under attack.
Novak, no wall. All they have is a vacuum into the Wukong's command with no BKB. The Monkey's just going to get shot down, and your GG is in. Liquid, what a performance in this game one. What an elimination. What a beatdown onto Beast Coast. We said that, you know, Liquid in form shouldn't struggle with this matchup, and that's exactly what we're seeing in this game one. Absolute form coming out from the team. 33 as well. Very, very happy there. You can see smiles from him, smiles from everybody. It's got to feel good to win a game in this fashion.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a little bit worrying for Beast Coast because it's like 3 picks into the draft, I'm calling the problems of Beast Coast and like things they have to fix. And then 2 picks later, they still haven't fixed it. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's some drafting errors happening for Beast Coast in this game. Like, I fully respect the idea of, you know, draft for yourself, make sure you got a draft that you want to play. But yeah, just the way that Liquid approached this one, it was just so many statement picks that there were nearly 0 solutions being presented from Beast Coast. And you cannot rely on winning lanes and only playing on tempo to win a game of Dota, especially when Liquid have very good lanes to go back at you and make sure you can't win them out with some potential edge or whatever. Because like Beastmaster line, very strong, you can't shut him down. Sven Razor, very strong, you're not going to shut him down with a tiny Darkseid lane. That is not a pressuring lane. And of course mid's a trade. So I think the draft was, you know, heavily favoring Liquid. The play also, you know, was cemented by the fact that Liquid is a consistently top 6 team, in previous years top 2 team. And yeah, I think if Beast Coast are to make this a competitive series, to make it potentially a draw, they're going to have to, you know, just really improve on their draft, make sure they actually have winning lanes. Because yeah, it was, I hate to say it, but from draft it was, yeah, a Liquid win.
Definitely, yeah. Nothing to shut down 33 this game. You know, incredible, like, beyond MVP performance from 33 on this Beastmaster, just outpacing them, playing the micro super well, and just, yeah, dominating the lane, dominating the game, getting every kill, getting every Roche, getting every Aegis, just running into the side of Beast Coast. They just didn't seem to understand what this Beastmaster could really do to them. And, well, they do now. We'll see if they have a better solution for it next game. I mean, what can you do versus this Beastmaster? Because this game, it looked ridiculous. He was never low on health. You know, those drums of Slom just keeping him alive every single time. Always in the front lines, always finding his target with that Roar. Like, it didn't feel like anybody lived through a Roar this game.
No, they don't. And it's, you don't live through a Roar, but also you don't really find pickoffs, right? Like, there's, like, you either have 2 ways. You either ignore the Beastmaster whilst he's at his strongest, kill heroes around him, so then when Beastmaster steps up to be in that kind of game-winning position, you found economy elsewhere. And that wasn't to be the case. Like, the Storm never really got major kills. The Tiny, sure, he rotated mid one time, but like he didn't set anything up. And it really just boils down to, you need to have strong combinations. And if you're against like Beastmaster, it's not a new hero for the tournament. It's not as if Liquid have just, you know, shown the world Beastmaster Aghanims. Like, we've seen this hero in slightly different forms, but through this tournament and multiple other ones. So again, I am very shocked that Beast Coast drafted in this style. With the experience that they have, I expect a little bit better from them, and hopefully in this break they can step up, because I do expect a lot from Beast Coast, but Liquid, of course, I do expect them to be as good as this.
Alrighty, well, we'll see what they can pull out of the bag in game number 2. We know the Beast Coast, their bag is pretty deep, but is it going to be good enough to fight back against Liquid in game number 2? We're going to find out after a short break.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a war for your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through, down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just another piece of data. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. It's just another
I've got 33 from Team Liquid here joining me at Riyadh Masters. We're going to have a bit of a chat about everything related to Liquid and also some of the history within your career. But starting off, 33, how are you feeling? How's your day been so far?
I'm good. I mean, just a usual media day, so it's a little bit of waiting, but overall, everything is good.
And a long day too. You got a lot to run through, a lot of things to do.
Yeah, we have a bunch of media, and then still need to. I think we have some scrims today as
Okay.
well.
Oh, wow.
Because we are already playing tomorrow, so have to get ready.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's jump into this because I don't want to keep you for too long. But you've been on Liquid for a couple of months now, and I want to know how coming into Liquid and coming into a four stack that had been together for so long felt for you, and if it was a difficult, couple of first months for you.
I wouldn't really say it was difficult. At the start, it was a little bit weird, but mainly because the guys played the LAN without me in the KL because I couldn't go.
Yeah.
So yeah, we didn't get to play together on LAN for a while. I joined, and then we played some qualifier. We had a success, and then I joined for the bootcamp, but I wasn't playing. So
Okay.
it was a little bit weird.
Mm-hmm.
But just because I'm not playing, not anything to do with the guys. Everyone was super welcoming and made sure I kind of fit right in.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, as soon as we kind of started playing tournaments and just being a team, everything fell into place very quickly.
How confident are you for the team for this event? You guys have always done really well on lands, and luckily for you, Riyadh Masters is that land. But the event just before this one, it wasn't the result you were looking for. So where exactly would you place the confidence with the big patch change that has happened?
I would say we're probably in the best form we've been all year. I don't want to jinx us or anything.
Of course, that's not what I'm looking for here.
Yeah. So again, I don't really come into tournaments with expectations, but our bootcamp was pretty successful, and yeah, everyone has been working the hardest they've been all year. Everyone, I think, is really excited to play on a new patch, and yeah, we've had a good bootcamp, and we're just excited to see how it goes for us.
And would you say one of your strengths as a player has always been around the mentality? Because what you're telling me is that you're able to see tournaments in a vacuum, that everything else around it does not affect what is going to happen or what should happen. So has that always been your viewpoint of it, and has that always been your strength?
Not sure. I remember I used to get sometimes stressed, but I guess just you keep playing and you play for so long, and at some point it just passes. Like, yeah, some tournaments are going to go well, some tournaments will go poorly, and that's just how it is. And how much you stressed over and how much you really, really wanted to win, at the end of the day, didn't end up making an impact on the result.
Okay.
So it just comes with time, I guess. Sometimes like random nerves just appear out of nowhere, even if, I don't know, sometimes you will play pub, you didn't even double down, but then the nerves are coming. And there's there's no explanation. But,
Could happen in officials, could happen in pubs, but 33, thank you so much for joining. I appreciated everything that you've had to say, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
It's game 2 time for Team Liquid versus Beast Coast here in the group stages for the EWC Riyadh Masters, as these two teams are battling it out right now. In Beast Coast, it is time to get some wins under your belt if you want to stay away from those bottom 4 positions and make your way to the upper bracket, but it is looking tough. Liquid completely outperformed them, both in draft and in game for game number 1. Now Beast Coast, they need to show us some new ideas, they need to show us some fresh gameplay to really win us over if we want to see this team having a chance to go deep at this tournament.
Yeah, and when I say new ideas, or you say new ideas, I don't think they need to go crazy. Just maybe even respect ban the Beastmaster, because I don't think Beast Coast responded to it very well. So either A, ban out the Beastmaster, or B, just draft, like, have like you said, like a new concept to beat the Beastmaster. But I think Beastmaster is the key thing here. He was uncontested in lane, uncontested in the game. He went for like what 12-minute Roshan or something, or however early it was. Went for a second Roshan to win the game. It was just like everything was just too autopilot for Liquid. There was no pressure points from Beast Coast. So I just want to see. Man, I think we were spoiled because we saw Beast Coast against Mouse, where it was like high play, lumpy ember, map was broken. Like it was like the most enjoyable form of Dota. But then against the better teams, they don't allow the freedoms to Beast Coast. So we aren't seeing that level of creativity in the fight because they aren't able to get there. So we'll see where we get to in this next draft.
Yeah, some potential options are, drafting yourself a bit of save against the Beastmaster to answer that roar and everything. But to be honest, I don't want to hyper-focus in on this one thing, because whilst 33 did destroy them, there's still a lot of Dota to be played and a lot of stuff to kind of come down. And a lot of things which Liquid can do, which Beast Coast might not be prepared for.
Yeah, and already Team Liquid banning out the Ember once again. This is a hero that we've already praised for Lumpy, and he's not going to be getting it at all. We will see if Beast Coast is to ban out the Beastmaster, as Liquid is going to be first pick in the draft. If Beast Coast don't ban it out, expect Liquid just to go for it and ban out the Monkey King. They're teasing us. Right. They're not instantly banning it. They're not just rushing to, oh my god, game one was terrible, ban. Like they're still thinking, they're still potentially cooking.
Yeah, they have 2 more bans left to go on the side of Beast Coast, so I'm not super worried. Maybe I am. I don't know. Let's find out. Either way, I think I don't know. What do Beast Coast do really, really well? Beast Coast are great when they can kind of break the game down a bit and rule, on an even playing field. I think they just need to get out of their lanes. I haven't seen Enchantress have huge success this tournament, and I don't know if that's just due to the bias from the games we've seen, but I feel like she just doesn't seem to win lanes anymore. I think it's due to the fact that there's some really, really strong supports in the meta right now. Things like Hoodwink, things like, even we saw Lion outlaning him, but, there just seems to be a lot of things available which can outtrade an Enchantress, which was the hero's strength previously, right? So, yeah, and losing the lane in the first minute is also entirely possible. When you go for this enchant build, then, Enchantress doesn't do damage anymore. So it becomes really, really weak. So, I don't know. Maybe Enchantress is a bait for Beast Coast.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bait. Blacklist and Beast Coast are falling for the bait. It's like, you're talking about the healing aspects. Like, because you go for healing, your laning is naturally weaker because you're playing backwards, right? You're pressing heal to help out your core. You don't have Impedus to throw it onto an enemy support to put them at chunk through their HP, right? So it's like, of course your laning's weaker if you don't take the facet that allows you to be aggressive. And we will see if maybe people just change up the facet selection. I think hero, honestly, is probably fine. Just facet selection is what's hurting them. And yeah, Beastmaster is banned by Beast Coast. Therefore, they take the Tiny.
I'm also very, very sad that I didn't see a single usage of the Fist of Fury talent from the Lion. I think that's what it's called anyway. Fist of Death, maybe. I don't know. Either way, I didn't see him punch nothing that game, T. I'm furious. I want to see it again now.
Yeah, we might see it if we're lucky. I just want to see, maybe not competitively, but I want to see that one Reddit clip where it's like the vacuum into Echo Slam into like Ag's finger, then the punch from the line. I want to see like the real wombo combo.
I feel like if they want to make it better, then you should also, whenever you finger anything, you immediately teleport onto the target you finger as well. I think that would be cool. That would be bad.
Maybe Altcast. Maybe Altcast at a push.
No. Every time.
Every time. No matter what.
Time.
Okay.
There's like the Svenags. But way cooler.
I can see that.
Ango, Tiny, nothing super surprising here. Just swapping heroes a little bit, both stealing each other's picks. Tiny has been a first phase hero across the board, as has Pangolier. God, we just cannot get rid of this Pangolier hero. I don't know what they need to do to it. Like I feel like they could make none of his spells do any damage and people would still find a way to make this hero broken.
Yeah. Lane pushing hero with survivability tools and teamfight contribution with points of scaling due to Swash. Yeah. You'd have to either really remove a spell in regards to like nerf it to the ground or just change up the hero to make it not viable. Like it just does too many things well. And of course, with Beast Coast, we could just see this as our mid versus mid. There has been flex of Pango to offlane and stuff, but I would just like to see it as Pango tiny mid lane. Oh my god, he made me yawn. Oh god, he's got to wake up and he's making me sleepy. He's got to win the game and he's yawning. I've got to cast the game and I'm now yawning because of him.
Don't worry, unlike you guys, I'm locked in. I'm ready. I'm too excited. I'm too amped up. I also just had a coffee. I am ready to go. Phoenix coming out. All right, it's a classic. Pango, Phoenix. What do you want with Phoenix? Someone that goes in and stuns people because you don't really do that yourself. What do you have in Pangolier? Someone that runs around and stuns people. What do you want as Phoenix? Someone who can protect your egg. What does Pangolier do? He loves protecting eggs. He's like a big old chicken. Broody chicken.
I love Jakiro. It's a little bit of a funky hero. It was. With my monotone voice, it was there. No, so basically Jakiro, you know, I've sported it a little bit, and everyone goes, oh, well, Jakiro, you have to take liquid fire, right? You need to hit buildings. No. Liquid frost, that's the technology in play here. When you apply liquid frost, it gives bonus damage to pretty much every spell you do. So if you hit liquid frost on an enemy, then there's like another 10 damage tick on level 1 to, no, 15 damage actually level 1 to your Jewel Breath, to your Macropire, to everything. Even I believe Blood Grenades it works with. So it's like if you do damage and tick damage, it amps up by liquid frost. So you become an absolute beast. In laning phase, if you're level 3, 2-point Jewel Breath, 1-point liquid frost, you're easily deleting like half HP of any hero. It is insane. Such a strong lane securer. Of course, in the game, you can be lost because of the, you know, your cast animations, trying to hit an ice path when you're, you know, winding it up to throw it back down to elusive heroes. But it is super strong in lane, and it can get through cores. And I'm excited to see it in pro play. I know Insania has been sporting it a little bit, and yeah, happy to see the hero return. It has been too long since we've seen Jakiro in the meta.
Yeah, Jakiro Morphling lane as well. Gonna be pretty stable. Generally, you don't really want to go for some like big killer with Jakiro. You want to just calm a lane down, really. You're looking to just, you know, Jewel Breath, whoever you're laning against over and over, and just try to get yourself a nice clean lane out of it. CK. Interesting response here. I mean, Jakiro is a decent hero to pick up against CK anyway. Lots of AoE available, but of course, you know, if CK does get on top of the Jakiro, that's the end of him. But if CK gets on top of a support, then that's the end of them. That is how the hero functions.
Yeah. The thing with CK, it's always like a balancing act where it's like you get Armlet, you get Orchid, you find kills, then you look for Manta. And I feel like the good CK players are able to identify when Blink is the game-breaking item or not necessary. And I've seen some games so far in the group stage where you delay the Blink timing a little bit too long and you've missed out some clutch fights because of it. And I'm intrigued to know when Pack will go for it in this game. What I see here is like Jakiro, like Tiny. If you catch them before they catch you, then it's going to be very, very good. Of course, Jakiro against CK will be, yep, you'll be deleted in a second. But if Jakiro is on the back line, hitting an ice path, even maybe applying the attack slows through Jewel Breath to the illusions, these are the small little things that will help out. So, yeah, I hope Beast Coast plays on the front foot and looks to find the backlines with their heroes. And they have plenty of tools to do it right now.
They absolutely do. But Beast Coast really running their reserve time down at this point. What do they want to grab here? I mean, they've got their off lane, they've got their mid laner, they've got their carry. Some teams have tended to move this Pangolier to the to the off lane. I haven't enjoyed it when I've seen it though. I don't think I've seen a single game where I've been like, yes, this is good. So Techie's going to come out as the next support for them. You have this kind of backline support in the Phoenix who can jump in with a Supernova where possible, and now you have a Techies to also throw in a bunch of damage. Good threat onto the Morphling, but also, you know, a little bit scary in the terms of like very light on the whole stuns. You basically have the jump in from Techies. Blast off, thank you. I'll call it by the old name. Dark.
Yes.
The Beast Coast, sick combo potential I like from Liquid here.
Yeah. No, I'm when I say Darkseer in a slow kind of tone, it's not because I'm going, "Ooh, I don't like it." It's more like, "Oh, Beast Coast, be wary." Like when what you were talking about Beast Coast, their Darkster in the previous game, like this is the type of thing that we'll be seeing here, and there isn't much forward like tower pressure from Beast Coast. Therefore, Darkster will always get to an or two before the game is like the big fights are decided, right? Like Pangolier can be aggressive, Techies can be lane securing, but after that, they don't suddenly take your tier 1 towers in a matter of like 2 or 3 moves, right? The Beastmaster in the previous game, it could do that, right? You just move from tower to tower with your team, you take them. So for Liquid, this Darkster, you will be able to buy your Crimson Guard to deal with the CK, your Greaves and a Pipe, potentially, whatever you want. And you have the combos that you're mentioning, where it's like a vac into an Ice Path Macro Pyre, a vacuum into an Avalanche Toss combo. If Tiny, of course, goes for Crash Landing, then it is going to be an insane amount of damage. So yeah, this Darkseer pick, it is good because of lack of map pressure. And yeah, lane, if you were Tiny, sure, it's a stable lane. We saw it in the previous game do okay. It didn't win the lane, didn't really kind of lose the lane, just kind of existed. So again, I'm liking Liquid's draft. Beast Coast, they have their tools again to be able to be aggressive, but the timer is on them, it feels like.
You got to make sure you're playing up here, but that is what Beast Coast like to do. They do like to go and fight, go and make plays. It's how they qualified for this event. I was following their journey here, and it was very much through just brute forcing their way in. They weren't really going for these slow plays. They were playing up, playing fast, and playing very disciplined at that as well. Very timing focused team as well. They can find those timings, then they're going to have a better time versus Liquid, but they need to get out of those lanes first. I'm always looking at these lanes. Techies, Phoenix, CK, pretty strong. Should do all right. Like, I have no issues with CK into Darkseer, really.
Yeah, no, it's a perfectly fine lane for the CK. I do want to see Tiny go 4 here. I think the only realm that... Okay, they banned out Marcia and Leshrat, so they banned out 1 4 and 1 mid. Like, Tiny can flex. I'm just thinking, like, if you are to pick a... Like, you go Willow, potentially. Okay, they go Tiny mid, sure. I'd say, if Tiny is mid, then the 4 position needs to be very aggressive to really take the fight. So Clockwork can do that, not opposed to it. It was a slightly different variation to the logic I was going for, but in the same realm, so not opposed. Yeah, this is a go lineup, and Beast Coast, they are, even though they look very strong, they are very slow to get online lineup, right? Like CK needs multiple items, Phoenix needs levels, Centaur is a pick just to try and secure lane a bit. You know, Centaur Techies is formidable in itself, but I am worried that there's just a lot of items needed for Beast Coast to feel good, where Liquid levels and they're fighting. Jakiro levels, they go. Nisha with 2,000 gold and a Blink Dagger, he's fighting. 33 just gets a mech, he's going, right? Like, there is a lot of cheap items that Liquid can use to break the map, and again, I'm leaning Liquid a little bit. Beast Coast did improve their draft, but when you look at the Beast Coast draft versus Liquid draft, like, then it still has a lot of issues. So yeah, I think Liquid should be pretty confident, as you see Nisha smiling on camera, of course.
As always, he loves it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I feel like it's nearly as bad as last game for Beast Coast. Pangolier, very active hero, doesn't really need a whole lot to start getting involved. Centaur, he needs a good lane, and he should get one. El Misho, he loves his techies as well, so I feel like they're going to be pretty happy with this laning setup. Pake, you know, he's going to do Pake things. He's probably going to get his farm regardless. It's against the Darkseer, as we already mentioned, should be absolutely fine. So, yeah, I think Liquid have good answers, but I do see Beast Coast taking the early lead in this game. I'm going to go against you here, T, somewhat controversially, but, you know, we'll see which way it does end up going.
How did that go, Nomad?
What's that?
You sided with Beast Coast in game 1. How did it go?
I said it was an even game 1, actually. Let the records show. I'm going to get my best lawyers on your case now. But game 2, yeah, no, again, I think straight out of lanes, you know, provided Beast Coast have a good laning phase, straight out of lanes, I think they can do a little more. It's just when Liquid do hit those timings, things get really, really scary. And of course, there's a Nisha Tiny factor as well, which is also sort of terrifying.
Oh, now this is a good camera angle.
Feel like a bird watching over the world. Swooping over.
Now, having that perfect top down, especially with Jakiro with that kind of like the ice, the fire, the look on the cold, dire side. They are trying to smoke up on the side of Beast Coast, and I hope to find someone, but did find
very, very far back here. They recognise that the level 1 isn't the strongest, so they're not going to play into Beast Coast. They know what Beast Coast like to do as well, right? Like this is read by everybody because Beast Coast have done this every time they're on Radiant. They go, they plonk this ward down, they try to control this area and catch out a kill.
Seconds to battle.
Yeah, being pinged out. Maybe a little too predictable. Like this ward is almost certainly going to be dewarded.
so many pings.
There
Ping,
really
ping,
is.
ping.
There's pings, there's drawings. God knows what's going on right now. Movement over to the top side for Beast Coast. Again, they are the stronger level 1 team, so they're just looking to kind of flex that and bully a little bit without
Hey, they gotta
giving
chill.
away any bounties, which they may have just done. Yeah, okay, so Liquid just despite having a worse level 1 team, they're able to just get more bounty runes because they just outmaneuvered them. Beast Coast a little bit too kill hungry and forgot to kind of properly control their bounty areas, and that puts Liquid in a pretty good spot to start this game off. So, middle lane is going to be Lumpy versus Nisha. The Pangolier versus the Tiny. How good is Crash Landing? The answer is very good.
Very, yeah. Too good.
Yes.
The only thing with Tiny is Toss does pierce debuff immunity, as in you can target them, which also means it does full damage. So even if you have any form of debuff immunity, Toss will just always do 100% damage to you. It's just like, I get that you can target it, but like, should you really be able to, you know, pierce enough capacity? I don't know. Maybe a future nerf for the hero.
I remember when Hero his facets first came out, and nobody took Crash Landing. Everybody was team insurmountable.
They were team carry Tiny, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, the difference was they played him carry and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even mid, we only saw insurmountable for the first couple of weeks. Then slowly, people started to come around the idea of throwing things on people's heads. I think the initial reaction was just like, it's only dealt to the target it lands on. I definitely heard that sentence said a few times. Therefore, it's not very good. But over time, that opinion has changed. It's one of those do everything spells as well, which is just like, it's also damage, and it's also move slow, and it's also attack slow, and it's also, and you're just like, okay. Huge damage. It's a bit of everything.
Yeah, the next balance patch will be... Yeah, that's the thing with Dota, right? You get a patch, people say things are good and bad, they then crave a balance patch. Balance patch comes in, it's like the rain cycle, you know, it just happens. We gotta live in, this is our world of Dota for now. Maybe Tiny gets nerfed, maybe it doesn't, maybe other things get buffed, so that Tiny then gets indirectly nerfed. Yeah.
Yeah, you wonder how we get to this point where, you know, Finger has like stacks which just does more and more damage just for some reason. And that's because like the old style way of balancing Dota was just to buff everything else until the thing which was a problem is no longer a problem, as we do have Insania dying up here on the top side to Vidley and El Misho, but they will get the return kill onto Vidley at the very least. So Mickey not going to be too sad about that one, but of course First Blood going the way of Beast Coast.
Yeah, the fact that Immorphling cleans up the kill, he's now already level 3. 2 points in waveform for a little bit more damage, but yeah, he'll get to level 4, maybe go to adaptive, maybe go to that second point in attribute shift. I'll give that top trader kills. Probably both sides are relatively happy, maybe even Liquid a little bit happier. And in bot lane...
I mean, who was got the kill? Amisha, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and then Morph gets kill after, so it's pretty much a dub for the Morphling.
Oh, does have Spoon Stash though, so Amisha has limitless scaling capability.
That is where you can put items into your backpack and they work, so neutral items and whatnot will be working in your backpack for the stats. And 33 dies bottom.
Very cool. It's down to the bottom side. 33 gets run down by Moose and Pake.
This is what you need to see from Beast Coast. Try and, you know, poke them a little bit, get a couple kills, and I expect bot lane to be the biggest kill lane for Beast Coast. With the Phoenix and the CK, that is a lot of kill threat if the Darkseer and the Clockwork are out of position. Top lane, it will just naturally drift to be an unkillable lane. The more levels Morphling gets, the harder it is to zone him out to get the kills, and already that's going to be the case here. He's got a wand, 25 CS, 2 points in attribute shift. That does free up Insania to potentially start making some stacks, maybe even use a twin gate to look at bottom if he wants to. He's actually already looking at the twin gate at minute 4.
Yeah, he's moving over.
Very early on.
It is indeed. He's going to see Elmisho here. Elmisho, he's going to walk up into Insania, finds the dragon here, and
look at the
a little bit
damage.
confused. Got followed through, but he's going to jump forward here. Pake coming across, but Elmisho might just be losing his life. Insania, he's got another Breathe Fire available. Going to use it. Right click's coming through, but he's got the Fairy Fire, and now with Pake upon him, Insania will be the one to fall. But he's got to be a little bit careful as Boxy and 33 try to run him down. He doesn't have the Icarus dive available any longer, so Pake will be left alone. Elmisho the only one here to try and help him out, so Pake's going to head back to the lane, get some farm. Liquid, I don't know if they'll be satisfied as such with that trade, but I'll be forced to take it.
I mean, he only used the twin gate, so it's not as if Insania has to walk back to lane. He then TPs mid, refills a bottle. It's quite a neutral move, right? Like, you've not killed a core. Centaur's going to be not carrying top. Morphling's not carrying top, so trader farm now occurs. It really, I think, is the actions after this initial move is when we can see if it's good or bad.
Truly understand it.
Yeah. Again, he refilled mid bottle, placed mid ward. Securing the top 6-minute rune. All the supports of Beast Coast come to help out. Moose is already kind of in position. He's getting followed by Boxy, so expect a 6-minute fight to break out.
I will. Thank you. As Boxy runs onto the rune, tries to hold them off with expanded armaments here, but the rune's going to spawn on the top side, meaning it will go to Nisha. As down on the bottom side is where the fight's taking place, as 33 gets clocked by Pake and Elmisho. There'll be a kill going the way of Beast Coast once again. We have our mid graphic, as you can see, just how close this mid lane has been, going ever so slightly one way, but only by a matter of degrees.
Going for the roll.
Okay, looking to really go for the kill here into Nisha, but I'm not sure they're going to get this. Misho's coming across as well, but he's not really near any cliffs any longer on the side of Nisha. Misho's trying to get in range for that blast off here. He's going to go for it, jumping across all the way behind the Tiny, but Tiny's got the toss available. Misho, he's taking damage from the tower and might just live, or might just die here. Oh no! Nisha used the tree grab, missed, hit the camp gets aggroed and gets the deny. That is unfortunate. Down on the bottom side, a bit of fighting going on for the Wisdom Rune here. Moves was able to pick it up, but now getting cooked up by Insania. Mickey's coming across as well, looking to finish off this Phoenix. Moves on the run, not going to escape. Mickey runs him down, a kill for the carry. Mickey now with 2 kills to his name. Puts him on the top of the net worth chart.
And we do apologize. We did kind of bait the observers to look away from the Centaur dying to then look at the Tiny shenanigans. But yeah, it was, Centaur died. Techie's got denied, then you see the Phoenix. So there's quite a lot of pressure getting applied across the map, and Boxy, he's been relatively active, sweeping from bot to mid now, trying to chase into jungle, collects the Iron Troll from the Darkseer. There is a Phantasm from the CK, but we'll see what Boxy's thinking. Okay. TPing to mid instead. He doesn't have a level 6, so this TP isn't a instant, gotcha initiation.
Oh, but that's a nice avalanche burst, Swashbuckle gonna get Lumpy to safety as they amplify damage picked up by Insania, who's now gonna turn around and just unleash his spells onto Moose, but in comes Lumpy from the side. Misho's here as well with the blast off. It's good damage as Lumpy tries to finish off Insania here, trying to get rid of the double damage, double-headed dragon. Insania, though, jukes him through the trees, gets himself to safety, and sets eyes on Moose once again. Lumpy, can he go for this? Ooh. He's got himself the Swashbuckle and the shield crash, holding back for now, though. Finally, a shield crash comes through and finishes off Insania. Well, of course, Nisha as well, but Nisha pretty tanky, especially with the bottle charges coming through as well, and the 11-1s. Not a target that can go down, as down in the bottom side. 33 looking for a bit of revenge, trying to go for the kill to Pake here. Pake, He needs some help, and it is going to come. Move's going to come across. 33 realizes that it doesn't matter. It does not matter. The CK illusion brings him down regardless. Oh my goodness. What a kill from 33.
A really, really good solo kill. And they're the type of kills that you want to see from your offlane. Apply that pressure, apply that movement, and now that happens bottom back to top. Just so many kills happening across the map, right? Whew. Already
just
a
like
2,000
last game
goals
as well. For like the first like 6 minutes or so, Beast Coast were making good trades. You know, it was not super in their favor, but also not going hard one way or the other. But then when it got a little bit maturing into the laning phase a bit, that's when Liquid really started to make the better plays, make the better movements, and get the more important kills. And it seems to be happening again here. East Coast needs to just get heads in the games, focus up a little bit, and not get caught out here on moves potentially. But Insania is coming across as well. But Pake, he's back in the mix as well. There's a simultaneous fight going on as Boxy will lose his life. They're bringing in the heroes here on the side of Beast Coast. Sure, it's just supports, but they want these kills. They want blood. And Pake may just find it. Chaos Bolt available. Sure, the Dual Breath is out, but it's not going to make a difference. Insania is dead. Misha will take it with the sticky bomb there.
Tiny's back
33 coming in round the side. Oh, this is scary. There is a surged up Iron Shell Tiny coming for you. Moves will not survive. Misho under the tower, realizing that he is not safe here. He is not safe anywhere. Pake in some trouble. Sticky bomb comes across. They're trying to buy him some time, but 33 once again with the wall, but this time they have the Stampede to answer with. But Misho just gets squashed as Mickey comes in on this one as well. Pake's like, where are all these heroes in my lane? Being run down by 3 cores right now on the Chaos Knight. He's just gone. He is just dead. Liquid. They are not afraid to bring the numbers.
Yeah, well, today I learned that the Darks of War can create 2 illusions using the TK.
Yeah, everything can.
Yeah, that's pretty awkward. Well, pretty rough. They're just getting outmaneuvered, outplayed. The speed in which Liquid move, right? Like, because Morphling can solo top, it frees up Jakiro to come bottom, which then enables like the mid moves to occur. Even if the supports are dying, just the natural motions on the map are Centaur has to AFK farm top. CK has to AFK farm. Like, these heroes are, 15-minute farming heroes before they really come online. Like, you need Armlet +1 on CK, you need 1 aura or 1 type of survivable tool plus blink on CK. And, it starts with a very optimistic go from Liquid. Boxy just runs into the middle of the free, Insania gets caught off by the CK, but with, Insania dragging them back to the tier 1 tower, while, if you look at the minimap, look at Nisha, the entire time he's just running straight towards the fight, and the Pangolier, he TP'd to mid. So Pango had TP'd out of this fight thinking it was over. Then Tiny rocks up with the Darks here, killing off the Phoenix and CK at the very end of the highlight.
Arrive? Okay, finally goes for the Twin Gate now. It took him a
It's
long
at the
time
very,
to actually
very
come
end,
over here, but yeah, noticed the opportunity for a kill onto the CK.
But there's no real overlapping move for Beast Coast to make. Like, the Centaur doesn't really want to be in here. The CK, sure, he's relatively strong. Boxy missed a hookshot top lane, but Liquid are trying to punish the static nature of the Beast Coast cores. And top tier 1 is already falling at the 12-minute mark. Clearing out the trees.
Spawning the cogs, just throwing them around the place, being like, there's anybody here. Vinley tries to go with a stun, interrupted though by Boxy. Boxy giving his life to make sure that his Morphling gets out of here safely. And he will do exactly that. They got the tower, but they'll get the return kill on the side of Beast Coast. I'm wondering if they want to make a bit of pressure if their own happen here. Not sure.
I don't know why, but that was really satisfying. I now want to play a clock game, just because I just want to stand next to trees and just destroy them all instantly. It was just weirdly just... It's really therapeutic to look at, actually. Unlike the network
it really
of the game,
was, just
that
the way
is
it
not
was
nice to look at.
Hitting them in circles, but yeah, there's a few interactions with the Chaos Knight thing. Like, if you Lotus a Chaos Bolt headed your way, then it can make an extra illusion on the CK, which is a weird one. Disruption from Shadow Demon can make a 3rd illusion. It's can grief the CK in certain situations. Morphling also, if he turns into CK, will get his innate and can make bonus illusions of himself.
It's not a very nice feeling when your carry just AFK at mid-tier 1 tower, is it? Just waiting for a wave. Oh, thank you. I can find my wave. smoke up though. CK. No, sorry, Tiny, Clock, and Jakiro. Hopefully finding the CK or the Sentinel.
Oh, Vitali's read it. He's out. Misho happy to
There's
just kind of
ward
waddle up here and tank the gank if needs be, but he's hiding in the trees to pop the smoke. Hook shot in though, finds him perfectly. I don't know how he saw that, but nevertheless, there's gonna be maybe a death happening for Boxy here instead. Misho's got to be a little bit careful. He's cooking up inside the Macropire. Got to respect that, and he does. He gets himself away.
Is under attack.
Liquid back themselves away.
Liquid, they're trying to get a couple more kills. It's not really working. But they aren't bringing the Darks and the Morphling, right? Like they're bringing the active Tiny, the active Clock. So the active heroes are looking for fight, not succeeding, which isn't hurting the bigger picture of their game, as the farming cores are still doing their job. Nearly 8,500 gold on the Morphling.
Wow.
Like CK's best timing is Armlet Orchid. Hango's getting jumped in mid lane. We'll see if he does go down. Ice Path hits him.
Needs to get out of these cogs, but if he does, he's going to take a whole load of damage. That's exactly what happens. Lumpy has died, but Pake gets a kill onto 33 in the meantime, which is honestly huge for this CK. Putting him a big step forward towards that Orchid and helping him get into the game. But now a jump in, Avalanche, a toss, hook shot onto the teammate and tossed in by Nisha to give him the damage. Nisha needed some ammunition and Boxy gives it to him. That was cute.
This is a very quick Manta though in the Morphling. It's coming out on Courier now, so it's going to be around about 14 minutes, 45 seconds once it gets to him. Oh, he went all the way from the Courier. He delayed it by 2 seconds.
Dire's bottom tower
There we go.
is under
What?
How
Show me the
quick do you think
graphic.
it
So much slower. Holy, who the hell did that?
Oh no,
I
that
guess-
game, yeah, I want to see that.
Someone didn't want a Morbid mask, I
Wait, no,
suppose.
it's now faster than average. Oh, what?
Faster than average, but slower than the fastest.
Ah, fastest. Okay, I misread the first one.
That's
Don't
all
worry,
right.
English is my first language.
People from England are notoriously the worst English speakers and readers. It is true. A little bit of heroes starting to coagulate on the bottom side of the map. Misho, once again, he's happy to be the canary in the mines. Make sure the coast is clear, play up in front of his carry. And he's even dodging out hook shots right now, which is pretty nice, so he's not even going to give his life for it. You can see here, like, this is good support play, right? Just good support map play where your CK is just trying to farm in this kind of deep jungle, so you go play out on the lane where you think the enemies are. If you die, you die. If you don't die, you get some valuable information, and you tell your carry, hey, go somewhere else. It's not safe here, my friend. And that's exactly why we see Pake moving into the triangle instead. Liquid, very hungry, eager to make something happen. They have their 10k net worth Morphling now at 16 minutes. Crazy amounts of farm on Mickey.
The Orchid just does nothing, right? You got Greaves and Manta in play.
It's tricky,
CK's
isn't
biggest
it?
timing is nothing, and Techie is going to get brought down, but CK's strength for the meta of the game is the around 15-16 minute mark, bringing an Orchid to the fight and dismantling a core. You can't do that in this game, and the preemptive...
Just getting beaten down. He's just getting beaten down. Mickey stealing the CK form here. In come Fiddly, trying to save the day. Pakey's got so many illusions on him, though. The wall's down upon him once again. A hook shot's there from Boxy from the side, and the toss comes through. Pake is gone, and now looking for more as they move towards onto the Phoenix. Phoenix going to fall as well. Mickey gets another. Oh man, Liquid, they're collapsing onto Beast Coast right now. Just as you think Beast Coast are going to be able to get their carry out of there, the combo of spells from Liquid comes through and finishes off Pake once again, who's not allowed to have a game.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Got to be asking the question here, you know, where are the rest of the heroes? Where is Lumpy? Where's your Supernova coming down? Like, that's just...
Where is the damage, though? Like, the only time they can win a fight maybe is if there's the Pango with the Techies, with the Phoenix, and you pretty much need everyone on Beast Coast to get a kill. And they just, like you said, they just weren't there. If you look at the minimap, Lumpy, he's up pushing the next wave near the tier 2. He's not contributing to this fight at all. He doesn't really care. I have no idea if he had TP or not, but just not reacting to this Liquid aggression. I mean, to be fair to Beast Coast, if you click on Liquid Heroes and you see the items they have, you're not going, hey guys, do you want to go smoke into them? No, you're you're finding a way to dodge them until you have a little bit more yourself. And you've got a drum Pavis on the Clockwork. You've got a 4-star Sooner Jakiro. Phylactery now complete on Tiny. So many items for Liquid to bring to a fight, and to feel like they can just demolish their opponent. Might already be entertaining the portion of the game where we're waiting for a BKB, or that's about it though. Like, Centaur and Pango aren't really going to be buying an item that gives me much confidence for this next fight. And yeah, Liquid straight to Roshan. They understand how strong they are. Does feel like a repeat of the last game. Just a really strong team, just playing their own Dota.
No response going to be coming out from East Coast here. The opportunistic nature of this team seems to have disappeared in this game as well. Whereas last game they were like looking for moments, they were looking for plays. This game, it's kind of just every man for themselves. Communication for Beast Coast seems to have either broken down or the call's been made to just not engage Liquid. But I don't think the game gets easier for them is my concern.
Yeah, like this type of call is fine when the game is like 35 minutes. And even though you're down, let's say 10k net worth, you're already at a point where everyone has like items. So it's not that bad, right? You're just one smoke from getting back into it. When it's barely 20 minutes into the game and your best play is to fully dodge your opponent, it is just a, a disaster situation to be in. And yeah, Liquid. It's an incredible showing. Like, BK Morphling. Speechless.
Strong. Very, very good. It's almost got Butterfly. That's insane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Are scanning.
Well, Beast Coast, they're even scared to go for a rune, which Liquid are nowhere nearby, but they're just trying to imagine every opportunity and make sure they don't fall for anything which Liquid are pulling. But ultimately, Liquid are just getting so much off the map right now. Now the TP's coming in. Almisho might be ending up in a sticky situation here. The hookshot comes through from Boxy. The damage is in from Insania and from 33. And they will be able to get this kill onto the techies. Still, East Coast, they get to get out on map. They get to get a bit of pushing coming in. And get a bit of net worth coming in their favor. Okay, we'll just go straight for the Tormentor.
Remember when pro players used to die to Tormentor because they didn't know if their hero could solo it or not? I kind of want Valve to do like the Tormentor Tuesdays, right? Where every Tuesday they just for no reason just change the damage values on Tormentor, just so the next week of pro play you just have these magical moments of like they die, all that, just they're too good at knowing what the heroes can do.
Yeah, we'll just make Tormentor RNG. Every single time it reflects a random amount of 0 to 100% of the damage dealt from every tick. Ooh, Lumpy on the run. Doesn't want to get caught out here. In comes the Rolling Thunder. The TP out is going to be successful. Meanwhile, Nikkei's just picked up his Butterfly. 21 minutes, 38 seconds as Pake will be able to find Insania. Insania finally getting a little bit carried away. No information being given from Lumpy up on the top side, letting Pake know that it's okay to go for a kill there. That'll be all good.
They're playing very split. It's exactly what happened in game 1, right? When Liquid got the Aegis, they kind of got a little bit relaxed, and now even 33 potentially could get picked off due to that relaxed nature, but no other follow-up from Beast Coast. So he just brushes off that initiation.
Yeah, no Rolling Thunder makes that pretty difficult.
Hookshot.
Liquid are coming in here though. Hookshot does come through. Pake immediate BKB out from him. Just wants to back himself away. Doesn't want anything to do with Liquid at this point in the game. You're not playing into the Aegis, Butterfly, Mickey Morphling at the moment. Mickey, he is going to steal that CK form, close the gap onto Moose and run him down. Oh, finish the job, finish the job. There we go. Gets him down and gets the kill. As what the heck? What happened there? It was like half an axe on the floor. That was almost disastrous.
Let's see who it was.
It was Lumpy's, right? Yeah, it's Lumpy's. It was half of Lumpy's axe just sitting on the floor.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Oh
fallen.
god. Well,
It's,
you have to recover from that one. They're hitting your base.
yes, it's time to maybe do
Focus
something
up.
about this Beast Coast. I don't know. I'm no pro, but I feel like your base is kind of important, guys. Lumpy moves, moving across. There's not a whole lot they can do here. If they try, then they're just going to get tossed back into their death. And as moves going down, bottom barracks is going to go to Liquid. Mickey scoops it up. Game number 1, it was a 33 show. Game number 2, it is the Mickey movie. Aegis is going to run out soon, but I'm not sure he cares. At this point, what's going to kill him? He's got a Manta for the Orchid. He's got a Butterfly for the amount of physical damage coming through. What else is there? What other threats do they have on the side of Beast Coast?
I mean, they are only about, what, 6 meters away from their opponent. They could get physical if they need to.
Under attack.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. There is that wall. The soundproof.
Yeah, it's very
separated.
scary. Oh, but Beast Coast, they are smoked up. Maybe if they get a jump. I mean, Liquid's given them
They
nothing.
wanted to get the tiny so bad, but the blink away makes it awkward. They'll move forward here onto 33. 33 is a decent target. If they can bring him down, I'm not sure they can. Mickey runs into the stun, and they get the kill to the Darkseer, but they've already traded El Micho for it, and Pake's looking like he's in a pot of trouble. There is a Supernova coming on down. Mickey Manta dodges it, though, to keep the chase going and get the kill onto Pake. Beautiful stuff coming in. Fiddly comes in with the stun, but it's too little, too late, as he's going to lose his life as well. Mickey now godlike, destroying this game. Boxy keeping moves locked down in the back lines, allowing Nisha to come in and finish the job. 4 heroes dead on the side of Beast Coast. Sure, they get the guy they went on, but the punishment is huge from Liquid.
Even the small things, just hitting the mana dodge on the egg. Like 33, he gets stunned up, and after hit, he actually gets silenced as well. He wasn't able to get the wall off, so stunned into silence, don't see the wall. Okay, he has one objective. Just go for the CK, and look at that Manta dodge, it's beautiful. Waveform comes back off cooldown and bam, get the
Wonderful.
kill. Just styling in this game too.
They really are. They really, really are. I mean, game 1, as I said, it was the 33's time to shine, and game number 2, sure, the whole of Liquid's playing really well, but yeah, it's been great for Mickey here. Hake gonna get jumped here. Oh, they managed to catch up Mickey on, but oh no, the combo is there. The vacuum with the ice buff. Does it keep the Morphling alive? He's trying to get himself away. He's got the strength morph off. He's gonna be okay, but they will bring down Nisha on the side regardless. Hey, Lumpy looking for more. Rolling Thunder's out forward onto 33. 33's in an awkward situation here. He's gonna try and search himself to safety, but Lumpy is upon him. Oh, the cogs. Nicely done from Boxy. Gets his teammate out of there to safety. Can they punish at least him? He's trying to jetpack himself away to safety. But he TP's out. He's fine. He's absolutely okay. Bye, Boxy. And this is it, right? Like, even when they're on the back foot, Liquid just seem to be playing it so crisp.
And they have to be careful. They kind of rushed down the mid lane after that fight. They didn't have the BKBs up, so that gave Beast Coast a bit more confidence, right? Like, Mickey couldn't just go, hey, this is my fight to crush again. No, he just sits back just a little bit. You know, even on the retreat, like the cogs to prevent the Rolling Thunder to connect through, you've got just the positioning. I don't know, it was really nice decision making there, and straight back into it. It's such an active game. What, 35 kills, 36 kills in like 27 minutes.
Yeah, I'm always happy if the kills per minute is more than 1. It's a sign of a good game. It's been very quick. Liquid, don't know. Like, yeah, I imagine they just control up the areas, wait for Roshan to spawn, and head to the high ground with their Morphling once again.
Yeah,
Do we have Bloodthorn up on the Chaos Knight? No, and it doesn't seem like he's going to build it either.
Yeah, looking for Manta.
Oh, Lumpy found out, caught off guard, trying to go for some deep camps here and cut some waves. And he is punished for it appropriately, as in the mid lane. They'll get a return kill at least onto Insania, but a position 2 for a position 5. I mean, I know UK mass isn't great, but even I can tell you that's probably not worthwhile.
2 is the bigger number.
Correct. At least Wisdom Runes are 1 for 1. Misha's going to be happy about that one as he goes for his Aghanim Scepter. Interesting choice for the techies. Not anticipating this one, I'll be honest.
There's
I guess you
decent amount of
can't
movement
surge
needed,
through it.
right? Yeah, exactly. It's like it prevents movement in the fight, but you need to kind of get close to activate it. I'm a bit torn if I'd want to see it, but we'll see. We'll see. 3 seconds faster. I mean, he's so farmed. Like, these are items that you sometimes in like a close game, it's like maybe 35, 36, but yeah, absolutely crushed it.
Like Beast Coast, yeah, they're young, but they're not a bad team. You know, they've been able to take games off some really good teams in this tournament. But Liquid are really just outpacing them, outplaying them.
Look at the smoke though.
I feel really tough. Yeah, Boo's the one to be seen though. He's not really the target. You want to just get brought down. He does get off the supernova here. Ice Path out on top of them. They're going to be able to just BKB up here on Mickey and focus. He's actually looking for Fiddly, which means that Moose is going to be able to get off the supernova. They don't go for the sun. Instead, they'll turn around, look for Nisha, but Nisha gets the BKB and force Staff out away, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. Lumpy's trying to chase it, but Lumpy himself is very low and does get finished off by Nisha in the end. The Phylactery does the damage with, I think, the tree throw in the end to finish the job there. They've lost the Pangolier. That's going to be about it. Oh, never mind. They've actually managed to find Boxy's return kill. But Fiddly is very low, and now the Morphling comes on through, looking for his target, stealing the Pango form to stick on top of the Centaur and bring down Bitterly. Godlike on Mickey, getting yet another kill. 11, 0, and 7. Mickey's coming for the high ground. What the hell? He's just running at him. He wants El Misho. El Misho trying to Ogre Seal away. Will get himself to safety, but the backdoor protection is down. Mickey just going for the buildings right now, showing absolutely no hesitation to push this advantage and bury Beast Coast.
What does Beast Coast have? Like, it kind of feels bad. There was such a clutch egg from Moose on like 50 HP. They're going to buy back and try and give it one last fight.
They need to get past the Morphling, find somebody else, but Liquid are respecting the buyback, just trying to cleanly back themselves away. They'll see Mickey, they're clicking him, they're trying to go for him here. 33's on the high ground, trying to help Batchy can move himself across Ice Path as well, also keeping Mickey alive, and now Nisha comes in as well. Oh, that's a lot of damage. They'll have to reconsider on the side of Beast Coast. They've already lost Paig, who has no buyback. Lumpy just trying to get into the middle of everybody. He can't get off the Rolling Thunder though. Lumpy, no, he's trying to get out. How many times are you going to try and cast the Rolling Thunder in this fight? Oh no, he can't get it off. He's dead, and that should be the end. What a way to lose it in the end. Lumpy casts about 20 Rolling Thunders in this fight. None of them go off. And now they can finish the job. GG is called. Game number 2. It goes to Team Liquid. What a 2-0 from them. Absolute masterclass from Mickey and 33 in these 2 games.
It was, yeah, a treat to watch. The way in which they just put their heroes on the map, it punishes teams who second guess themselves. And that is a problem that Beast Coast from Moose said themselves, that they aren't the best at always making sure they're in the right place at the right time. But for Liquid, you know, when you have like a Morphling into a Centaur, you can leave him alone. So there's 4.5 minute twin gate TP from Insania, moving to the bot side of the map, opening up the supports to then look to mid, refill mid bottles, just kind of do everything other than help the Morphling. Like, he doesn't need it. So then you pressure the CK. And 2 drafts in a row, Beast Coast, it looked like they drafted for themselves rather than what their opponent was trying to bring. And that was just a bit of an issue that they faced. Like, you can't play into, you know, Morphling, Darkseer, Clock, Tiny, when you have CK and Centaur who both need to AFK farm on the side lane. Like, Lumpy needs to step up and be super active. So I think 2 difficult drafts for Beast Coast in a series where they are the underdog has put themselves in a difficult position. Liquid then cleans up the 2-0. So, you know, fair play to Liquid. Beast Coast still not out yet, but kind of, you know, drifting slowly towards the bottom of the group now.
Scary times for Beast Coast indeed. They have to make sure they keep their heads above the water at the Riyadh Masters here. The quality of the teams is too high for you to stumble, and this was a bad stumble indeed. Not able to put off anything here versus Liquid. And what concerns me about this series is that, like, there was never really a point in the game, in either of the games, where I thought Beast Coast were about to come back or had some tools to move their way back into it. Like, I struggled to see the ideas in either of their games, which I think is a really scary situation to be in. So hopefully they can address that moving forward. They have another series against another very good team today. They'll be playing against Tundra later on. But yeah, as we've mentioned before, in Group B, you do have that cushioning, the Maus cushioning down here. Provided Maus continue on their trend of not really pulling out any wins, then they should at least be only fighting for one elimination slot, which there's a few other teams also down low there as well. But still, that's not the situation you want to be in here. You want to be securing yourself, at the very least going through to the playoffs and looking at the playoffs as a serious contender. But yeah, at this point, Beast Coast, they got to focus on the now. They got to focus on getting some wins under their belt.
Yeah, and so who's Liquid playing then? That's the other question. If they're Liquid's playing Maus. I see. Okay. Yeah, it does feel like today Liquid will probably just they'll just play up against the teams who are fighting for bottom 2, and then kind of go, hey, you really are now fighting for bottom 2. I would be surprised if Maus do lose to Liquid. Sorry, beat Liquid later. Sorry, my bad. But again, we'll see. We shall see.
Yeah, not to discredit Maus too much. Like, they did take one game off Bet Boom. They put in some good performances here and there. We know they're capable of putting out some good games, but the consistency is really not there for this Maus team. So it needs to be the right conditions for them to activate, which seems very unlikely, especially with Liquid on this form right now. So yeah, fully expecting Liquid to take the 2-0 later today. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult to look back on these two games because for me, like, all I can think about is the 33 Beastmaster in game 1, and now the Morphling in game 2, Mickey in game 2. But we will give the MVP over towards 33, which I think is fair. He also had an excellent game on this.
Just to clarify, right?
MVP.
This is a series MVP. So as much as he's Darkseer MVP now, it is factoring in game 1. Hence why he's probably shifted into that MVP position, which is perfectly fine. Again, he dominated game 1. He free farmed game 2 to then bring into the game, and yeah, Mickey did incredibly well on his Morphling. Easily was the game MVP, but yeah, I think 33 had a very stellar series, just constantly running at this CK.
It's hard to go high ground without this big aura boy behind you, keeping everybody alive, keeping them strong. And 33 really showing that he can do both. He can be leading from the front lines, building that Ags, building that Blink, building the BKB, going in deep with the Beastmaster, finding the solo pickups, or he can just build the auras, not get quite so many kills, quite as much damage, but just be there for his team and enable his teammates. That's a flexibility you want to be seeing from an offlaner. And yeah, 33 absolutely deserving of that MVP, but Mickey a very close second after his 13-0-6 record-breaking Morphling gameplay. Some fastest Satanics coming out there and whatnot. So yeah, very good stuff for Liquid. And yeah, I enjoyed seeing the Jakiro as well. That was a pretty fun pick from them. I know they've been playing it a little bit, but nice to see something different in the support roles, which feels like they've maybe stagnated a little bit recently.
I mean, I'm just always happy to see. Like, I think there's certain heroes that have just kind of shifted in recent patches, and Jakiro is 5 is one of the heroes, Sven 5 is one of the heroes. Like, it's kind of cool just because like these are heroes that I'm playing in ranked right now, and then Insanity's now picking them up as well. I'm like, yeah, all right, cool. These are just I know I've already seen and enjoyed the heroes a lot. So when I see the pros picking up now, I'm like, all right, now they're cooking as well. So I don't know, it's pretty cool. But I just hope to see that kind of maybe there's some more tech that we just haven't seen yet. And of course, like the group stage is a lot of information to obtain, but also it's not like this is not where the points and the money really comes into play, right? That is going to be in the playoffs. So teams are probably giving it their all, but not giving it their everything. That was a bad sentence, but you get the point. They're giving it 95%, not 100%. That 5% is what I'm looking for. There's probably some more strategies. There we go. That's a better way of wording it. Oof.
Yeah, there's more to discover, more to come through for these teams, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be throwing down as the tournament goes on. And, if we get any more of the meta developing, any shifts, any changes. We've already seen Monkey King kind of move up the hierarchy to the very front as he's now become the hot topic recently, being one of those first phase heroes. So, yeah, we'll see if anybody else is able to break their way through. Maybe Jakiro is it. It did do well this game. It did as much damage as the Pangolier this game, by the way. So, I know that comparing the winning team to the losing team is always a bit biased in that regard. But, it's still pretty impressive that he was able to get out as much damage as he did, despite being a Jakiro kind of trying to fight for kills with a Tiny and a Morphling who are just absolutely dropping heroes 100-0.
It's I just think like that game 2 draft from Liquid is what I like to see a lot in teams. It's like this simple combinations of aggression, but when you put it into the correct players' hands, they just own the game. And also that's the type of draft that can play the late game as well. Like because they've drafted like this before in previous series, But against Liquid, they maybe over-prepped or they got a little bit into their heads because they didn't emulate that, and like Liquid had to do it. So yeah, the best games are these type of games, and Darks is very, very good, of course. Tiny, very good. Like we are just mentioning like the tournament heroes right now. So we'll see that change up. Also in the future, we might see a change to like the draft order maybe, because like we have like the pick ban has been changed like in the last year, but maybe that could get changed up a little bit. There's always some logic which will help fix some of these draft issues, but also the drafters need to step up and make sure that they give us their best.
Yeah. But it's not like Beast Coast didn't have any of these meta heroes though, right? Like Pangala is very popular at the moment. They got their hands on it. Phoenix as well, also pretty strong.
Mesh.
Yeah, you gotta have ideas behind the meta heroes to enable them, I suppose. So did it come down to lack of damage, lack of lockdown? What was it really about Beast Coast which you didn't like, about why you didn't think these meta heroes didn't mesh together?
Again, like I kind of mentioned throughout the drafts, but like they're drafting heroes but not respecting what Liquid's bringing, right? Like in both drafts, I'm like, Liquid's going to just crush this game in 25 if Beast Coast don't pivot. They don't pivot and they lose the game in like 25 both times, right? It's like you can pick meta heroes, but if they don't, like a hero is only meta because of a strength that it has. That strength is built on either a certain timing, and Beast Coast just picked all the heroes but didn't respect how to get those heroes into those positions. Whilst Liquid, it's like we pick this combo plus this combo to kill at 7 minutes, we'll then be online by 12, and then Morphling can free farm. Like there's like a lot of layers. So it's like, yes, you can draft all the meta heroes in the world, you could have 5 best heroes, but like if you don't respect how to get them online, you are just going to fall flat, and teams like Liquid will just punish you.
All right, well, we do now have an interview with a Team Liquid now, so we get to chat to one of the members of that team and find out exactly what went down. Nisha, how are you doing, and how's your Esports World Cup experience been so far?
I'm doing great. So far, it's been pretty fun. We're starting to win more, so it's getting better.
Yeah, that always makes things better. Obviously, Beast Coast, maybe a bit of an unknown factor for you guys. What was your pre-game discussion like coming into this series?
Pre-game discussion, I literally didn't know who played there. I thought it was like Hector and Schofield, but different team. We watched some replays, we analyzed their picks, and they played pretty good. I didn't expect it. But after watching replays, I was like kind of scared. Glad that we had the good picks, so it was kind of easier to play.
Yeah, your picks did look very strong. I mean, how was it watching? Firstly, in game number 133, like, did you know it was going to be that good of a Beastmaster game from the beginning, from when you picked it?
I think yes. I mean, once we pick it, it goes to the hands of the master, and I don't even need to come to his lane, help him with Roshan. He like 1v5s literally.
It was very, very dominant indeed. T, you got some questions for Nisha?
Sure. You're undefeated on Ember Spirit so far at Riyadh, and you always go for the facet double impact. But Lumpy, the mid lane you just played against, he's also undefeated and only goes for Chain Gang. Do you ever think about using Chain Gang as a facet for Ember Spirit, or are you just just sold on the idea of double impact? Like if it's okay to go into a little bit detail between the two options.
I mean, at first I thought the Chain Gang is better because it's like more utility, and I picked it like a couple times. Won some, lost some, but I feel like more damage is always better. I'm just sold on more damage. I like to deal damage.
I was waiting for that to be the answer, honestly. I was like, it's either damage or control, and I was waiting for you to say, oh, no, just go for damage.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, Liquid has, technically struggled this year compared to previous. Is this the tournament that you return to form and you get second place?
Yes, indeed. We've been saving so many strats, waiting for this moment.
Ooh. Okay. And is there anything so far in the group stage that has shocked you? Do you think a team has underperformed or overperformed? Is there anything that you're like, oh, wow, and you're still kind of talking about in the team, like, oh, that team has done this?
I don't think so. I think from scrims we kind of expected what happens in the groups. Entity won the group stage, so they're pretty good. Tundra are pretty good. I think nothing unexpected really happened.
Cool. Thank you very much. Nomad, anything from you?
No, I think I'm done. Nisha, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Cool. Cheers, boss. Thank you.
Cheers.
Good stuff there from Nisha. As yeah, that's gonna do it for first series of the day. As Beast Coast do take the loss against Liquid, which is gonna put them in a slightly tricky situation now as they move down the ranks and have to fight up against the likes of BetBoom and PSG Quest for that second elimination slot. The first of which is likely, unfortunately, going to Mouse as they have to play off against Liquid later today. Ooh, T-Gov, you know, that was a tough series if you were a Beast Coast supporter, but a really fantastic series if you're a Liquid fan, because they had some stonking games. We'll see what our next series is going to be like. That's going to be Heroic versus Blacklist. Before we throw it to a break, T, what's your predictions for Heroic versus Blacklist?
Oh, Heroic have the slight edge, but I kind of expect a draw.
Okay, I expect the draw. I'm gonna go Blacklist actually. I think it's time for the SEA Renaissance. I reckon they've been looking stronger each game we've seen them, and yeah, we'll see if they've learned something from their series versus Falcons where they did get beaten 2-0, and they can bring that to their game versus Heroic. We shall find out, guys. We're gonna throw it over to a break, after which we will be back with the next series of the day. So we'll see you very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Hello everyone, welcome to another thrilling edition of Facet Blind Ranking. I am here with heroic best in the world here. We got Analog and KJ. How you doing, gents?
Hello guys, Analog.
Hi.
This guy's introduced himself 3 times today. I know who you are, Analog. Are you worried about this?
Yeah, people have to know, you know. Every time you say Analog KJ, the Brazilians,
Yeah.
just so we don't be the same, you know.
I am Analog. Yeah, that is Analog. That is KJ. Today we'll be ranking some...
I mean, almost, you know, like, need more, some years of getting...
Oh, okay, yeah.
More Dota years and I'll be like you.
Oh,
you know?
thank you. I hope not. Don't end up like me, my friend. Enjoy the hair while you have it. Let's play our game here today. I'm going to give you guys facets. You're going to rank them from 1 to 10, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. Trick is, I'm only giving you 1 at a time. Are you guys familiar with facets? Have you memorized all of them like good players?
I think we work with that. I think we know some of them.
You know some of them?
Part of our job.
All right, fantastic. Well, let us begin then with our first one, Quick Wit. This is Dark Seers.
I'll have to know by the name.
No, I'm going to tell you, calm
Okay.
down, relax.
Right. Yeah.
I will tell you. Quick Wit, Dark Seer's passive, he gains attack speed as he gets more intelligence. This is your first facet. You must rank it 1 through 10.
I know my offlaner always take this facet, so I would say it's
No, wait, it's just a facet, because like what makes it broken is a facet plus the innate. So it's just a facet, you know.
Well,
if you
assume the innate is good as well, you know? I mean,
I don't know the Dark Seer innate, but I think this facet is good. Like, I will rank 6.
Huh?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, 1 is the best,
one
right?
is the best, yes.
It's like 3. If you count the innate together.
Ah, okay, 1 is the best one. Okay, I got it.
No, we have to decide that. So we're counting innate together.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so it's the 2 thing.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's like 2 if you count the innate together. 2 or 3?
Okay, I'll say 4.
Okay,
we can have different.
3 then.
We can have
No, you can't have
rank.
different. You're a team. You gotta make a team.
We have 1.
Yes,
Not you, not me.
Look, it
3.
got nerfed. It got nerfed. So it's probably 4.
It got nerfed.
It did get nerfed.
Yeah.
Okay, 4.
4.
I think it's a 3.
We're locked in on 4.
We're gonna regret that.
That's pretty high, but okay, 4 it is. All right, very good. So you guys don't have a lot of Darkseer experience then, as I heard from this discussion?
No, we have. It's every game ban or pick. So.
Oh, okay. Well, all right, very well. So next up is one-man army. This is from Axe. You know, Axe gains strength based on his armor as long as he's away from his allies.
9. Super nerfed. 9.
Yeah, super nerfed. 9?
For me, it's 9.
Or 8. 8's a nice one as well because.
Can I choose one? Because you chose the other one. So for this
I'll go for 9. All right.
Okay, 9 it is. All right, so this one is, you just don't get this one because it's way too nerfed now? Is that accurate?
We're doing the combo with the innate, and the hero is not that strong anymore after he got nerfed.
Sure. We were seeing that in almost every game. Did you guys enjoy the Axe time? Did you spam any of that in your pubs? Did you try any of that?
I just play my role,
I used to play it mid when the manta works and you can.
Oh my God, those were
the
good
shard,
times.
you know, your attack was a very.
That was not good times. Good times X was when you buy 2 stout shields in Dota 1.
Holy shit.
And then you go 2 vanguards.
The double stout shield meta, that was nasty stuff. Yeah, that's only for the bald guys in the chat there. So yeah, for sure. Okay, next up is Enchantress's Spellbound. And cast range of enchant is increased if the enemy is a hero. Enchantress has increased attack range against that target.
You're the Inch expert. I'll live for you. I just trust you, you know. Just say the number, I'll trust you.
Damn.
I'll never even contest it.
How good is this one?
Oh my God. If you count the innate together, like your ranges are.
Why do you keep saying that? You have to count the innate. You don't get to deselect the innate.
No, I thought this was like an ability draft of fast you could put on any hero.
No, it's just like, how good are they in the world of Dota against each other?
9.
9? This is 9?
Wait, the X wasn't 9 the X?
No,
I think
X was 8.
X was 8. Yeah.
Ah, it was 8. Okay.
But I hope there's not worse ones, you know. Otherwise, we don't have slots for them. But actually, we want Enchanted, and then they ban my Enchanted because they think I only play this hero.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one's going for 9.
9.
9 it is. Okay, full trust. Is that
yeah, not even contesting. He's the Inch expert. Everyone bans it, otherwise you're gonna lose. Even with the 9 faced, you know.
Damn. Even as an Inch expert, how do you think about her innate? What do you think about that one? The double neutral item. Is that a meme or is that actually good?
It's kind of meme, but in theory, I think what the big brains of Dota thought was like, you get the thing, you get super fast because you farm jungle, and then your team get like super fast because Ancient is usually for tempo, right?
Sure.
You're gonna play fast. So if you get faster neutral items for everyone, in theory you're gonna have a power spike for like the 8-minute rune. At 7 you get like lots of neutral items. And if you are good, you can catch them in the air. You know that?
Okay. What? You can catch it in the air?
Yeah, like when you have one, it goes to base, the other one, right?
Yeah.
But if you're fast enough, you can catch them in the air. So you can give to your mid.
Oh, so you like put yours in your backpack slot and then catch it while it's in mid-air?
No, you just catch the other one and you go to your backpack.
That's some crazy ass meta. Okay, got it. All right. Speaking of catching things in the air, this is Leeching Leash. This one, Pounce applies to stacks of Essence Shift when striking enemy heroes. So you get this for Slark. You pounce and you get an Essence stack.
I don't even know that was a face.
Yeah, me neither. This is my first time. What the hell is this? That sounds wild.
I don't even know the other, just know the Barracuda.
Yeah, there's a Barracuda.
The Barracuda, that's right. Well, this is not Barracuda. So this is.
Okay, that's.
No, but Barracuda is innate. It's not the other facet.
All right, and I don't even remember it's like exists, honestly.
Okay, so where are we putting it? 9 and 8 is already taken?
7.
Yeah, 7, not that bad.
It has to be 7.
Yeah, it has to be 7, right?
7? Okay. I mean, you think this is better
it's 7 or 10, right?
No,
it's 7 or 10. It's 7.
No, it's 7 because the Barracuda is OP.
Yeah, but that's not the Barracuda.
That's not the Barracuda, though.
Oh, the Barracuda is innate. Okay.
It is, right?
Yeah. No one else
You
in
work
this
with this
piece,
game, you have to know.
I understand. No one else in this game has ever talked about innates. This is all you're talking about. It is facet. It is facet. It is the facet game. What the? All right. So what do you want?
Okay, 7 is good. 7, yeah.
Or it's 10. No, I think it's 10 actually. Pounce and get edgy.
No, Pounce and get edgy is a good thing. I think probably people get this one.
That's true. So it's 7.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, coming up next. Unbreakable. This one is for Lone Druid. The Spirit Link, only damage dealt by Spirit Bearer heals Lone Druid. And Lone Druids morph his Spirit Bearer into an enraged form that gains bonus armor cooldown 75% on Entangling Claws.
We don't have a laundry expert, but
we had one.
We had one, yeah.
Last year, our offlaner, he played like 25 pubs of laundry and didn't lose a single one.
Holy!
Like in the TI, when we were playing TI. So we managed to not play laundry a single game because everyone banned it.
Okay, that's fantastic.
PPP.
Yeah, so what I remember from it, and from his words in the new laundry, is the hero's garbage.
Okay.
So I'm betting for a 10 more than a 6.
Wow.
It's 10. It's 10 for sure.
This is the 10? This is the worst one? Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Are you guys sad you don't see Lone Druid these days? You like Lone Druid?
I
like, but not that much.
Okay. All right, next up is Rewards of Ruin. This is an innate, I think, or is this a fast one? I don't remember. Pugna receives 1.5 spell amp per destroyed enemy tower.
Sorry? They saved the
Pugna.
They saved the trash ones for last now.
1.5 damn spell amp per tower.
That's good for Pugna mid. Kappa. It's not good. It's not good, but we don't have more.
11? No.
Top 11.
All right, guys. What are we putting it? The lowest you can go now, I believe, would be 6. Yes.
Yeah, for Pugna mid is very
good.
Innate, so yeah, 6 is fine. How good?
6 is fine.
It's way better than the one main army from X. Yeah.
Oh, the one-man army. That is true. Okay, sounds good. Put that in there then.
Jesus, that's so bad.
What do you mean it's bad?
It's 2 amp. It's 2 amp for tower.
I think it's 1.5.
1.5.
Jesus.
That's
so
strong.
Bad.
No? Okay.
If you take 3 towers, which you can certainly do as Pugna, it's like a Kaya. How much spell amp is a Kaya?
Kaya, I think it's 8.
It's basically
8
a
or 10,
Kaya.
It's a Kaya after 3 towers.
That's pretty good.
If the Pugna was pause 1, he would not get this 8 anyway. He would get the heal 1.
All right, next up. Frostbound. Chain Frost lingers on its target. If it fails to bounce, can bounce again to new target if available.
This one is OP.
Really?
This one is OP.
This one's OP.
Okay,
This
where are
one's
we
like,
ranking
it's
that?
like 2. The hero itself may not be that good, but the facet, just the facet is good. It's like 2.
Okay, we don't have a 1 yet. We don't have a 3.
Yeah, so this is a solid 2.
It's going so like it's coming a lot of face it. So
no, but this one is good.
Yeah, I think 2 is fine. Like even the hero not being that good.
Okay, a 2.
I don't know. The next one gonna be like a super trash one, like Downbreaker.
Okay, take it easy.
Something like this.
We'll talk about the next one. The next one is Lunar Orbit. Moon glaives rotate and provide damage reductions while active on Luna.
This is good.
That's not the shard.
No.
No, the shard. I don't know what the shard does.
You were grilling me about not knowing. You don't know Luna Shard?
No, but I'm support.
Okay.
You have to know everything. You work at the game.
That's true. That's true. So where are we putting this one? Lunar Orbit, guys.
It's 4 or 5. It's not that bad.
sure.
It's good for Luna jungle as well.
I don't know. I'm down for 5. I never see this hero in.
Yeah, 5 is fine.
5 is fine?
Since the faces come, I never saw this hero again.
Okay. All right. You think we're ever gonna get support Luna back?
No, but we can get jungle Luna.
Oh, very exciting. Can't wait for those days again. Wonderful. All right, next up.
By the way, try it on your pubs. Gonna be so good.
What the hell
Everyone
is wrong
should
with you?
try it.
Don't, no.
Luna
Don't.
jungle is the next thing. Like KJ just said, I agree with him.
Level 1 Luna jungle? Or?
Yeah. Level 1 Luna jungle. Don't help anyone. Don't buy any sentry. Just go straight jungle. Buy Gloves of Haste, Rush Midas. You're gonna see it's very good.
I'm professional jungler. Gloves of Haste, Cutting Blade, then you Rush Madness.
Okay, great. Next up is Overwhelming Devourer. The name changes every time. Astral Imprisonment. Affected heroes gain a mana allergy debuff for 5 seconds. If they cast a spell, they heal Outworld. And then Sanity's Eclipse also does the same thing.
That's good. That's
OP.
good.
OP.
That's all OD gets. We don't have 2, right?
1 or 4?
1 or 4?
It's 1.
It's probably 1. Probably 1.
Have you guys seen an Outworld Devourer in a while?
We played against one.
Oh,
Yeah.
how'd it go?
With
We won.
with this facet as well.
Oh, okay.
We won, right?
Yeah, but he was destroying the game. He did Roche at like 12 minutes.
Yeah. He really did a lot from this thing, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
They had TI winner
No,
in
yeah,
their
but
team.
people get this facet on all these good heroes, so yeah.
All right. And number 4 then is Scattershot. Shrapnel, slow and damage are increased, but the duration is decreased.
God bless, we chose the God bless.
This is top 15.
This is 15? Is this like the worst facet? I've actually seen this, and I think that this might be the worst one of the game. Like, it actually makes Shrapnel worse.
Yeah, that's so bad. Like, top 140 best facet in the game, you know?
Yeah. Whew. Have you ever selected it? Have you ever seen this even?
I seen sometimes someone misclicking it and never saw it again, you know? That's the level of this face, like just rework this thing.
Okay, all right. So what do you guys think about your list? Did you do well? You think you got the best ones? Outworld is number 1, the most broken one. I believe your most dog one was the Unbreakable Spirit Lone Druid.
It's different. The problem with the Outward of our facet is that his ultimate already did that, right? So the facet is actually bad in theory that it didn't give anything new.
Yeah, but no, it heals, right?
Yeah,
it heals
heals.
HP.
It already healed before.
HP?
Yeah.
The ultimate?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
You ultimate people when they use spells, you get HP.
No.
Yeah. We both work at the game.
Bro,
we both
I work with the game as well. I'm professional.
Trust us, we work at the game.
But
Twitch
I'm
chat.
mid laner, I play OD.
Yeah, absolutely. He knows.
See all this.
I've seen an OD before.
No, OD does that, but no one remembers that.
Oh, fantastic.
Maybe in Dota 1, yeah. I never played this game.
I'm not the bald one.
All right, well, thank you so much for your rankings. You guys did fantastic. I believe that you did very, very well in our game, so well done. You can see a lot more of these guys coming up soon. But thank you for watching another thrilling episode of Facet Blind Ranking. Hello once again and welcome to another episode of Facet Blind Ranking. That's right, everybody's been waiting. You got your calendar, your Google Calendar said, "Tune in to Facet Blind Rating," and here you are. Welcome to the show. I am here with 2 very special guests. We got Timza Gabby from Blacklist team. What's the name of your team now?
Blacklist International.
Blacklist International, fantastic. Well, that's great. Great marketing there. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. Now, today, we have a fantastic game for you. I'm gonna give you 10 different facets. You have to rank them, 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. However, I only give you 1 at a time, okay? It's a challenge. You have to measure yourselves, be patient, be thoughtful. Are you ready to play?
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you excited to play?
Yeah.
Yeah, is this the best thing that ever happened to you?
We're just not.
Okay, let's go. Let's get started. No problem. All right, first one, slow burn. Okay, slow burn. This is from Lena. Okay, this one just her spells give 125 total damage plus 60% is dealt on impact, 65 is dealt as damage over 3 seconds. Slow burn. When's the last time you guys seen a Lena? It's been a minute for me, but
yeah.
This one ain't good.
Yeah, actually in dispatch, I actually never see like Lloyd Lena in for a long time because it's like always like this Spirit or Pango mid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, Lena has fallen off indeed.
Yeah. So maybe for me it's 4 out of 10.
4 out of 10. That's pretty high. I'm not going to tell you how to play your game, but 4 is it's pretty high. You feel the same, Tims?
Yeah, 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. You think it's the worst one?
Yeah, because I don't play it.
This is not how we rank them, my friend. We have to rank them based on how good they are. So, where are you going to land at? We have a 4, we have a 10. Where would you like it? Somewhere in the middle? A 7, an 8, an 11? What are we cooking here? You have to do it together. It's a team exercise, gentlemen.
7 lang tayo.
7.
Yeah, we go for 7.
7. That's a solid pick. Very wise. Very wise. Well done. Okay, next up is the Thorny Thicket from Dark Willow. This one is a bramble maze, creates 4 extra brambles, aka the annoying facet. You guys play against this in a row?
Yeah.
Okay. There's brambles all over the screen. I can't see anything. I can barely move my hero. This makes it impossible. How do you rate it?
For me, it's actually really annoying in the game. Okay, sometimes you always need to pop BKB, Lotus.
You're popping BKB for brambles, bro?
Yeah.
That's not good.
Because it's kind of annoying that you want to kill him really bad. So for me, it's 1.
That's what? I don't think you understand the game here. I'm going to read a lot of facets. This is one already. This is the most annoying facet in the game for you. Or the
I
best
thought I
facet in
need
the
to
game.
rate it like 1 to 10.
Yeah,
no?
1 to 10. But you all of them are rated.
Oh, I see.
Yes. So you put this 1, that means that this is the best facet in the game.
Yeah.
Tim's, what are we thinking here? You're the expert.
Yeah, 5.
5. A 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't think it's that good? Right in the middle of the pack?
I think there's a lot more. Better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you get annoyed by this?
Not really because I'm using it.
Okay, well, granted there. You would be the expert then. Okay, so we'll put that one as a 5. Coming up next is Bone Chill. This one, each Death Rhyme stack also reduces the enemy's strength. This is a innate from Ancient Apparition. So in the worlds of innates, how's this one rank up there? You guys like new Ancient Apparition? They changed them up quite a bit.
I actually never played it since
I
the
never
patch.
played it with 8.
Gentlemen, this is the Riyadh Masters. You got to try at least the all-hero challenge here before we show up. But okay, so you think this one is throwaway then? You don't see AAs around?
Yeah, just throw it.
Okay, where are we putting it?
What's the last one? Just put it on 10.
Put on 10?
Yeah.
10?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not even going to try to argue with you guys anymore. You guys are freaks. All right, next up, Solar Bind, excuse me. This one's from Keeper of the Light. Grants the Solar Bind ability for him, and also weakens magical resistance, slow, etc., etc.
Actually, this one is really annoying for me because whenever I play against Kotal, like he get like level 6 and he keep ganking other lanes. Like off lane, carry. Yeah, so maybe gonna put it like a bit higher. Maybe 3 or 4.
3 or 4? Do you agree?
Yeah, just go 4.
Let's go 4?
Yeah.
Okay, that seems fair. You guys remember Mana Leak? Remember those old days?
Yeah.
You missed that?
It's annoying.
How come that ain't a facet? Those were the good days, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Face off against a Dragon Knight, you push them, you 4-staff them.
Yeah.
0 mana. Would you want that back?
No.
I want it.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
You guys don't agree on anything. Okay, next up, no problem. All right, Mixologist. This is from Alchemist. Unstable Concoction. Cooldown. The Alchemist is affected by Chemical Rage. Cooldown is reduced 30% for Unstable Concoction. And the Berserk Potion cooldown is 50%. What do you think? The other facet is simply 250 gold.
The gold, right?
Yeah, the gold.
I think the other facet is more annoying.
Okay.
Especially like because we play against NT.
Yeah.
Just by battle.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you guys should pick Ancient Apparition, okay? I'm not trying to tell you how to do your jobs, but anyway. Where would you rate this one? Mixologist.
Just put it on 9. Ayun na ba?
Yeah, 9.
9?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm kind of following you guys. This is pretty good. Okay, Unfettered. This is for Lifestealer. Descends into a violent fury. Gabby, you know about this? Gain increased status and damage resistance. Applies a strong dispel and can be cast while disabled.
I actually never played against this Lifestealer.
What have you guys played? Sorry, just kidding. Go ahead.
Maybe 8 for me.
An 8
Yeah.
for you. Okay.
Yeah, just do it.
Guys, a little discussion here. The fans want to hear how you think. This is all a ruse. You ants, you insignificant ants, to tell you how you think. So please, what do you think about it?
I think the other one is better. This
is all you've been saying this entire time. You just think the other one is better.
I mean, this facet is like, I don't know. It make like Lifestealer weaker, I think.
Oh, okay.
Other.
So you guys put this at an 8 then? Okay.
Yeah.
8 it is. No problemo. Frugal Flitch? This is Rubik. F-L-I-F-I-L-C-H. Flitch? That word. Frugal Flitch. Stolen spells also have a lower mana cost for Rubik. Rubik expert?
1.
1. The
Yeah.
best facet.
Yeah. Okay, 2.
2. What did you just whisper there? What did you say?
I just said maybe someone's like better coming the next version.
So you pick this almost every time? What makes it so good?
It's like you have only mana when you get the spell. Because last time, if you get other spells, then you cannot keep casting it. You need to buy clarity. But
Okay.
right now, just one arcane and maybe annul. Then it's like only.
Done and done. Okay, this one hits home for me. This one is going to be Rotting Mitts for Undying. When he ults, every time he attacks, he hits a zombie. Does not work on Roshan. How you rate?
For me, it's not that bad. So
We have 3, 4, 5 already, and 2.
Yeah, I got 6. So
Yeah.
6 is available.
Maybe six.
And then
Six
you
now.
also have 1 and 3, I believe. 6, 1, and 3.
yeah,
Yeah,
let's
6
do
now.
6.
Yeah, 6, 6.
Okay, 6. Undying in a good state right now?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, okay. Alright, moving on. Spectral Blade. This is the big one for Wraith King. You can hit people with the blade. It doesn't take a lot, you know, it's basically I want to be a carry. I'm a big boy. How do you rate that one? Hopefully high, because you have 1 and 3 left.
I've seen a lot this past set. Maybe I'll put it on 3.
3.
3?
Yeah.
Why not 1?
Let's see the last one.
Okay. Well, that's an interesting way to go about it. You don't get to see the last one, it just is. All right. And your number 1 choice, the most broken facet in Dota, would be Brine Guard. This is Corrosive Haze increases Slardar's armor by 40%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most
Yeah.
broken facet in Dota, is that correct?
Yeah, this one is number 1.
Why is that?
I mean, it's really good against the physical carry.
Yeah,
I
but leg day, you can't be slowed. You ever play Slardar against Venomancer?
No.
Leg day, brother.
But when I see Gabi played it, it looks really strong.
Well, we couldn't use any better example than that. So thank you very much. How do you feel about your list? Feel like it was pretty accurate?
I should put Dark Willow higher more.
Yeah? It is annoying. Well, as you try to navigate your pubs through those horrible brambles, thank you for navigating this content piece with me. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being there. Remember their Facet Wisdom, and we'll see you next time here on Facet Blind Pick.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. I'm Matt Magician, and that's Hanskin. And Hanskin, we got ourselves a lit matchup to start off here. It is going to be Blacklist versus Heroic. Heroic, they started off really strong on this one. They 2-0'd Gaming, and then they've had a little bit of trouble after getting even a 1-1 versus Team Spirit. So top 2 in the group, they're doing well, but Blacklist, they're falling to the bottom right now. 3-7, all the way down there. If you're this Blacklist lineup, you see a Heroic team that can be so good but also fall so hard. How are you preparing versus this team?
I mean, it's tough, right? I'm looking at Heroics, draft history, and there's almost no consistency with anything. What we say is that they really like this Sven, which is obviously a good flex for them. They like the Snapfire, but there's just their drafts are everywhere and nowhere, right? I think this matchup is interesting because both of these teams are like, they're from SCA and South America, and these regions and especially these teams are known for playing more so on intuition and maybe scrappy in a way. Like it's gonna be the opposite of sort of like a Gaming versus Falcons type of game. Where there's gonna be a lot of movement. Probably there's gonna be maybe some funny picks, especially from Heroic side, and I think we're gonna see a lot of brawling in this series.
No, I love that you said that too, because it does feel, even though the regions are so far apart, they do have this same like really run at you play style, like don't give you any chance to breathe on the map. And it's not by some sort of like suffocating like slow map movement. It's like, we won the lanes, we feel we have an advantage, and we're gonna take it to you, which is so much fun to watch all the time. Excited to see what they do with that one, because we have one hero we know is going to be super contested from the both of them. Currently in the last, I believe it is 5 games, you said, we've had a loss on Blacklist, and 4 of those was with the Hoodwink. So they like picking the hero, but they haven't really had success with it yet. Whereas Heroic, they've got 6 games on the Hoodwink in their last few, and they've won all of those games. So it definitely will be some interesting drafts between the 2 of them.
Yeah, 100%. I think given the Hoodwink away to Heroic, it's definitely a bit of a risk, seeing as they are so successful with it. We might definitely see Blacklist getting that hero. I mean, it's hard to say if it comes down to the Hoodwink why they're losing, because since they've just been losing like 5 straight games in a row on Blacklist. Yeah, I mean, we've been casting a lot and criticizing them for, there's something missing in their strategy sometimes. They don't really have these aura stacking, they don't have team fight, and for me, Blacklist have really looked their best when they've got these hard carries for Natumi, like the Naga, the Morphling, things like this. But at the same time, Heroic is also known for their hard carry-ish style on Hector. In this sense, they're both very similar, that they have 4 people trying to make space, and this is one guy trying to, get this overwhelming point in the game.
Yeah, 4 protects 1. We don't hear it very much in Dota anymore. It used to be very prevalent whenever Spectre was super meta, but now we see a little bit more of carries getting involved early. It feels kind of away from especially what K1 has liked to do, but I love what we see from Blacklist as you talk about, like them protecting him. They are kind of pushing him up with the Naga Siren especially, right? We loved those games. They actually looked really good in every game they had the Naga in, because they're kind of pushing them up, cutting waves, and if they did get too close to the team, Naga will show up with an Orchid and help out actually. So I've really liked them when they've played with this. It's just whether or not they can kind of formulate the draft for themselves, because whenever Heroic, they did beat Gaming 2-0, they had the Alchemist 2 times, which is going to be a good matchup versus the Naga, and not many people have really been focusing versus them anymore after that series.
Yeah, the Alchemist is an interesting one. Obviously, with the new facet giving you extra gold, it's been really buffed in the laning, and something that Heroic, I noticed they've been trying to do a lot, is they go for these strategies where they have a lot of minus armor stacking. You combine, they had one game with the Alchemist and Slardar, they like going for Weaver, Shadow Fiend combinations, or sometimes Venge, Weaver, things like this. I know that this is something that they try to focus on quite a bit. And, drafting with purpose like this, it always makes sense. And
right.
Some other
I like the idea, because like you think about the Sven too. Sven is such a prevalent hero in the patch, so you ban one hero out to protect against that minus armor, and all of a sudden everything is so open for you. And that's a hero I think both teams have also been playing. So could work out that we see just like heroes eliminated from the overwhelming minus armor.
Yeah, 100%. Another thing that Heroic they're known for, that teams have been batting a lot against them, is on the offlane for the Vailama. He's been really successful with the Enigma and the Darkseer especially. We haven't really seen Heroic run the Beastmaster, and so if they don't get their hands on the Darkseer or the Enigma, sometimes their offlane picks look really funny. Actually, we've seen Snapfire offlane, we've seen Ember offlane, and with mixed results, of course. Also,
I
their
mean,
Night
that's
Stalker
kind of like the.
Their Night Stalker has been looking good, I have to say. But this hero, with that said, has gotten nerfed many times in a row now. So.
Yeah, I mean, the Divine Llama experience is definitely picking many different offlaners for the game. I do love him the most on his Timbersaw. I feel like that's whenever he really like shines. But yeah, he's picked up really early actually that Ember offlane. I want to say as soon as we hit into 7.36, he was going to chain gain and just running people down with it. So I would be interested to see it again. I think it's funny. I think it's cool to see a hero that isn't a strength hero with stun, but it can get kind of bullied, especially with Monkey King in the meta now.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, speaking of these these different heroes and stuff, like you know, Llama is obviously laning with Schofield, which is another player that is hilarious to watch and play against because they just have so many small tricks that they do, and I've never seen somebody, you know, walk around and taunt so much and, you know, really pushing the advantage. So I feel like they've really found their sort of duo there in the offlane, and, you know, sometimes for the better and sometimes for the worse, but there is going to be a lot of stuff happening on that side of the map.
Yeah, no, offlane is going to be a big focus point for the both of us. I mean, we've seen on the Blacklist side, it's been 2 games in their last 5 that they lost. It was the Hoodwink Centaur, and pretty much every time it's felt a little bit rough for us, both 30-minute or less losses. They've had different ones flow through. The Primal Beast has been another one that they've been targeting. So you almost have to wonder, if you're Heroic coming into this one, can't you just lock in? Like, I know they're going to try to get the Beastmaster. We'll ban that out. We can leave the Darkseer in. They're not playing it. So then all I have to worry about is a Primal Beast and a Centaur, which, to be honest, both of those guys have similar lane counters. You can maybe even open up a Crystal Maiden if you want to, because neither one likes to play into it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Blacklist, their Beastmaster has been their best hero on the offlane, but when they don't get it, it's been the Centaur most of the time, and, you know, to be honest, I have to say I'm not the biggest fan. I know they have a fairly decent win rate with it, sitting at 60% in 5 games, I believe, in this tournament, but I feel like this hero, it just falls off too hard. It's good as an initiator, right? But when people start getting BKBs, it's hard to land that hoof stomp after a blink dagger.
Yes.
And it's like the hero just falls off terribly compared to other offlaners, you know, compared to a Doombringer or a Pango or Darkseer or something like this. And obviously, as you said, Darkseer is not something that Blacklist is really... They haven't shown that they're ready to play at this tournament, so we might see them ban it either side here in the draft.
Yeah, no, it's so strange because I feel the Centaur is so predicated on being ahead in the game, being able to like kind of run over the map with your team. And so far, we just haven't seen them really get that lane pressure. It hasn't. I don't think it's really been unfavorable hero matchups. It's just simply been something happens after that laning stage. That's where Blacklist typically succeed in the lanes, but then it just falls apart directly afterwards. Something happens in that next 5 minutes where, you know, they have had some time now to think about it, see if they can make some changes for today's set of games. But if they haven't, they really need to focus their draft on something that makes that mid game easy for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, speaking of Blacklist, like their level of play has been looking great. You know, there's no concerns there really. It's just, I mean, their early game has been fantastic, especially, but
yeah,
it's mainly the concern is the strategy going to be strong enough to like fare into the mid and late game in most of these games.
Yeah. No, will they keep it going, keep that momentum for themselves? We already have an idea again of what heroes we want to see focused in this draft, but we should have a draft coming to you very soon. Players are all down, ready to go. You can see everybody's mentally preparing for the draft. Hanska, what do you think you are having going through your mind right now on Blacklist? You've had pretty much the same opener here, Hoodwink, 4 losses in the last 5. Are you still going at it? Do you even want to? If you're the support that's seeing this happen, like regardless of whether or not you have good impact, do you even want to play it anymore?
You know, it happens sometimes. You know, even if you understand that the hero is broken, you might not even want to play it after just so many losses, right? I think something that is undervalued a lot, or like under discussed, I guess, is that, you know, however the player feels on the day, whatever he likes to play, you know, this is what OG was known for, kind of. If you don't feel like playing X hero, you're probably not going to perform on that hero. So as we see here, they're not willing to give it to Heroic, so obviously they've been really successful with it.
I like the ban. I think it's good to get that reset sometimes. Like, it hasn't been working for us, regardless of whether or not we are able to play it. Just get it out. Give me something new.
Yeah, I agreed with this. And yeah, also speaking of the Darkseer and Enigma, I believe that these two heroes are going to be banned in both games here, regardless of pick order or blacklist, and same with the Beastmaster for Heroic. So nothing surprising there. Heroic, they go for their Clockwork, which they've been really strong with. I know that KJ and Schofield are, you know, they're really prominent Clockwork players, and they also go for the Snapfire band to protect.
You know, we haven't seen this Weaver come out from Blacklist in a long time, mostly because it's been the Hoodwink so often. Last time they got to play it, it looks like it was Carry Weaver, and it worked out pretty well for them. They at least had a good game on it. Unfortunately, Aurora did come back to win. But I imagine they do have this flex potential open. Versus a Clockwork, sometimes that hasn't been like favored, but with new cogs, it's not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a fine matchup for Clockwork. You know, the hook shot is always great, setting up, you know, chain stun combinations and stuff. And as you said, this Weaver is... I don't think we've seen Tim's play it yet at all. So it is likely to be the Natsumi hero.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to look. It seems like every time they've just been willing to flex it over into the carry role, which I personally like. I've talked about this ad nauseum, and I'll do it for the rest of the day. I don't care. I think this Weaver hero is actually so good in the carry role. You're able to itemize for pretty much any game, and you pick it this early. Something that you do have, like, okay, I go Maelstrom, I go BKB, I go defensive items if my game is really that hard. Or I can go for super damage if my team is crushing the map. Like, you can go anywhere you want to with this hero, and you don't lose his utility. Something like an Ursa you can't do that with, because you do have to end up going for like a Lincoln's and a BKB or maybe some other escape item. Well, Ursa really needs those slots, so you can't just like continue to grow without those. So it's kind of the difference between these, like, you know, Swiss Army knife heroes, Weaver and Gyrocopter specifically being two of them that both these teams actually could play.
Yeah, definitely. And also on top of that, the Weaver, he gives you a lot of damage amplification. He's a really good laning enabler. You know, you can pick almost any 5 with it, and it's gonna feel good. And you also are able to kill Roshan because you have a Weaver, right?
Yes.
Another thing in regards to this series in particular, the Weaver is a hero that Heroic has been doing really well with. Speaking of the minus armor strats they like to run.
Yes.
So it's kind of a deny pick, and they also go for the Sven here, which is also something that Heroic has shown that they really, really like. So now
they're winning the armor game, right?
Yeah, exactly. So now we're gonna have to kind of see Heroic. What do they? You know, because sometimes when you play these matches and your enemy just goes for your kind of strategy, if you don't understand how to beat it necessarily, because you might just have this feeling that this stuff is way too broken, right? It can almost be a little bit demoralizing in a way.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you might also have solid ideas what you're gonna do into it because you've run it so many times, right? You're gonna see when it works and when it doesn't.
Yeah. No, a lot of reps that'll do that to you, but I'm so interested in this one because in my head it's like, okay, Sven, you're in. You probably want to start angling towards some magic damage, maybe start banning out some of those aura bots in the off lane, but instead they go in for their own minus armor here in the Slardar. But why? I feel like the Slardar into the Weaver, that's not a great matchup. That lane can actually be pretty good still for Weaver. Sven is going to amp the armor of everybody on your team. He's for sure 5 paws now. What's the advantage here for Heroic of picking the Slardar so early?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea because for me it doesn't make sense at all. Like, you know, the way I see armor versus minus armor is that armor always counters minus armor. You know, it's easier to build, and it's like if you go for an ET, sure, like you can remove a lot, but then it's still the Warcry and stuff. Like,
Warcry is all additive armor though, right? Like you'd only really be taking that armor away from the Weaver still. So. You know, Slardar, maybe he's going to go for that Deso AC and prove us wrong, get all the minus armor that he can get, but I'm a little worried about it. I think the only benefit that you have here is that you've locked in this is a Weaver carry and a Sven 5. There's very little flex around for these two now, but that's the only thing you get out of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the one benefit I can see for Heroic picking the Slardar this early is they can flex it, because they've shown that Analog can play it mid very well.
Okay.
So that's the one thing, but if you don't have a reason to put it mid, I'm not sure. I understand that it can do well in the lane against Sven as well, because it's a melee hero. You know, you're able to get a crush off into the Willow spells and get another crush, and obviously bashes as well. So that's cool, but I just feel like it might fall off. you might be able to snowball the lanes a bit and get a Roshan because you have a Slardar, but outside of that, yeah, I'm not too keen on it here for Heroic.
Yeah, no, it's totally going to be weird. At least they do have, like, this 3-4-5 definitely will do some damage. Even with the nerf after the Willow, I didn't think many people would still prioritize it, but versus the Weaver, having anything on the ground can always be really annoying because it's significantly harder to kind of micro your hero for where it's stepping whenever he's moving so fast.
Yeah, I think it definitely makes sense into the Weaver, especially. Like, it's a good combo with the Slardar. You have a lot of slow, a lot of roots and stun, of course, and yeah, you don't really want to go for the Crystal Maiden here, seeing as then you kind of revealing that you're gonna play a Clockwork Slardar lane, which is not amazing. Like, they both kind of struggle into the same things. So yeah, I think the Willow makes sense if you're going for the Slardar.
It's a shame that this Sven, again, I'm very sure this is going to be a 5 Sven, because Grimstroke actually would have been something that I'd like to see. We don't see many Grim Weaver lanes often because of so much of the flex with the Weaver. You're always showing a pause 5 later, so you can keep the flex open. But hey, there's something familiar. Phoenix and the Mars. Now, sometimes when people double down on this, you'll want to go for a Lifestealer or a Juggernaut. But answering this game, do you think this is just the all-in combo, maybe to pressure the map on Heroic a bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I really like this approach from Blacklist so far. Phoenix, Mars, already they're going for a lot more team fights already, which is something that, you know, they've shown that they haven't prioritized so much. So if you're gonna go for the Mars, which is quote-unquote like a less greedier offlane, you know, it's hard to farm, hard to scale properly in terms of, damage output and stuff. But now you're adding a Phoenix on top, which is way different from what they usually do. Like, most of their games we've been watching, their support duos have looked like something Jakiro Hoodwink or something. You know, it's very linear. And now they've got a Phoenix on top of the Mars. And yeah, Heroic, they go for the Lifestealer into it, which is obviously pretty good into Mars. You cannot really die to Arena unless Mars just spares you before you get to react, which is, you know, K1 is a good Lifestealer. That's probably not going to happen too much. But the one concern is that you're playing into a Weaver carry, which that's not the easiest matchup. So they're putting a lot of trust here on the Slardar and the Willow to take care of the Weaver for the Lifestealer.
Yeah, I like the idea of it in that you want something that can dispel fire spirits, you can egg, and you want something that can rage to get out of Arena. Other carries, you're able to just kind of like spear Arena them, and then, oh, that guy's probably just dead. But this time, you know, at least K1 will survive, and if you aren't careful, can actually try to turn around and get that egg kill. So really going about, as you said, for Blacklist to kind of have the Lifestealer taken, or sorry, not for them to have taken care of, for Heroic to kind of take care of this Weaver. So if the Lifestealer can continue to step up in this fight, then he just owns everything. He takes care of these 2 offlane picks. He won't care about the Sven. Even Lifestealer into Sven, when Sven was the big carry hero, people like playing this Lifestealer into Sven. So I like everything about the Lifestealer pick, but as you said, they had to take care of this Weaver. That's really the big question still for Heroic in this draft.
Yeah, and Heroic, they're also a bit, you know, right now their team fight is not looking nearly as strong as Blacklist already, even considering you got this Lifestealer into everything that they've shown. So yeah, I was gonna say the Blacklist just take out the Pango, which is, it would have made a lot of sense. You know, more team fights, more minus armor, more Roshan. If you have that, you can potentially burst people, you know, before the Sun Ray comes out and tries to help people out, and, you know, before time lapse and all the good stuff.
All the good stuff. I guess we do have 2 different things happening right now. For Heroic, we're looking at a lot of low cooldowns, a lot of pickup on the side maps, but for Blacklist, we're seeing big team fight. Do you think that's going to change at all? Should Heroic get a little bit more team fight to go into this Phoenix Mars combo, or do they just keep amping what they have? Maybe get it doesn't have to be a Spirit Breaker, but something like this where you're able to be mobile on the map, single target heavy, so they can kind of kill Blacklist on the side lanes.
It's a good question. I mean, it depends what they have left in their pool, right? Like, because most of Llama Zeros are out. I don't think you want to pick like a Brewmaster or something for team fight. And from the mid lane, it's typically not that easy to add team fight. You know, like it would be a Pango, really. Yeah,
no, that's true. You have like group up, but that's not necessarily team fight, right? Like you can go ahead for the Leshrac, but it's not team fight. That's just get everybody together.
So they banned the monkey, so they must have some kind of idea already what they're going for. Maybe it's just gonna be like a classic DK, more pick off, more stun for this Weaver.
Could be. It could also be something that gets out of Arena as well, like a Void Spirit would still be okay.
Yeah, that would make sense as well with the monkey ban. Yeah, it's also really good with the Slardar amp and the Willow as well.
I don't think they're going to go puck. I feel like it could be okay. There it is. The TA. Very well. I'm surprised that it actually made it this far in, but you can see Blacklist there. Like, I know it's going to be an offlaner or a mid. So those are the two heroes that can be both.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a deny pick as well, the TA. Obviously, it gives you more of the minus armor, the death, so the traps as well, the silence can be great into Weaver, Phoenix, especially.
Yeah.
So if you look at what can Abed do to deal with this, I think this is actually looking like a fairly strong wind runner game, and that's something I know that Abed has been really successful with in the past. Although it's not like his typical hero, but I know it can play to a really good level.
Ooh, okay. Is this what I think it is? Are we sending? No. Okay, yeah, it is Razor into the mid lane. I didn't know if they were going to try to like step that up against the Lifestealer. I like it. I still think this Razor hero is actually pretty good. The extra spell lifesteal that you get is always quite nice. I think that this matchup into the TA isn't like fantastic because TA, if she does start with the meld on you and she gets like 2 points in it, you can still get kind of turned on in the mid lane. But I'm sure still it'll be a farm fest in the mid lane for both heroes.
Yeah, I mean I like this Razor pick a lot. Obviously, linking any of these cores is going to be a problem for them. And yeah, the mid matchup, it can be volatile, but if things go accordingly, I think that Razor is going to have a bit of an edge.
Okay.
But it depends. Like, they have really good roamers on Heroic. They got the Willow and the Clock. And for Blacklist, they don't have, Sven and Phoenix. They're not terrible, but they're not nearly as strong as what Heroic is putting up here.
No, I think this Heroic lineup, we didn't love it at first, right? This first three seemed to have been countered by what Blacklist was doing. But then this Lifestealer TA definitely like rounded out a little bit stronger for us. Teamfight is still in hands though for Blacklist, and you think how late we are in this group stage, how fearful teams might be playing because they don't want to get eliminated, right? Blacklist, if they get O2'd here, they're almost secure for elimination in this group A. So I feel the team fight might actually give a little bit of a shadow edge just because of how these two teams might be a little bit more cautious on the map.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely the nerves are going to play a factor here because both of these teams are potentially facing elimination soon, right? Depending on the results. So this game, we definitely, the Blacklist team fight is way stronger, but Heroic, their benefit of this draft is that they have explosiveness, right? They can potentially burst people, 100 to 0 in a matter of seconds, and they have a lot of combinations that are able to do this. Any combination with the Slardar, with anyone, is going to be able to burst people and stuff. So they're going to try to play. They're going to try to play more explosive and try to play a bigger map, I believe, and with K1 pushing out those lanes for them, the analog TA as well, creating a lot of space to get pickoffs. But if this game turns into like a standoffish Roshan type of scenario, where everyone's playing 5-man all the time, I definitely have to give the edge to Blacklist here.
All right, so it's the battle of team fight versus pickoff here. We'll see who comes out on top because, again, Blacklist, they are feeling it. 3-7 so far in Group A. Heroic had a strong start. 2-0 versus Game and 1-1 versus Spirit. Some would say even tournament favorites they were able to take down, but it started to falter afterwards. This is their chance to either grab it back or continue their fall down, while maybe even opening up for Blacklist a chance to get back into this playoff bracket.
As we see, Blacklist go for smoke, doesn't yield anything though. They have to walk over the Watcher, so both teams definitely, respecting each other a bit here.
No, they're giving. This is, I don't know. It's not quite, grand finals game 5. So I don't think we're just gonna see like no kills for the first 10 minutes. But still, people aren't gonna give anything away for free anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see, Llama is going for the steal together with Schofield bottom.
So that is what I would say is it could be slightly dangerous, but it looks like it will be 3 runes for Heroic. So Blacklist Rivalry starting off a little bit on the back foot. I love this. That's a 400 gold difference. Wow.
Damn. And also Llama going for his signature move. Blocking enemy waves, securing a good start. Not having to spend any regen in the first few creep waves is definitely beneficial. You get that brace route with all your tangles intact pretty much.
You know, with this new Weaver, you have like your Sakuchi, you have your Geminate already. I feel it's annoying. It'll be weird for the creep equilibrium, but he should still get all the CS. Oh, okay. I'm wrong. Good luck.
Yeah, he's able to get 3 at least. Not bad, not bad.
There we go. Oh, yeah. No, that's so good. So the equilibrium will be rough. You don't love that, but still good enough for both of these. And honestly, I like the advantage that they're trying to get because it feels once we get level 3 on Natsumi, maybe even just level 2, these bugs are going to hit it hard.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Sven is like not the most aggressive hero, but if Heroic are the ones trying to be aggressive, you know, you start fighting into the Beatles of Weaver and also the Warcraft Sven, you know, these trades are going to be tricky. So I think the Lotus fight is going to be pretty, you know, interesting.
Oh, that's true. I think the like people think about Sven and like his game and like how good he is, but he's a really good laner too. You've got this extra move speed on your E. You also have the stun that you can offer, and sometimes that's just what you need with some of these carries that are elusive, do a lot of damage. One stun can be all it takes to really get yourself the edge in that lane.
For sure. And already look at Gabby's start. It's a really good start, 10-1.
Oh my goodness. Lifestealer is the counter to Mars. I don't think so, man. This is a very good laning stage. Things are typically okay, but Mars is one of those kind of like do everything heroes. Lifestealer in your face, just bounce them away. You want to get a stun, get a kill, toss a spear at him, so you can do whatever you need in order to get a win. I'm just surprised it's this hard so early.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to mention that Heroic safe lane, it's not like, it doesn't have the most potential for pressure. It's like Clockwork Lifestealer after all. Not the best synergy there, you know. Lifestealer,
No.
not particularly strong until, you know, even the face boost.
I don't love. Oh, Natsumi.
Two brambles there.
Man, that's rough. Both safe lanes might start to have an issue if that keeps happening, but yeah, no, I'm surprised the Clockwork is in the 5 role. We did say that it was possible that it was going to be double melee in the off lane. I would have liked, I think, to see the Dark Willow top, but this is probably just like a player comfortable thing, you know. Goldfield wants to play it, not as much on the other side.
Yeah. I mean, King Donald has been really good on the Clockwork, and you know, they're kind of used to playing these slow lanes, you know, with K1 playing a bit of more of a passive hero, especially with the Alk, like I mentioned. The benefit of the Clock is that he's going to be really strong at roaming and potentially, you know, going for the Wisdom Rune Steal later at minute 7.
Man, KJ is such a mobile 5 hero, huh? I've seen so much of his... Ooh, Tim's, you're in here, but they get the first blood just barely, and he knows he's certainly going to die. Can he get the deny? No. So Hector, he'll get the kill, plus he'll get a nice frost creep there for himself. Unfortunate that they give it away, but it's not the worst thing in the world for your carry to get that solo XP for himself.
Yeah, I mean, really nice move by Tim's. He's kind of able to pick up the boots and the stick because of the first blood money, and so now this lane is going to be even harder for KJ after this. Oh, also getting the refill for Abba, that feels great.
Oh man, I think this is gonna be the first time we get to see that graphic where it shows one friendly bottle refill. That means that Abed is stopped because he had to have help from his team. That's what I tell myself whenever I'm in the mid lane, at least. Looks like bot side here, Sven in a bit of danger. Still had the armor to run away. Now the Weaver's the one that gets in trouble. He wanted to help out his friend. Instead, he's the one putting himself on the line. He will get to salve up and run away. That Sentry putting in some big work in this bot side.
Yeah, for sure. A bit scary there for Blacklist. I mean, if they're not careful, they can definitely go down.
It's all over, man. They've got a ward on the high ground. They've got 2 sentries here. Honestly, a little bit bold from Blacklist to not even care, not throw any D wards out.
Yeah, right. Usually every Weaver lane is like a complete center battle. We do see keeping some here, but potentially, you know, scary going for this E-ward. Sven doesn't have the best attack speed, and they're also scared of dying while they're playing with his low resources.
I know, that's what I do. As soon as I see sentries in the lane, I'm pinging my support. Get it out of here. Let me Sakuchi for free. They're getting some good trades right now. As you said, like, this is a lot of physical pressure so far from the side of, denied the sentry, but then takes it away from the other sentry that they have on the small camp. Oh my goodness.
That's very interesting. This ward definitely helps a lot for Schofield, you know, seeing everything anticipating when he's going to be able to place the sentries and all that. Now he actually goes for the Diór on it, preventing, of course, General to get any potential gold from that Diór. As you see, he just plays it.
Seconds away. Unfortunate for them, but still, the war did some good work. They got, as he said, a lot of advantage out of it with the sentry dewarding, but we'll see if it can help out through the rest of the laning stage, where it feels that bot lane should start to favor a little bit more towards the Weaver, getting more points in the bugs. Sentry starting to be few and far between, and look at that. Ally bottle refills, 1. Shameful.
Shout out to Tims.
And it looks like he's having a good time in the lane, right? They're getting everybody in here. And this time it looks like it is going to be a bottled rune for TA. Now TA's been struggling in this one, so with that rune, maybe this starts to even out again.
Yeah, this DD definitely matters. Now, if Abed suddenly tries to commit, you might get a DD meld on you, and that just might be enough to scare the Razor off. But they do have a siege wave still, so it looks like they're gonna try to use it here on Blacklist.
Ooh. I mean, everybody's still around, and it feels like for these side lanes, this actually is going to start benefiting the carries. Hector, as you can see, does very well versus Gabby now with this new open wounds being a basic ability. And on the other side, you have Weaver with the bugs. If you keep everybody here, I don't know. The offlaners, they might actually want to come in as well, tired of their own safe lane.
Yeah, and this mid pressure with the siege hasn't been too threatening so far, and we see King Jungle's going for the potential steal here.
Oh.
If Gabby doesn't show up, he might just get this with the cogs and the battery.
Right? I think cogs should be enough here. Oh, did they get it? No, the spear away! Tims actually ends up getting it. They did TP everybody in to do so. Gabby, the one to pick up the kill with the God's Rebuke. And on the other side, looks like they will split the runes Divine Llama to pick it up. So nobody gets that extra XP except, that Slardar. He actually kind of needed that one.
Yeah, he did. And I want to say definitely heads up play there from Gabby, coming for that wisdom. It sucks a bit for him because K1 was able to pressure the wave all the way in under this tower, but losing a couple of creeps for a wisdom, always worth it.
Hector just wants to unblock this camp so he can really start farming all by himself, but that's just going to get de-warded by the enemy team.
Bringing a lot of numbers on Hector right now, though.
So he does get the rage off. He's seen everybody here, has the infest, only has 1 creep around though, has to get out of it immediately, but it actually has the minus armor already. It looks like should be fine. He'll get on out. Almost a bit unfortunate there, but thankfully with the creep around, he was okay.
Yeah, Natsumi looked like he wanted to keep it going, but Gabby, of course, he just hit his level 6 right after the engagement happened, so the chase potential just wasn't there.
Yeah. Well, they will get themselves a tower, it seems. Whoa, that's an aggressive TP in from Willow.
Yeah,
Hector's still here.
Up to bringing 5 for this.
Yeah, they're seeing if they can get Januel. He's able to get the stun onto 1. Now Tims has the sunray, but not near enough to save from that Meld Strike on Analog. And here it goes, a double kill for the TA, just strolling right on up. Easy defense for Heroic, and they can just go back to farming right after it.
Yeah, he actually stopped the Icarus dive, frame perfect almost. You could barely see it. But yeah, Heroic bringing 5, showing to Blacklist we're not going to give up anything for free in this game.
And now, the reversal here can actually get the kill on Natsumi. Able to get the bugs out, stun away, but he's so low right now. I feel he's got to feel a little bit careful. You're getting close to the tier 1, and TPs could be available still from Heroic.
Yeah, some small punches back and forth, and this is, I want to say, one of the more tense early games we've seen. Everything looking very even right now, and no towers open.
This is probably going to be the biggest struggle then for Blacklist. Their mid games have felt rough, but this time, we need something that makes it easy. I tell you what, looking at if your arena is up and if your Phoenix egg is up, that's about as easy as it gets. So I think this should also be pretty decent for them to play around. Abed's having a good time in the mid lane, so he can start leading the charge as well. I'm liking what's going on right now for Blacklist if they can keep it going, but they need to force Hector out of here. He's been farming up for way too long. Here it is, getting out of here. A huge spear, actually. Able to get the rage away, but if he tries to TP out, surely he will just die. So now, with Natsumi here, this is a hard-hitting Weaver. A little bit more. Hector, can he actually escape from this one? The spear connects, and they'll get the kill. Gabby to pick it up. Hector will have to sit on the sidelines for just a few more seconds. And, even more so, Ahmed trying to get on top of Analog, but it looks like won't be able to chase forever. A good set of moves here for Blacklist.
Yeah, really nice job. And I mean, I was a bit skeptical when they went for the move actually, but just proving to have this Weaver into lifestealer makes makes it so easy. You know, you just come on over the gates, you're able to chase him down. You know, the rage and the infest is not able to protect you from this. And yeah, not even close to being a tower trade at all for Heroic, so they don't really get anything in return.
Oh, yeah.
Really good start from Blacklist.
The tower advantage pretty early for them, which is crazy seeing that that's the team with a TA, but Analog just hasn't been able to pressure that much. Razor is a hero that would like to sit in the lane, kind of dominate whoever he's playing against, so I get it.
Yeah, now we're looking at the support XP. Tim's just hit 5, so Abed is going to jungle it up a bit, enabling him to get the XP, and of course, they still need that blink on Mars, which is, he's about 1500 away at this moment. But Llama is actually really close to finishing it. As I just say that, he picks it up and send it over. So
it's
now,
pretty quick.
That is really quick, you know. Small build up, just a 1 bracer, no magic stick, nothing like this.
Whoa, that's like 2 minutes faster than the average this patch.
Yeah, it's really fast. So I expect him to make a move, you know, potentially smoke into the Minispell rune. They can easily bring this Razor down, go for a tower like this, or that's probably the most optimal move they can do at this point. But we'll see.
I almost want to see a shard, but I understand, like, at this point, your blink crush is really putting yourself at risk. You got to get some items so that when you finish that blink and crush in, that you can at least live afterwards.
Let's see, Llama also doing the right thing here. He's hiding the blink dagger in the corner behind the trees here. So.
Oh, I see.
It up. Schofield does not have a smoke, but King Jungles has one.
Oh, they're starting to see some on the traps here. Know that the Phoenix is around. I think they have a pretty good idea that Abed is up here as well. Hook shot connects. Huge hook, and yeah, you just can't get out of that one. And you're certainly not taking anybody with you. Schofield the one to pick up the last hit. Well done there with the jump in from King Jungles. His mobile supports are so good. We've seen him so often last patch on the Nature's Prophet. Now this Clockwork really fits the style that he likes.
Yeah, super well done. And they're not gonna stop here, it looks like. They're pushing Gabby to TP in, so Blacklist definitely looking to fight this.
Oh, and here it is. Spear into the cogs. They betray you, sir. KJ, after such a great move, unfortunately, will go down. Revenge for Abed, but still a lead so far for Heroic.
Yeah, not the worst. You know, losing your Clockwork like this, forcing the Mars to TP as well, so now he's stuck in the jungle. He can't really farm his blink as fast here. And, you know, for Blacklist, that's still really what you're waiting for. You need this blink dagger to really get online so you can make proper moves. Because as you see, the network is just growing and growing for Analog on this TA.
Yeah, no, he's getting pretty big here. He's going for the blink first. I imagine going to be Deso afterwards. Do you think he needs the early BKB since he's playing into the Mars Phoenix, or will he actually end up finishing that Deso quick?
I'm not a TA expert or anything, but my feeling is that he's going to skip this BKB for a long time. You know, he might go for the blink test or even the pike or something. Because if you think about it, they don't really have like this instant disable on Blacklist. You know, Sven is never going to be able to reach a stun on you. It's going to come down to the Mars blinking and spearing you, but obviously you need to pin it to something, right? And if that doesn't happen, you can just always blink out. So I definitely expect him to do the more offensive approach, being able to split the map harder, going for very early Roshan, you know, if he's able to grab an Aegis.
Yeah. Yeah, who cares if you don't have BKB if you got the Aegis? It's just another life anyways. I've seen this before. King Jungle's over at the Wisdom Rune now. This time he does actually pick it up, so sure, he'll die for it, but who cares? That's Wisdom, baby.
Yeah, worth it. Of course, Natsumi actually equalizing this. He's able to steal the enemy Wisdom as well, so not the end of the world for Blacklist in this one, but really good job by KJ. And they're also able to get the mid tower for it, so all in all, super good exchange for Heroic actually.
Yeah, really well done with these moves. I have yet to see the combo. I kind of want to see it. I've been gassing up this Mars and Phoenix, and have we even seen an egg? I know we've seen an arena, but I don't think we've seen an egg.
No, we haven't. They're gonna try to make it work right now with a smoke. Obviously, just picking up the blink dagger, they're gonna want to make this work, however way possible.
Yeah, I mean, this could be it, trying to play around an objective. They even see Analog. This could be really great or really rough, but a huge raise Hector. An instant blink away and a rage immediately. It just completely nullifies this jump. Wow, that is quick.
Yeah, that's very rough for Blacklist. I mean, They might still try to keep it going since they only used the arena, but as we said in the pregame, like this Mars, he needs to get stuff, like he needs to make moves happen, or he's just gonna fall off. And actually, they're separating. So
the reverse jump. They have the dust on the Weaver, but that time lapse is not gonna get you very far, sir. That Sumi just falls, and Heroic, they'll take that advantage and maybe even turn it into more tower pressure.
yeah, I mean, Heroic playing so good. You know, first avoiding the gank, getting that nice blink out from Analog, and then they realized that Gabby's actually left and Tim's as well, so they just go for this instant kill on Natsumi, and this is gonna give them another tier 1. Everything really smooth from Heroic right now. I really like what they're doing. They're playing very in sync, even though they're not all together on the map. They're playing as a unit.
Yes, no, they're playing really well. It feels like they're kind of utilizing these objectives as well, where like they know, they see this jump in from the enemy team, and as soon as they get away, it's like, oh no, they just used their arena. Without that, pretty sure fight is free for us. So they just TP to a tower and go right back at it. Maybe a bit of a blunder there from Natsumi to kind of stay, even though that team fight was gone.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now we're gonna be looking at like a minute. We're gonna looking at minute 320 Deso on the TA, and also Hector is getting really close to his Radiance, and with that they might go for the Roshan on the top side already. And
yeah, a lot of mischance, a lot of minus armor gonna come through soon. That could be everything that you need right now for Heroic, and this map is gonna shrink so far for Blacklist if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, dealing with this Lardar pickoff potential, the Clockwork as well, TA traps everywhere, and at the same time,
goodness,
you are gonna have a hard time killing these heroes, as we saw already. You know, when they go for the TA, it's not easy. Even harder going for the Lifestealer. So Heroic has the benefit of the wave push and the pickoff. So, you know, for Blacklist side, you would need some team fights, but if Heroic is not serving it to you, then it's not going to be easy to make it happen as well. You know, Weaver can't just go hit a tower and Razor as well. So you're just going to get bursted.
I didn't even think about it. You bring up such a good point with the vision that they have on the map, with all these traps, all the rocket flares. Sometimes when you have, a fight? Sometimes when we have a fight, I think. They really want this. They know it's happening here. Arena out with the blink away from Analog. He doesn't care. You've only locked up KJ. They do have the Sunray to try to help out, but jump through the bird. Has an egg. It's on the other side, but Heroic, they don't have to fight into it. They can just kite away for now. Let Blacklist stand in the mix of the egg, and as soon as it's down, TA jumping forward for more. Abed having to get away. Daniel trying to get them all out with the armor, but a huge crush. It actually catches Tim's in the midst of the dive. Hector's gonna start jumping forward now, but the team, you've gone so far from your original fight. Is this actually where you feel comfortable taking this anymore?
Yeah, they're gonna keep it going. I think there's no stopping for Heroic.
Oh my goodness, TA!
It's just so much damage.
He executed Tim's there. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, really well executed by Heroic once again. Like, they get this nice arena on the supports of Heroic, but they just don't have the damage. They're a bit scared to commit, of course, you know, with that burst potential coming out, as we're going to see in the replay here. Oh, it's just a chase.
I mean, I don't know. I thought maybe they could take the fight, like, far away, set up their own vision to get something, but this Bramble was crazy. Oh, yeah. Analog.
Wow, the damage is so insane. And obviously, all of this happening before the the Sven shard. So you got to be wondering, was it worth it going for this arcane boost for general over like something like the shard? Of course, it would.
It's such a typical pause 5 thing to say. The man is creeping by with 3,000 net worth at 19 minutes, and you're like, are you sure you could afford those mana boots? If you didn't buy that avocado toast, you would be able to pull yourself up for your bootstraps and afford that rent, Daniel.
I mean, it's true though, right? Like, some heroes, you really need that shard. I think Grimstroke is another example, you know? It kind of just makes your hero. I know that a lot of players are skipping it currently. We saw Insania, you know, skipping it earlier today. But that's in games when you're really, you're controlling the map. You're able to claim multiple tormentors, even the enemy one potentially. And if that's the case, of course, you can get away with it. But here, I'm not sure this Arcane's like. It's not like they need it terribly. I mean, Sven doesn't need it. It's good for the Mars, short, and the Razor, but.
No, I think most of the time when you're skipping the shard, it's more in favor of drums. It's not necessarily because you can't afford it, right? I think you're right. You got to get rid of the mana boots, because, or not get rid of them, but skip them, because look at how much of this minus armor you have on the Heroic lineup. The whole reason we said you shouldn't be able to pick a Slardar here is because of the armor that you get from the Sven. So because it's so centric to your lineup, I agree. You needed to just get that as fast as possible.
Yeah, things are looking really good for Rogue. I mean, Analog, he now has Aegis with his Blink, Deso, Dragonlance. He's looking really scary.
He certainly isn't, Daniel. Oh no, please let him get the creeps at least. No, I think King Jungle's got them. Still gonna be now 500 gold away from that shard. Oh, that feels so sad.
Yeah, it does. King Jungle's actually picking up a mech now, which is... It's not the most common item build on the Clockwork, but I like it a lot this game. You know, just having that extra survivability. You know, once you get caught in that arena, being able to survive another spell or two it can make all the difference in the world. It can be the difference of you casting your spells or not in a fight, basically.
I definitely like it. We talked about like what Falcons does really well, where they have like kind of this rotation of roles on the team, and this is KJ. Yo, okay, Gabby, that was pretty good. That was pretty good foresight.
But yeah, no, exactly when he's gonna hook.
Right, dude, that's crazy. But the switching of roles on the team, right? This is KJ being the aura bot for his team. Even though he could be like jumping in with the blade mail, helping out his team like offensively, he's just being the defensive aura buyer because Slardar, he ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, this is kind of your role as a support. I feel like most of the time you need to be thinking about the team, and in the end, it's like if someone is gonna score, somebody's gonna have to do the passing first. So really, I like that approach.
That's good. You play a lot of soccer?
I used to, at least.
I feel that. Currently a 9,000 net worth lead right now for Heroic. They've got the Aegis power play. And we even talked earlier in the game about the set pieces, where this game isn't going to be set pieces. It's going to be more chaotic, more jumping around. So far it seems to have benefited Heroic greatly, because the set team fight from Blacklist, it just hasn't shown up yet. Most of the time because of blinks from the TA, most of the time because of early rages from the lifestealer. How do they alleviate that? How do they fix that in these team fights in the future? Because you had to get an arena and an egg somehow.
Yeah, you kind of need it, and I mean, a lot of it's going to come down to how much threat can you actually put in this arena, because what happened in the top fight, right, is that they just placed the arena, but still they're scared to commit, right, for Blacklist side. So I think maybe looking at the BKB for Abed is a good start.
Ooh. That's a good jump here. Looks like the Weaver, yo, that's a carry, man. That's not a pause for Weaver. That's somebody who should feel a little bit thicker, but he ain't, man. It's been so hard for Natsumi to get on the map and get his farm, and now bottom net worth core currently in the game on the Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the damage problems that Rogue might have had, but if it turns to a split game, you know, where people are going to be playing alone, then, you know, you don't really have this anymore, this protection. So, of course, Weaver is just going to struggle to all this minus armor and the burst potential, all the stuns, so everything looking solid right now.
Certainly is. Still, oh no. Oh no, no, no. Mr. Observer, could you please click on the sun for me?
Yeah, I saw. It's
you saw it?
I mean,
is this the avocado toast? Is that it?
I mean, the way I see it is like, why buy Pavis when you can buy, like, why buy single Pavis when you can buy AoE Pavis for less?
I don't know. I was thinking like the exact same thing. Like it's not even like this is some like drastically different item. Like, oh man, I can't get the shard. I have to get this blink dagger. Like, no, I can't get that plus armor. I need to get this plus armor. That feels like the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, we shouldn't be too harsh on Janual here. This is kind of like a steal pick from them. Like
it's true.
This Sven is not their thing, and if you don't have this experience on heroes and stuff, like if you're trying to copy or doing something new, then you're not gonna understand when to change up the orders of your items and everything. So I understand that, for whatever reason they're going for the Sven, and they're kind of just doing what other teams here are doing. It looks like, and yeah, and also at the same time, I'm not sure if the shard would really be the difference maker here, but it just doesn't look great,
No, I understand. There's a lot that needs to go right in this game. Thankfully for him, shard is not the only thing they need. It looks like they do need to pick up on the Clockwork, though. Could be nice with a triple silence off of a TA trap only. Oh my goodness, and now the arena's out, but this is just a defensive arena. They still have the egg to use, maybe. He's on the low ground, could be okay, but Januo unfortunately used, oh boy, yep. Nope, Shard isn't gonna save you there either.
Yeah, it's rough, man. Like, the problem for Blacklist that they have right now, like, if they're not strong enough to team fight Heroic straight up, then, you know, dodging is gonna be even harder, I feel like, because there's just so much pickup, and the map is getting really suppressed. You see they're constantly cornered on their own side, and
yeah,
it's not looking great, you know?
No, it's hard.
Hector is also going to be picking up a Lincoln soon, which, you know, if you're ever thinking about a Hex for this Mars, you know, being able to get in before the Rage, that's not going to be possible. The Razor's damage seal also not going to be possible, of course. And so who are you really gonna attack in these fights? You're thinking about attacking a Life Sealer, the obviously has Rage. You're thinking about attacking a TA that has been constantly been able to blink out of your potential jumps. There's a BKB Slaughter, and sure, you can go for the supports, but is that going to be enough to win you these fights?
I feel like the way that we expected this to go was going to be more like my Razor is on top of the Life Sealer, so he can't really play the game as well. My Arena Spears should be free with the Egg, so then like the TA should still have a hard time. And eventually we're getting a Hex on the Mars, so who cares that the TA will start blinking away? Gabby will eventually have like this instant lockdown, but instead things have been so delayed from everybody. There's a lone creep running here. Another 2-man silence on that trap. Daniel trying to get the Godstrap to just run away from this one. But I don't know, this is still very hard for you to take the fight if you are Blacklist. Constantly getting ran on back, and now the Yule's on Mars, setting up himself for failure. No, the Sunray is not near enough to help him out with that one. The minus armor is overwhelming, and there's just nothing you can do to amp up the armor right now to help him out.
Yeah, it's just it's so complicated for Blacklist to start a fight, right? They need to get the perfect jumps, but who's gonna really enable it? You're not gonna have somebody walking in front, like giving you the vision that you need, and in the end it just turns into a messy, scrappy fight, and that's what Heroic really wants. This is a Halberd Mars who just gets one shot basically to this DTA, and
that's been really rough. And you can see here, like, going for a Lincoln Sphere now on the Life Stealer. He sees the only answer to him this game is going to be the Razor. So taking the Razor out of the equation just completely frees up anything that Hector wants to do.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, Heroic, they don't need to force the issue anymore here. They can just comfortably sit around the map. They know that Blacklist, they cannot really move out together. And they're gonna get the Roshan for free eventually, you know? It's gonna turn into a moment where Blacklist have to take a fight somewhere, but it's gonna be based off desperation, not of tactics.
No, I definitely get it. It's going to be because we have to, not because we want to. Divine Llama going to be the first one to show in. He can just be so clean with it. He doesn't have to commit as much as he to put himself at risk. And, oh, they got to be careful. Does have the BKB now, but he doesn't want to pop it too early. The fear came in as the arena went out, which means the team is just way disconnected now on Blacklist. Everybody from Heroic will just be able to kite this one through, and as the arena falls, Heroic, they see an opening. A crush onto, hookshot connecting onto the bird. Tim's falls immediately, has the buyback, but for what? There's no egg left. You're not going to be able to help out your team with that one. Gabby getting ran down by Hector. The rage will end, so he'll just start to hit the tower. It was a clean 1 kill from Heroic, but many ults expended on Blacklist.
Yeah, and I don't think you have enough to stop them now. Like, you basically spent everything you have, so this is going to be another set of racks. And what's the solution going to be for Heroic? Or, sorry, for Blacklist? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I just don't know. I feel like the solution is Hex on Mars. That is the only thing that can genuinely change this game, because then you actually get to chainlock somebody in the arena, in the egg, and you should have the damage, honestly, subsequent with the Razor. So it would work. We just aren't there. We have so much gold to get.
Let's look at this. Abed is trying to be the frontliner for his team so they can actually set up a proper fight, but, you know, unable to get it. The support's playing in really good position for Heroic, and eventually Blacklist are just forced to click their buttons, right? It doesn't yield anything, and then from there it's just too easy for Heroic.
What an immaculate fear, man. Just separate 3 heroes immediately. Mars, I think he was already committed by the time that the fear had dropped. Like, Gabby was already going in for the arena, so I almost wonder if that fear didn't come out and they could follow up on the egg. Do they have a fight? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like, they're just not able to pin these heroes down, right? And if they're not getting the supports, then who are you going for? Like, it's the same issue over and over. And obviously, Schofield and KJ, they're playing this fight super well, not really revealing themselves at all.
KJ getting the shard now, so he's going to be jetpacking around Gabby. Okay. Big blink. DP away. They get it. That's actually kind of interesting to me that they had the Aegis, but they TP back to their own side of the map to get the Tormentor. Is it really that important? I feel you've lost so much map control now, but maybe if you're 30,000 net worth up, map control isn't as static as I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea is that the map is going to be easy for you to grab anyway, seeing as they've had like 80% of the map for the past 10 minutes. And this Tormentor is such a low commitment for the TA. It takes him like 2 mils and it's dead.
Right.
And obviously getting the silence from the traps is super good. You know, you're able to cancel Sun Rays, you know, stop Mars from casting spells, same with the Weaver. So, you know, all in all, I like it.
They're going to start to go up the high ground now. Linking up on Abed. We're starting to see this kind of slow siege. They can just kind of look at Abed for a second, see if he wants to commit with that link, but then they don't have to keep going. And Daniel, gotta be careful, man. Still no shard on him, so the armor is a bit lacking. One corrosive haze, and he really could just fall.
And these towers are dropping really fast to this AC lifesteal. I actually hasn't finished yet, but the Deso TA just enough.
The armor difference is so in favor right now of Heroic, and I can't believe I'm saying that with a Sven, but they just don't have it in the tank right now. Analog able to jump away. They haven't lost the full racks yet for the jump in. They're looking for exactly the initiation they need. Daniel likely to fall first. Does have buyback, gonna get back into it here. Just the pause 5. That's not too bad to buy back in, but can you actually start a fight for yourself? Them jumping forward here, getting bounced around by the cogs. Jump through from Analog. They can't catch him yet. Still waiting for that one hook shot to maybe start the engagement to keep Heroic in it.
Yeah, I mean, they're bleeding everywhere. Mid and top lane pushing in as well. They're going to have to do something soon.
Abed just... Where did the HP go? He's locked in. He doesn't... What?
What? I mean, that's Megas. Yeah, they're just going to call it. I don't blame them at all.
Oh, my lord. That... Oh, what kind of damage was that hit? That was... I believe 1,000 damage. I need to see that again because I think that was actually a not a refraction, a side blade that hit him, and not an actual melt up directly.
I mean,
holy moly!
Overall, this game super well played by Heroic. I think, you know, not being pressured so much in the mid lane for Analog versus this Abed Racer was definitely a big part of how the game was able to be so stable, and they were able to hit their timings also. You know, Llama picking up the blink minute, what was it, 11 or something? Being able to start chaos on the map, pressuring, killing Abed as well. And then also I want to give a shout out to KJ. I think he did a lot of moves this game, you know, forcing enemies to constantly be responding to him, whether it's stealing wisdoms or, you know, just invading the enemy jungle, things like that. Heroic, they just look like they're playing with a lot of confidence. And Blacklist, they have been looking a bit shook for the last few days. I mean, it's understandable. Now it's the 6th game in a row, I believe, that they've lost, and it's got to get to your head.
I think the one thing that we could say that worked really well on the Blacklist is that I did like this Mars. I think Mars was dominating the laning stage. It actually ends up 4-1. So Gabby wasn't feeding. He actually played, I think, really well for what this draft really allowed him to do. I think this is maybe a team coherency thing, needing to take more fights together, and also, I don't know, maybe trying to be aggressive under vision. Some of these moves they made, they didn't really see everything compared to where Heroic, they had traps, they had flares, like they saw everything they needed to start these fights.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, after they get the first Roshan, and then the game is just a bit hard to play for Blacklist, right? They tried to go for these moves on the TA, but Analog was just too crisp this game. I feel like maybe if they were able to pressure him much sooner, you know, with supports rotating into the mid lane, you know, get Abed snowballing in this game, it would have changed it a bit, but of course didn't happen. Analog gets everything he wants out of the game, and then he's just stalling on them eventually.
Yeah, he really was. I mean, they were able to choose their fights so well too. I usually think about like Blink Crush from the Slaughter, like that is hard initiation, but it was such soft commit actually during these fights. You can see he just like blinks, crushes, and he's good. He's able to sprint away. Nothing is locking him in, and they can really choose when they finally can kill a hero. And there's constantly chipping Blacklist down until they have nothing left.
Yeah, it's tough. Like if you don't have, they have the team fight, right? But if you can't find the targets, I think like the Lifestealer made it really hard for them. Also the TA as well. It's two heroes that are really hard to start a fight with unless you have like some proper actual stun lockdown, right? And this time Blacklist they had a team fight, but they didn't have this lockdown that they needed.
Yeah, no, they definitely had the team fight to start. Unfortunately, not a whole lot of stuns around that though, right? As I look into this lineup, it is kind of a Stormhammer, your Arena Sphere, and then yeah, nope, that is it. So lockdown definitely a little bit scarce for them in this one. I wonder if they're going to try to change that around, but I like so much of what this draft was doing for them. I love the team fight of the Phoenix Mars. I love the idea of the Sven Weaver in the safe lane. I just think things can go a modicum better for you, and maybe you switch out the mid pick. I don't know. I feel like it's hard to say that this mid pick changes everything for you if it's not a Razor. Maybe it is a hero with a stun. That just doesn't seem like it solves all the problems we saw in this game.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? I think probably Blacklist were actually looking at his TA for themselves, so it's kind of a steal there. And I think Razor, sure, it looks good on paper, but it's just, you don't have much. You're relying on this Mars to do everything for you in terms of initiation, right? You can't really count on a Sven +5, and the Weaver can get a Gleipnir, sure, but he was getting pressured early game, and they were able to kill him a bunch of times with his Blink Starter, and he just didn't have the best game, obviously being that first phase Weaver.
Yeah, we can't do that much. Guys, we're going to come back to this one. Game 1 going well in hand to Heroic. Blacklist, they're feeling the pressure now. One more loss, and I think they do secure themselves at least in the bottom 2, hoping for some ties to get them out of this group. So they're going to come back with a vengeance, and we'll be back with not as much vengeance, mostly just hopefulness for this game number 2. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with our next game number 2.
Hi, I'm joined by Divai Lama of Heroic, and I wanted to dive into Baby Divai. You know, just how this whole thing started, how this crazy journey took a beginning, because now we look at you as a esteemed veteran of many different regions, a world traveler, a polyglot who can speak Spanish fluently, but it wasn't always like that. You had an origin as a pub player just like the rest of us, and I wanted to know what that was like. So what was the beginnings of your Dota 2 career like?
Well, I started playing Dota 2 when I was about to turn 13, I believe. I watched the Purge video.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'd never heard of Dota 2. It's very unknown in Belgium, where I'm from. And I randomly saw a Purge collaboration video with Markiplier. And I was like, oh. And I'd played Warcraft 3 in the past, StarCraft 2. You know, they had Warcraft 3 in my local library for some reason, and I played the game a bit.
Wait, then how old were you when you played Warcraft 3 if you started playing Dota at 13?
I believe like 11 or something.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. I wasn't very good at it. I was awful, like, to be honest, on Warcraft 3. I only played 4v4 games. But I saw like a video of Dawn, and I was like, hey, this is recognizable, you know? It's like has the same mechanics as RTS games, which I was a bit familiar with. And I gave it a try, and then I think 7 or 8 years later, I was suddenly, you know, like very high up on the leaderboards. I'd never really like. I had never really tried going pro until I was like rank 400 or rank 300 on the leaderboards, I think. It was never really like a serious consideration for me until I got really, really high. I went to university around that time as well, and then it was during the same time when I started going to university, and you know, I was getting like really high rank and well, like top 300, and some people started asking me for, you know, like to play in a stack or something, some qualifier. I said, sure, sounds like fun. And you know, I got into it more and more, and then at some point, like I put more time into Dota than studies, and I was like, all right, time to prioritize Dota.
You tell me you weren't rank 100 at your university at the same time that you were grinding out the leaderboards?
No, I mean, I wasn't that good at university. I just didn't study enough. I studied history for a year and a half, and then biology for a bit. But that was only for a few months, and then I just quit to try to play Dota full time.
So then that decision, the tipping point to be like, okay, well, I think that this might actually be a viable career path for me. What was the calculations behind that? Was it just the fact that you were getting approached a lot, the fact that you were high enough on the leaderboard?
Yeah, I mean, I was playing +5 at the time, and I believe I got like top 100, like at some point during that time. And my studies weren't going so well. I wasn't very happy with myself because I wasn't really feeling like I was doing anything like valuable in Dota yet. You know, I wasn't really playing in any real teams. But in university as well, I wasn't really doing anything. So I was like very disappointed with myself because I wasn't really committing to anything, so I couldn't excel in anything. And there was a bit of a dark period in my life. It was like 1 for 2 I was feeling pretty bad. And honestly, I just went to a psychologist and I talked with him, and he said, "Well, you got to do something and try your hardest at that." And I told him about, you know, like that I was actually good at this game. You know, I got top 100 in Europe, and he said, "Well, you know, like you just have to be realistic, set a realistic bar, do your best, and try to go for that." So I said, "All right, for 1 year. I'm just gonna go fully focus on Dota, try to get as far as I can, and in a year I'll reconsider. If I'm nowhere in a year, I'll just quit and go back to studying or do something else."
So overall, the Divai Lama from 2021 would be pretty happy with how things turned out?
You would believe it. I don't think you'd believe it now. No, if you could, like 5 years ago compared to where I am now, yeah.
Yeah.
This would be just like a dream, yeah.
Well, it's happy to see the dream come true, Divai.
Exactly.
It's always a pleasure getting a chance to speak to you, and best of luck at the rest of Riyadh Masters.
Thank you, Neil.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. I'm Mathematician, and that's Hanskin. And Hanskin had a rough game one for Blacklist here. They're facing elimination, and they just got absolutely trounced in game number one. What do you think you're changing here for the Blacklist team to try to get a victory and split the series 1-1?
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist, obviously, they've been losing a lot of games in a row now, and also dropping game one here against Heroic. It's gotta feel rough, man. Like, you're facing potential elimination, and I'm gonna use a reference that I learned from a very successful player in the past. You know, when things are getting messy, you know, you're not sure what to do. Just turn off your brain and play with your heart. And I think this is really what you're gonna have to do. Like, you have some really strong players. You've shown that you can play well together. Just go in there and bring it. Don't try to get your mind off the pressure, the results, what this game means, all of it. Just play a sick game of Dota. You know, be brave. I think that's the best you can do here if you're Blacklist. Because I know there's a position. If you start overthinking a lot, you're thinking about your strategy, you're thinking about your moves, you're thinking, am I good enough? All of these thoughts, they're only gonna be in the way, you know. So hopefully they have someone to bring this sort of inspiration into the team, and I know that they can do it. You know, Heroic is not some immovable object from Blacklist, but Heroic, they've shown that they are really brave. They're sticking to their guns. You know, we were skeptical of them picking the Slardar into the Sven, especially, and you know they're proving us all wrong. I think they just have a lot of belief in what they do, and for Blacklist, it's probably gonna have to be the opposite right now.
I love what you said, man. Turn your brain off. And if anybody's looking for coaching with that, I am an expert. And I think that also for Heroic, they definitely did prove us wrong. I thought that the Sven was going to be really good for them. They did answer armor with minus armor and somehow got away with it. I think there may have been some blunders in there, but overall, a really hard lineup for them actually to overcome and win so hard with it. So we'll see what they try to run back here. Looks like similar bans out, except for this time, that Hoodwink hero. He's still in there.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist, they're probably hesitating on picking it since seeing as they've lost their last 4 Hoodwink games.
Yeah.
But this means obviously you're gonna give it away to Heroic, right? Which I'm pretty sure they have won almost all of their games, if not all of them, on this hero.
Yeah. No, every one in the event so far they have won. It's interesting because I feel last game Gabby was my shining star. I thought he played so well actually on the Mars. So I don't feel the need to first pick his hero here. Just kind of like sack him back and give everybody else an advantage. I think that he was the one where maybe you even want to lean to a little bit more. But they do go for the Sven now on Heroic. They're not even going in for the Hoodwink, but when you think about these heroes that we're first picking right now, especially the Sven, it unlocks a playstyle for your team. When Phoenix was so popular, you'd almost unlock strength heroes for your team because the other team didn't want to do it into the Sun Ray. So for Sven now, you unlock this physical damage capability, whereas the other team now, you almost want to doom the Sven at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this Sven, obviously, Heroic, it's one of their better heroes. They like it on K1, they like it on KJ. I would be surprised if they put it on K1 this game, seeing as it is into a Doom, which is definitely not the easiest matchup, you know, getting doomed on Sven. You can't press your stuff, you can't lifesteal from the Satanic, and, you know, unable to, basically use all your kits. But you have some great combinations with the Sven 5 into the Doom. Like, I'm thinking about the Venge, especially. I really like that one, you know, getting the Aghanims, you know. It's definitely one of the hardest counters to the Doom in this meta. There's also the Weaver, of course, for K1, which he's been really enjoying. You can get a Lincoln's up. So potentially a bit of disrespect here, running it back against Blacklist with the same combination.
That's true. Stealing the combo for themselves. I feel like we have actually seen that in Dota a lot, where the other team has first pick. They're like, actually, you guys had something good going. I want to try that out because I didn't love playing against it.
Yeah, it's always funny, you know, especially back in the day when you scrimmaged against Chinese teams. You would run something, you know, like you had some pocket strat or a combo or something, and then you beat them in 20 minutes, and then the next game they're just first picking this shit against you. It's really funny. I think it's important to you know, be shameless in Dota and
yeah, especially in scrims, right?
Yeah, but also, you know, the key is that you understand it, right? I feel like Blacklist, we didn't get to see the full power of the Sven, and I think it's gonna look a lot better. They're one of the more prominent Sven teams in this tournament.
One of my favorite things to tell people whenever someone on my team is like, I don't know why the hero is so broken. I don't know how to beat it. The best answer is just play it. I've never got flamed so hard in a video game whenever it was like, think the enemy team is really broken? Try playing that hero for yourself. As if the game knew I was bad. It's like, I know if you try to play this, you'll figure out what's bad against it. Like, all right, fine.
I mean, it do be like that. It's not like in sports. In sports where like somebody shoots better than you or something, you can't just be like, I'm gonna shoot as good as you. In Dota, this guy hits hard. I can pick this guy and hit hard as well.
True. Always that easy. And so far, I mean, I tell you what, if there's a dream opener for Heroic, I think this is it. They get themselves the hero that they've won all their games are so far in the event. They have the Sven, which again, providing so much plus armor for your team. Really hard to take at him. And this could be just your support duo, but there's still, you know, obviously a little bit of flex for the Sven if they do want to take it into the carry role. But versus Doom, I doubt it.
And yes, Blacklist responding with a lot of pickoff. I think they really want to change their approach here. They want to go for kills. They want to be hungry this game. They don't want to go into some sort of overthinking where they have to focus on team fight or late game or something. They're just gonna get a Doom and a Disruptor. Like, it's great. You also have the Snapfire as well, right? Who can build the Greaves for you if you need it. Maybe even go for a pipe or something. You know, this is something that Tims was known for a bit earlier in the season, that he would constantly like play Mirana, heroes like this, and always go for Greaves pipe. So definitely they're covering a lot of angles here.
Yeah, no, I kind of like the idea of it, especially versus the Sven, right? Sven, big single target. You're essentially making sure that there's no more flex. You can focus on other carries if you want. Ember coming out as well. We know from this team, maybe that's their offlaner. We don't know, but likely to be a pause too. I think this hero is definitely an S tier mid laner. I had a Storm. I was like, what heroes am I playing into this SF? Because I feel like this hero is way too strong in the mid lane. And he was talking about how like actually Tiny and Ember both do like pretty well. So if you're able to do well versus SF in current patch, this hero has to be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And also, as you mentioned, the flex too. Oh, they're actually gonna reveal that it's K1 Sven. And they decide to go for the Shadow Demon, which is obviously a really good save into Disruptor. You can block the Glimpse, you can also disrupt people, you know, from the Static Storm, and also you can buy a little bit of time for the Doom. You know, I wouldn't say it's a counter, but it's definitely useful, right?
Yeah, no, it's something. You make sure that he basically has to press BKB now when he dooms, so that he can stay on top of the target to keep with the Scorched Earth and the Infernal Blades to actually get the kill. But I don't know. I like the idea of it. I feel we could have maybe saved this towards the end, but you don't have to, right? Like this Sven, we know what he's up against. This is going to be a Snapfire and Doom in the offlane. Sand King likely to go mid now versus the Ember Spirit, which should be a favored matchup now for Abed again. I don't think we seen Blacklist actually get to play this too often.
I don't believe so. I can't remember a single time I've seen Sand King, at least for Abed, right? I could be wrong. No, there's no Sand King in this tournament.
I'm scrolling through, I don't have to click on a single game to find out who played it. They just don't play the hero. So interesting for them that they're going to pick this one up. It definitely has done well when we've seen it. It's a very tempo mid laner. You go for the straight Bloodstone, as you said, for the sustain. How's it doing? How's it doing versus an Ember? How's it doing versus the burst damage of a Sven?
I feel like it should be amazing this game, honestly. Like, speaking of the Ember, like, you're gonna do definitely fine, if not better than the Ember in the mid lane. And you're playing into ST Hoodwink, which are squishy heroes. You know that you have the disruption save, but it's short duration. And even if you disrupt somebody, they're still gonna be sitting in Sandstorm and Epicenter pulses. And on top of that, you have the magic damage against the Sven Warcry. So far, so good.
I fear for your game against the Sven. That's the only thing. Whenever I think of Sven, it's like, you know, blinking in BKB God Strength, like so much burst damage. And, you know, Sand King wants these fights to go on forever. It is certainly up to the Doom to doom Sven, take him out of the equation. Because I think without that, Blacklist, they have a really good lineup actually against what Heroic is offering.
Yeah, I really like it. The question is now, what type of carry are you going to go for? Because they still have that Naga in the pool. They've got the Morphling. Actually, no Morphling. So you have like the Weaver for Natsumi. You've got the Naga. We've also seen him play Ursa before, but that's not really something you love playing into the SD.
It's two separate thoughts, right? It's like for the enemy team, I'm thinking that Troll Warlord actually could be pretty good. You're somebody who steps up versus the Sen. And even though they do have the burst damage, I think with a single bout of lockdown, you should be good to step up on this team. However, I think for your team's game, as you said, the Naga Siren is something they've played so well, and they control the map really well with it. But you're into a Sven, you're into a Shadow Demon. Like, do you really want to play it into an Ember as well? Like, it just doesn't feel like a good Naga game against the Heroic lineup, but really good with yours.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. You're also gonna have to consider the fact that you are laning with a Disruptor, which is not the typical best laner. Like, it's not designed to enable. You kind of need someone to help him out in that regard for the early laning.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you could go for something like a Gyro, which is not the best matchup into Sven, but when you have a Doom on your side, could work potentially.
I'm starting to see the genius of this Shadow Demon pick. It feels like every hero that I'm thinking of for Blacklist, like Shadow Demon just really makes you not want to play it. I'm in with the Gyro though. I think Gyro, again, is similar to Weaver, a very good hero on the patch that can just kind of build for everything. And especially versus the Shadow Demon, you're a hero that doesn't have like this buff that can be dispelled. You don't care as much about moving, right? Like, you can be a stationary tower that's just beating down everybody. Your single target damage is going to be the issue, right? You have to be able to burst down the Sven at some point, and he's going to be getting on top of you. Your team needs to have that tempo, but that's just a way to play the game. That's not necessarily a fault of the hero, so I'd still be down for it.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting what they choose, because overall their lineup is well rounded, but Heroic has the last pick. And they go for the Lifestealer themselves with the Slardar ban, of course.
Interesting. We're waiting for an offlaner, right? Certainly,
I
you
mean,
could just go ahead for the Razor.
You could. The question is whether they're confident enough putting the Ember versus the SK mid, and if they do, they're gonna need a strong response for Llama, which, you know, it could be the Razor. As far as I know, Llama is not the biggest Razor spammer. Like,
that's true.
I know he likes, you know, Broodmother heroes like this, but there is a lot of area to deal with. Monkey King.
Llama's crazy. Do you just go Timber anyways? No, Monkey King. Wait a second. Where is this? Okay, so it is going to be the offlane Ember. Let's go.
That's funny. I mean, you get this Blightstone Hoodwink and the double impact Ember. You're definitely going to have a lot of kill potential for the Disruptor at least, but there's going to be some troubles with getting this Lifestealer away. I think a lot of it's going to come down to, like, how well is Analog actually going to be able to do into Abed in the mid versus Sand King. This, on paper, sounds like a really good punish pick, but it's going to come down to the center battle, I believe. I assume Abed is going to be going for the Sandstorm route in this matchup. But it's very interesting. Not a matchup we see every day for sure.
It's burst, right? Monkey King, like it or not, he actually wants these long engagements in the mid lane. Sand King going to be looking to kind of get those creeps down, wait for a time that the Monkey King steps up, and then rip through with the stun, Caustic Finale, all of them, and hopefully burst down this Monkey. As you said, it's going to be big on the sentries. That's going to be something even that could help you live on Abed. But this is going to be the first time that we've seen him play this hero in the tournament, whereas Analog, I mean, he's been a Monkey King player for a long time, so this is nothing too new for him. I have to wonder, like, this is such a flexible lineup from Heroic. It's very squishy, but it also is able to move all around the map, whereas Blacklist, this is the first time I feel like they have a set standard. It's doing my offlane, it's Lifestealer my carry, a control 5, a damage 4. I think the only thing that's weird about it is the Sand King, but by all means fits into the lineup. So do we like what Blacklist have offered here, a little bit more standard, or do we like the wild nature of this Heroic draft?
I mean, for me, it's kind of similar as the last game in a way where, like, Blacklist, they have really good team fights, and they have a lot of scale in this game as well. But Heroic, they're gonna be more on the explosive end. Like, I believe this Monkey is gonna be able to do a lot. Like, there's not really any hero on this map that can stand a chance against him. You know, if he walks up, if he rolls up top with his face boots, corrosion, something like this, or a bottom on the Lifestealer, it's not gonna be easy to defend yourself from that. So if he's able to have a successful laning stage and then being able to rotate a lot, I think he can definitely tear up this map.
Absolutely. Can do so. And it is going to be another battle for the runes. Last time we did see that Heroic got the advantage. They were able to get themselves 3 runes. We'll see if that happens again. I doubt that was the reason they lost the game, but it certainly didn't help.
Heroic playing really aggressively this time.
Oh, so he does go double impact, huh? I was wondering if maybe you go chain gain because you're an offlane Ember Spirit, but double impact is just way too good right now.
Yeah, I think it also makes sense with the Hoodwink, right? You're gonna have the Blightstone and just so much damage. I think one Slight and one Acorn on the Disruptor is gonna be like more than half his health. You know, we're gonna see it at some
Poor
point.
guy.
It's not gonna be a fun time for Janual in this lane.
He's got 6 tangos, just hoping that he can survive. I almost feel like a ROP would have been warranted, given how much damage he's about to take. But
true. Not every day see a ROP disruptor, but I could get behind that for sure.
Right? It's like you're probably, if you're going to buy a Pavis, then it would have been better. But okay, so Gabby is actually in a little bit of danger here. Does get banished. They have the blood grenade, but oh, huge jump maybe with the slow. KJ still has the body blocks though. Gabby, I believe he is going to be falling here. The body blocks are way too hard. Giving that kill to K1. First blood already, Heroic. A very strong position here to start this off, as they also got 3 runes.
Yeah, that's
and
not
an
the
observer
start.
ward. Oh my god.
That's not the start you were looking for. 3 runes, a first blood, and an obs for.
Oh my lord.
This is a bit brutal, I have to say.
Usually you're trading some of those things. It's like, oh, we got the first blood, but we let them get 3 bounty runes. No, you just got everything, and now Tim's in danger as well. K1, a double so early in this one. Oh.
God damn. This SD proving to be really strong in these lanes, you know. SD used to be considered like a laning counter to these really strong universal supports, such as Techies. Obviously, with Snapfire being similar, you know, Universal Hero has a lot of stats. Delusions are going to be really strong.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you got this new toolkit that SD has. Every time he hits you, you do more damage, and it's just not easy for the Snapfire.
I don't know. And this mid lane has actually been pretty good so far in terms of the CS for Abba, but he is taking a little bit of harass for Analog as it happens. I have to wonder if this is about to pop off for one of them, but you see Analog put the sentry like really high on his own high ground. If you come over to Diór this, like you're gonna hurt.
Analog keeps abusing this the mischief, turning into a millipede, walking into a tower range and stuff. That's funny. But yeah, speaking about the mid lane, the key for Abba, I think, is to try to not let the lane be static at all. If that happens, that's going to benefit Monkey a lot. So whether the lane is pushed into the Monkey under the tower or into Abbott doesn't really matter.
Whoa! Another sentry, but he just, oh no! Alamak gets the kill. He could get the 2-for-1. Drop the sentry down. 1 on his high ground, 1 on yours. Oh my, wait, is it out of range?
Looks like it, right?
Oh no! I thought he saw the sentry get placed down instead. Okay, well, he'll be a little bit safe, I suppose, but actually this sentry sees everything they need to, so Analog, even though the death hurts, at least he has the sentry left.
Yeah, I mean, definitely overconfident there. I mean, tanking 3 creeps, walking on the high ground, it's yeah, not much to say about it except for the fact that Analog is way too confident. and that hurts. That, you know, you might lose your snowball potential now because Abed is gonna be hitting level 4. You know, once he gets his spell levels up and stuff, it's not as easy for this monkey to just bully him the same way.
Ooh, Schofield, Heroic, they're very confident on this Hoodwink. Won every game with it so far in the event. They will get the first kill on Janual, but still losing Schofield in return. So, well done at least to get that first kill. However, you know, Lifestealer getting the benefits of most of everything.
And that's a very interesting build on Lama, right? Brave Ban, no.
Yes. Go for all of them.
When was the last time you saw that on Ember?
Never. When's the last time I saw an off-lane Ember? Never. He's the only one who's ever done this.
Yeah. Don't try this at home, guys.
He's definitely the only one who makes it work, and I like the double. It kind of reminds me, I guess, of the new Broodmother thing. You just get like 2 stat items, kind of. Okay, I'm getting right-clicked by Natsumi. Okay, so I'm gonna get a Wraith Band. All right, I need to cast all my spells. I'm gonna get a Null. So I understand why he's doing it. The slow build up and hopefully helping with that laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I also like what he's got queued up here. He's going for the Mage Slayer. It's gonna be, you know, amazing versus tanking especially.
Yeah. And Topside getting a ton of CS over there as well. It seems that there's not a whole lot separating everybody, but Doom starting to fall slightly behind.
Analog trading again with Abbott here inside the Sandstorm.
Oh no! I feel like you're not supposed to win that one. He got the Jingu stacks up. That felt like the way to go. He has 2 points in the Jingu Mastery. This should be okay, Abed, man. We didn't think that he played this hero, but he's proving in one of the hardest matchups you can do, he can play the Sand King well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just here it comes down to the level difference, right? Already having the level 3 Sandstorm just offsets the Jingus here. If they're both similar level, then oh no, if kind of fails the wave pull there.
Was he? Maybe that was on purpose. You know, he just wanted to set back their equilibrium a bit. I can cope. I can do it.
But yeah, I mean, this first death on Analog into Abed earlier, that's what. Oh yeah, as you can see on the camera.
I feel that.
Yeah,
I feel that in my soul. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, they gave him the last pick for this, and dying twice, you know, in some ways you might think that you're letting your team down, but he still has a lot of room to redeem himself here. You know, it's not over yet. It's still very early days.
It's certainly the frustration that he knows he can do better, and top side will have the bushback on Gabby. Already died once here, and a huge stun in from K1, getting himself another kill. That is 3 for him. He is now technically on a killing spree just in the laning stage. So this Sven, he's eating good today.
He is, and he's gonna keep eating, as we know. K1, he loves that farm, and
he's gonna keep it up, man.
General.
I think he just okay, unfortunate, but they did give him closer to the rune. Thankfully, Schofield is on the other side, so he's actually just gonna pick it up for himself. No bottle on the monkey. I tell you what, again, he has to feel so frustrated with this lane because a lot of things are going well for him. You know, he had the levels, he had 2 points in his Jingu. He has the sentry on the enemy high ground, so he knows that he can actually take these fights. It's just, however Abed is managing to play these micro engagements, he's playing it perfectly on the Sand King, just not allowing any pressure for the Monkey King.
Yeah, for sure. Here we see Schofield coming up top again. I'm not sure if they really want to go for this time. It seems a bit brave into the Doom. Obviously sitting with the Lotus and Magic Wand. But Schofield, they're bringing Analog as well. They're going to go for this Wisdom.
Interesting. I mean, they could get it here. Have the bushwhack. Need to bring Analog up, but you have to wonder, what's that Monkey King doing all the way over here? And it looks like Daniel, oh no, does he have the glibs away? Oh no, he doesn't. Okay, so they will split runes. Divine Llama does manage to pick it up there. So nobody's going to be starving today.
Yeah, once again, the offlaners having to, you know, move backwards to secure the Wisdoms. And it turns into a just straight up trade. While Abed is farming a lot of stacks. He's almost level 8 on this Sand King with the Finnish Magic Wand, Bracer, and Face Boots. The only problem for him is
there's a hoodwink down here.
It's running through the tier 2.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh, please don't. Where's the clown music? Do we have that on tap? Oh, okay. He's just out of here. Never mind.
This is such a classic Schofield thing, I feel like.
Right? Not even like hunting for bounty or for barriers. He's just running down here to be a nuisance.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Interesting stacking with the Stinger.
He plays this. This is. I am surprised it's taking him this long to pull it out in the tournament because he's playing this so well. I wish I could have seen more of this from him.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, Sand King has been one of the strongest mid heroes in the meta for a reason. So
yeah,
if he can do this well into a Monkey King, then I mean,
right?
You're gonna, yeah. It's just great, right? Like you should have.
An Analog Monkey. Analog is a really good Monkey King. I have to stress, it doesn't look like it right now, but Analog has played this versus plenty of matchups. He's very good at it. Like, if you're able to take this Sand King, having not played it in the tournament at all, turn it into an Analog Monkey King and win the lane, that hero's pretty good.
Oh, and they're going on K1, but who's really going on who here?
I'm not locked in here with you, Gabby.
Oh,
getting the turnaround, a nice Doom. Whoa, just in time. They'll try to get a revenge kill on the Doom, but he's done his job. They get the kill on Schofield. Sven will, he should tick out. He will tick out. Gabby to pick up the kill, but Analog coming in here does kind of make this better for his team, knowing they could have lost a lot more without any trading, but instead it will be 2 for 2. Still net worth looking pretty stagnant at this 1K lead for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that has to favor Blacklist regardless. This Sven is top net worth, and before this engagement, he was level 8 and Gabby was sitting at level 5, so... Yeah, look at this. You know, Abed showing up here, Gabby getting 6 off of this creep right here, securing the Doom.
Oh! That's so clutch. It's crazy, and look at how like low he was when he got doomed. He almost lived.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if K1 has one more deny in this laning stage, then he's surviving that. So,
Ooh,
you know.
we get to flame him now for not winning the lane. 6K net worth. He's easy, dude. 6K net. And like the Sand King's also, bro, there's so many heroes that are just super farmed in this game. It's amazing that Doom is the one that is lowest on the net right now. Only 3,700, but not so bad considering what the start was for him. KJ likely to fall. Sandstorm way too powerful. And even Schofield taking a lot. Mortimer's Kiss is coming out. The Frost Gloves, they connect on twice, and they got it. Schofield falls. Nice job from Tim's here. And Blacklist, they have another lane where this is perfectly in their hands. They have a mid laner who's doing well. Can they keep up the pressure? Are they going to feel the revenge from Heroic?
Dude, Tim's is level 7, Schofield is level 4.
Oh. I mean, they're actually just taking these aggressive farm. I mean, one of the best things you can do as Sand King, regardless of how the lane goes, is just take that aggressive farm away. Your Sandstorm is so hard to fight into. If you're just popping creeps around it as well, the enemy team can't hold a flame to you.
And I think if you look at Heroic's lineup and where the game state is right now, who's really gonna deal with this Sand King at this point? Like, I feel like you don't really have enough to bring him down if Analog is not able to sit in the Sandstorm and just constantly hitting him, right? Which hasn't been the case so far. You're really gonna need K1 to get online if you want to deal with his Sand King, so Blacklist just leveraging this, playing very offensive on the map, and it's gonna take a while before
is BKB, right? Like, that's what online means. That's gonna be a while.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's looking at, he just finished Mask of Madness and Echo Saber, so it's great. He's not that, I mean, it's a full BKB pretty much, but it's not gonna take him that long at least.
I'd hope so.
But at the same time, you know, if Abed gets to start the fight, you know, you might get a Doom on K1 and you might just blow up the Monkey straight out the bat, because he's not going to be looking to have a BKB anytime soon. He's going for the Maelstrom first. And now they're jumping Analog on top lane.
Ooh, Glimpse, it does connect, and he's not jumping out of this one. Stun does connect on him as well. Abed likely to pick it up. No, Gabby the one to find it. Without Doom even used here, I mean, this is a little bit hard now for the Monkey. If his game continues to fall behind, he may not be able to step up whatsoever, and it'll be all on K1. Now, thankfully, he's got the net, and theoretically should be tanky enough, but that's a hard place to put K1 in after he's really dominating his lane.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Analog, his game is not going to get much easier. Like, he's going to definitely need a BKB this game, but even then, you're playing into a Doom, right? And Natsumi, everything's going great for him right now. As we know, Ember is not a hero that can pressure the lifesteal on the lane, so he's looking at total free farm as well on top of this.
They don't have a real natural way to kite out the Doom as well here for Heroic, so if you don't have Aegis, this is one of those games where you're looking at maybe BKB and Lincoln Sphere carry, which is always a terrible place to be. Maybe they kind of skip out and they only go like BKB S and Y, so that they can have a little bit of that status resistance, but it's going to be really hard to itemize in this one if you continue to lose the map like this to the Sand King.
Here we go. Looks like we're going to have a 5-on-5 here. The initiation is going to be really, really important.
Smoke up, and yeah, can they catch the big fish? That's certainly who they want. The one hero that can step in front, take him out. And K1 falls immediately. The rest of the team will try to take a fight afterwards, but look at the Llama. He is just, getting one kill instantly on Januel, not able to throw down the Static Storm. This could be the turnaround they need on Heroic, even if they have lost the Sven, but here on the backside, Abed not sitting the Sandstorm just yet, forcing out the defensive disruption from the from KJ, and he just falls. In the midst of the Sandstorm, this is a really hard fight. Analog's trying for it. He's got the JQ stacks, but this is not your home. This is Abed's place to live, and well, Divine Llama, even though he started this fight quite well for his team, he's got to get out of here.
Oh, what a dodge from Abed.
Huge blink. Oh, Abed. He's styling on them, and a little bit of blood in the water, but Divine Llama, can he really get this kill? Going back in, this is the second time we've seen
the cleave gets him.
And with the cleave, he gets the kill, a huge kill spree now, getting taken out. They still end up losing Divine Llama, sure, but K1, he'll take that every day. Some of you may die, but that's a risk that he's willing to take.
Yeah, overall, really nice fight from Blacklist. You know, getting that K1 kill initially, and then just kind of cleaning up, playing in the Sandstorm, and it's so hard for Rook to fight. They just, if they don't have the Sven, they don't have the damage, and it's, as we're gonna see here, it's just so seamless to kill this Sven. It's so easy.
can't believe this fight lasted so long, that doomed Sven is back in to end the fight.
Yeah, right. I mean, Janul not getting the static storm up here, which is... He's gonna come back later in the fight as well, finishing Llama with it. But this is weird. There's no rage on anybody. They just don't have the tools to lock anybody down.
Yeah. This is certainly the scrappiness that we were expecting out of this one. Just like fights all over. You see Analog here. He did build up the Jungu stacks, but it was after the stun, so he wasn't able to heal up to full.
And this is, mind you, a fight before the Radiance on Lifestealer, which is about to finish in about 700 gold. So.
And that for Natsumi, I'm just going to be farming up a storm, getting that extra health as well. I think the mischance is going to be something that they really desire versus the Sven as well, because he's such a focal point in this heroic fight now. Sven needs to step forward, he needs to kill the Sand King, he needs to even offer some lockdown. I mean, there's so much until Analog can really be that answer instead. And that's just going to be an easy one. Killing Tims, and on the other side, I didn't even notice that they were killing Gabby, so a really nice 2 for Heroic. That offers a lot of space for them. Hector now taking it to Natsumi. Natsumi doesn't feel that he can continue to pressure, so all of a sudden, this map doesn't feel so bad for Heroic right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic, right? You go for the 2-man tower push when enemies are missing. It's always a risk. And of course... Oh,
no.
That's where the Radiant solutions.
Oh my goodness.
Damn.
Oh, he went to it. Ooh, he's so lucky. I thought that they had purged him, so I thought, oh, maybe he pops when he goes to the tower, but I guess they didn't have the purge in time. Schofield, a little bit of danger here. Glimpse will send him all the way back, and they will get themselves a kill here.
No chance for Rex to counter this, and let's see. There's no God Strength now, so Blacklist, they're thinking about smoking, as they're gonna do just that. Gabby, of course, getting the blink again after selling it in the first place to get his Midas.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's someone who is focused. There we go. There's that passion that we want to see, and only a 1,000 net worth lead right now. They're feeling it.
Yeah,
but can they keep it up?
They're looking for the Sven before he gets his PKB, but KJ in the perfect position to block this out.
Cool. Nice stun. Needed a nuke down. KJ not able to get the disruption off, just barely, but it wasn't a saving disruption. That was just him. So they'll get the kill. Easy right now for Blacklist on the map behind the Sand King.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say though, that's a pretty good job by KJ, considering the fact, like, if that smoke hits on K1 instead, that's a complete different scenario. So.
We think about the supports who've died like 10 times in the early game. Think, was that a good one? If that kill was standing in between the enemy team and your carry, yes it was. If it's for that high ground ward that you know is on the enemy side of the map, that they're just kind of walking around killing you anyways, no, bad death. That one was good.
But they're never gonna admit it, right? It was always worth it. If you ask the support, at least.
Amen. Space created, guys. Go get them. Go farm.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, they're gonna get to Doom.
Yeah, there we go. Now, he already popped the gotcha, so he's got some damage, but he ain't looking to hit. He's trying to live, and with so much damage already thrown out from this Blacklist lineup, that is a God Strength wasted, and Abed will take this time. No Sven on the board. Now popping out the ulti. No, it cancels out. He still has the Bloodstone working around, but now Analog in the midst of the Wukong's command.
They're just manning up.
Are they killing him during it? They're trying to. Natsumi, though, he doesn't have the power. Oh, God, Analog. Still solo, barely living through this one, but well done from him. They get the kill in the Sand King that he so desired. He just can't really re-engage, it feels. Oh, but he wants to.
What a disruption on the glimpse.
Wow. Really well done there, getting the kill once more. Now Divine Llama on top of Tim. Do they have any stuns? Oh, yeah, they got the Gleipnir. Analog with another kill. It seemed like this should have been good. They killed the Sven on the other side of the map. Any engagement should have been in favor for you, but well done in the Wukong's command, stepping up to that Sand King and taking him down.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things happen there. Like, first of all, K1, he just goes for his tower completely alone, Well, nothing is really happening on the map, For sure, overplaying there. And after that, Abed and Natsumi, they try to go for a killer. They get the disruption off on the Schofield. And then, obviously, Monkey's set up here, and they try to man up in it, and I think that was definitely, a bit too much. The Jingu doing all the work here. He already has a Gleipnir. That's a pretty strong Monkey King you're dealing with.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels like they need just a little bit more in that lifesteal, and you know, Sand King lives through that one, but instead you can see here, getting all the Jingu stacks. Analog is damn near full HP by the time it's over, so a really well done turnaround. Still an even game, 16-13, getting close to 20 minutes, which in my brain, that means Roshan is likely to be taken soon, but who has the better Roshan pressure?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Heroic, they got the God Strength for the Sven they can kill Roshan with, but for Blacklist, it's a bit more complicated. They're gonna rely on their magic damage to kind of do it. He's got BKB on Gabby here.
Yeah,
No
he's
Doom, though.
got it, but where's he going? Yeah, he's trying to get out of this Wukong, still pretty locked in, and a huge bushwhack connecting on both supports. Analog doesn't want to walk way up the high ground, and you can see here with this epicenter, maybe they can't fight this one. Analog, oh, trying to turn this one back through. Do they have the Suns to get him away? It's an invest onto the Sand King. He's healthy for now, but look at the damage from K1. They'll take down Abed Natsumi, able to run away afterwards, but another huge turnaround. Heroic playing on a razor's edge, barely getting out with their Monkey King alive.
Yeah, a bit disconnected there for Blacklist, I have to say. Like, Gabby looked like he wanted to bait that with his newly bought BKB. He once again saw the blink for the BKB, which is a good idea, but he doesn't have the Doom, so they're not able to get the turnaround on Analog's Monkey. And also at the same time, Abed, not sure what happened, but they were not ready to set up with an epicenter for that. Yeah, after that, everyone just got caught by the Gleipnir. They're in a tough spot. Obviously, the Sven being uncontested, having his BKB and God Strength is just able to clean up everything, and it doesn't matter that you have a Bloodstone on the Sand King. If you're not, you know, doing damage to people, then it's not going to work.
Right? I mean, this is about to get a lot harder. Monkey King not too far away from the BKB any longer, and he's the one who's been able to step up without it, without that magic resistance. So once he has a little bit more there, Sand King gonna have to figure out a way to try to get, I don't know, more damage pumped out here. It's gonna be hard.
Lama also about to finish a BKB. That's going to be nice. So then suddenly you're mitigating a lot of these problems that you had before. Like, you know, suddenly the Sand King is not that scary factor anymore. Obviously, you still have to care about the Doom, but Sand King, Disruptor, Snapfire, they all don't do that much into their BKBs. Yeah. So if Heroic is just going to be able to find the targets and commit with your BKBs, you're going to be able to clean fights quite easily. For Blacklist, it's going to be more complicated. You have to play more pokey fights, you know. You can commit if you get a Doom, but if you don't get that, you're going to have to play around with the Rage, with the Infest, and, you know, Cookie, kite things out. And 9 BKBs are scary. And this is before first Roshan has happened.
Yeah, I mean, the BKB game is going to be pretty important. It feels like everything you have is hard commit, right? That's where BKBs really succeed. Where there's a Doom, there's a Ruptor ulti, and honestly, even the Epicenter is pretty hard commit at this point. So once you see that stuff come out, certainly BKBs could get you out of this fight scot-free. We're going to see how good the Ember offlane is because, hey, Chains and Root, that's a pretty low cooldown compared to Doom.
Yeah, 100%. I think Lama's job mainly is just to be disruptive towards the supports. Just be annoying. Make sure you get that Mage Slayer on the Sand King every fight, but it's gonna be mostly a nuisance rather than a killer in this game.
Yeah. Mage Slayer is just, it so decreases the damage output of the Sand King. And when we talk about how good the BKBs are, Mage Slayer is certainly even better. And Januel, yeah, he'll toss down the kinetic field. That's not certainly enough. And now the rest of Blacklist evacuate the premise. Oh, no, not evacuate. Doom this Divine Llama? I don't know. I'm here for evacuate. They are certainly going to lose Tim's. Rest of the team going to run away. They just lose 2 supports, but that could be Roshan control.
Yeah, perfect fight for Heroic there. You know, catching the supports, you know. Blacklist actually deciding to play very far away from their vision. They've got this nice orbs on the cliff around the small and the big camp. But Daniel's deciding to play, you know, closer to Roshan and Tim's as well. After they lose the supports like this, there's just no way you're contesting the Roshan. That's just gonna further add more problems for Blacklist, you know. Okay, 180. Suddenly you cannot doom this guy, and then if you're not dooming him, like, he's gonna be hitting with his God Strength no matter what during these stages.
Yeah. It's gonna be such a weird timing, but maybe they can find a stun. The best thing you can do against the BKB is make it so they can't press it. The blink forward, gonna press it pretty soon here, I imagine, but not for KJ. He's gonna buy some time. They see everything here, but they immediately lose KJ. A little bit of time, basically kiting out 1 minute of the Aegis, so do that 4 more times, and this will be fine.
Yeah, I mean, nice discipline from Heroic, I have to say. You know, not considering going into that fight, just sacking KJ. You know, it's fine. And obviously, the cost of going for moves like this, And as we see it.
Hey, yo, that's a BKB force. They don't have the damage, but another minute maybe on for the Aegis? Now, you don't want to take that Aegis fight without the BKB.
Yeah, I mean, not bad considering everything for Blacklist. Just keep buying time.
Wow.
It's actually not that simple for Heroic to go for towers, you know? The main sieger is the Sven, and he kind of needs the God Strength to do it properly, right?
Yeah. No, that is really well done.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I don't know. I feel like the ideal fight for Heroic right now is that you get God Strength, you're taking a fight near a tower, and then you just working through with the rest of your God Strength. But again, you can't take that initial fight without the Shadow Demon, without the BKB or the Monkey King, because you can all in the Monkey King now. And that's a perfectly acceptable start to a fight if you're a Blacklist rival or international.
Yeah, let's see. Blacklist definitely trying to keep the pressure up in a map sense, you know, not looking for a team fight necessarily, but rather trying to buy time, as you were mentioning.
Oh my god. He doesn't know. Pepe hands, he doesn't know.
That's so fortunate, yeah. I mean, the thing is now, when the Monkey doesn't have a BKB, he's not confident enough to be the one jumping around the trees, finding people, right? So that leaves you Ember and Sven having to do this job, and then you can just play around the trees and abuse your TPs, like, so very well done by Blacklist.
Half of this Aegis has been kited away now from Blacklist, but Hector's starting to step up. he's tired of playing on his side of the map. He's tired of watching him somehow being aggressed while he has the Aegis in hand, so they're gonna start pushing this bottom tower. This feels a bit too much. I think you might have to give this one over to Heroic. Just push out the rest of the map.
Yeah, and this is a Daedalus Sven hitting for about 400 without God Strength. So towers go down
did he cut the wave?
There's just one creep remaining.
Oh, okay.
But that's definitely
So at this point, he's more preventing the high ground push, right? He's not really preventing the tier 2.
Yeah, and I'm not sure Hector's going to be confident enough for high ground anyway without his link case.
2 minutes left, only one tier 2 taken. Heroic, they're trying to play this one carefully because they have lost a few fights. They have lost a few heroes in the midst of their Aegis as well. They just want to have the BKBs up, have all 5 heroes alive, and then they'll feel more comfortable.
Yeah, and Hector actually deciding to TP top here. I'm not sure what this is about. Maybe he's trying to finish an item. Yeah, he just finished his Harpoon. Okay, I see. So now they're going to try to make it work again with his Aegis. They have a smoke available on KJ. I think they're going to use it right here. Actually, they're just going to go for towers, looks like. At the same time, they're trying to set up top.
Yeah, want to control this triangle likely to try to get a few more towers. It does seem, Natsumi and crew, they're just kind of dodging. This, yeah, I was gonna say, this feels too much. Maybe they can do something here, starting off slow on K1 if he uses the BKB. Maybe this is a Doom target now. One thing about Sven is that once the Aegis is gone, well,
gonna get the glimpse.
And BKB. Oh, the glimpse. That comes all the way back with a save from KJ. Well done there.
Yeah, I like the idea from Blacklist here. Do not let this Sven hit towers for free, especially in the mid lane, you know. You have a lot of space to play around, and you know, Sven no BKB now, and he's about to lose Aegis as well. I think Blacklist are looking pretty confident here.
Yeah, this is definitely the strongest mid game we've seen from them, battling through adversity with the Aegis and with a few really nice fights in the mid lane here from Heroic. So, still doing well. Finding that also missing piece. Just need one more fight, one more thing to really secure for them.
Now there's also an Aghanims on this lifestealer, further contributing to the kiting potential of their lineup. He's not going to be easy to kill at all, this lifestealer. They're going to need the purge, and even then, you know, he has multiple tools to deal with it.
Really helps in the man up in the Wukongs, right? Rage
Yeah,
out.
definitely.
Just trying to take the tower, but hey, we saw it, dude. The Wukong's command, they're able to take down the Sand King during it. If he's infested and disarmed on the monkey, that completely changes this game.
Yeah, I mean, it can kind of be considered an offensive save, if you know what I mean. Like, you're disarming the monkey or the Sven, and your allies are totally safe because of it, on top of just dealing more damage and being safe yourself.
Now they're just taking an aggressive side of the map. Blacklist trying to really pump the farm once again. Now that Shiva's out from Abed, I mean, this regen degen is going to be very important versus the Sven and the Monkey King, both of them really utilizing the lifesteal on their side. I almost wonder, I don't think anybody else can buy a Scotty on this team, so I think the Shivas might be the only regen degen they have.
Yeah, probably. There's.
Oh, huge
they're going for it.
ward into the Doom. Now he'll get saved, but what is he walking into? Trying to get the BKB to run away, but he's already way too low. Analog with the Wukons now, but they maybe turn to the Sand King. He's got the Bloodstone. It's not enough. They'll take down Ahmed. They bought back on KJ as well. Tim's now too far deep without his team around. This was BKB's used in galore from Heroic, but it started off with a Sven loss, and Tim's is actually alive for now. It's a jump back again, Gabi putting himself on the front line for his team.
He needs to get in fast.
Deep there. He does get it right on the Monkey King, but the Monkey walking further backwards into his team. Can they step up onto the lifesteal? It looks like they can. Rooted up, using the rage again, but he has to back away. The Aghanim Scepter from Analog is too much for him to handle. They'll have to step away, but hey, they did trade out the Sven for a Sand King and, well, for Januel now.
Nice job by Blacklist getting the Sven so early. I mean, it doesn't turn into a fantastic trade, but getting the Sven is always a good thing, right? You end up losing Abed, but Gabi and Natsumi staying alive, which are the main course, and they're gonna go for the KJ dieback here.
Oh, that's dieback. He gets the disruption. He's begging his team, please help, but they're too late. They don't get it out of Ilama. I mean, he doesn't. This is a hard step up. Analog, they knew that he was going to jump in here, raging away. Can they get the damage? He needs to build up the Jingu stacks. He has it, the cookie. They have the damage. An unstoppable streak going to Tim's. He's kited through these fights, never even died in the first engagement, and then he returns to get the kill on the Analog Monkey.
Such a good read by Blacklist, honestly. Gabi also holding the Purge Creep there, so he's able to remove the steering chains, he's able to remove the Jingu stacks on the Monkey King, so there's just no way he can win that fight for Analog. I'm not sure if he was aware of that, but super heads up play by Gabi, and you know, getting the dieback on KJ, and now suddenly you're able to force the enemy base potentially.
Yeah, they're walking up high ground here. Hard defense. You certainly need to get another 5v5 fight out from Heroic, but Blacklist, they've been staggering this. They're constantly running up whenever there's only 2 or 3 alive, picking off one of them and furthering delaying what Heroic can do 5v5.
Another tier 2 potentially getting the Tormentor as well before this Roshan starts to get up.
Yeah, Roche will spawn in a minute 30, so Blacklist have the opportunity to really secure this for them. But Divine Llama sees it all, knows they're quite low. Yeah, you can't commit to that anymore. Ooh. Did it actually connect on anyone? No, okay, it was just short.
They're going for an infest again, playing around this ward.
Yeah, the infest bomb has certainly worked well for them. They want to kill the Sven first again, even with the save. If they already have the Doom on him, you're not really saving him from much. He is probably just dead on Hector, and you can see going for the Lincolns, trying to alleviate that. The smoke should miss the entirety of Blacklist for now. They're positioned more towards Roche.
Yeah, there's no smoke available for Blacklist, so the best thing they can do is just sit on this ops, but this is gonna let Heroic be able to get this nice wrap and potentially some great observers. I think the vision is really gonna be the deciding factor here, you know, whether you get the jump with the Doom off or if Sven gets to start a fight freely hitting.
Sven can start, even burst halfway through the Doom. It'll be very worth it.
Also DD Monkey right now, so they would really like to get this fight starting ASAP.
Right. He is hitting so hard, and Gabi, he's about to show on the wave, I think. There it is. They see 2. This is what they want. Do they? Oh, they're trying to check for Roche, but it's not going to be up for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, they checked too early.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I think he saw it. Oh my God, he saw it. But they're high ground. You have to cut the wave and take Roshan while also keeping vision of all of Heroic. Or all Blacklist. That's really hard.
Now they're going to realize with Aurora, of course, but it's way too fast. I don't think they can make it in time.
God Strength used. They're trying to break smokes, but they don't need to. This is going to be Aegis going to K1. Doom, all of a sudden, not as much of an issue for him anymore. They're going to try to run through, but actually, Blacklist, they want to start this fight themselves on their own terms. They had the Glimmer. Tim's able to cut this one away on the other side. They kill KJ and Divine Llama. That was Doom used. Tim's sure he'll die, but who cares? K1 has to use the BKB to go away from this one, canceling. No, there's no blink on him whatsoever anyways.
Yeah, he doesn't have God Strength anymore. He doesn't want to fight.
Oh no, he doesn't want to, but I don't think he has a choice. Sharpshooter gonna connect onto the Sand King. It's Analog and Nectar, but they actually see Analog. He's gotta jump away from this one. He'll stand and watch as likely his Sven will die. Rage used. They have everything to dump into the Sven. He's gone. Wukong
the
is
bash.
out, but Analog, he gets bashed up. Natsumi, this is your fight now, but oh, the Aghanim Scepter in his Wukons. You're no longer safe. It's a team wipe for Blacklist, and they're gonna run right up this high ground.
Wow, actually, really well done by Blacklist. They get a perfect initiate in the start, you know, killing Llama and KJ just straight up in the fight. After that, it's just smooth sailing, you know, K1. Yeah, after this, he doesn't have God Strength, he doesn't have VKB, there's just not much to do, and Analog tries to do it all by himself, but he has no backup, and obviously he gets Basher, and then that's just a straight team wipe after giving away the Roshan to Heroic.
That's just really rough. I liked what they were doing, but they needed to evacuate immediately, right? They hung around too long, and Blacklist, they just had the perfect ramp to find everything they wanted. Now they get a first Rax. There's no second life on them, sure, but still no Sven for another 20 seconds.
Yeah, they have some time to keep poking here if they want to. Because they, you know, even if the Sven is alive, it's not like they can just go start and fight. Like, go fight this Natsumi guy. Like, he has way too much utility, and also, I want to mention, in all of these fights, this Glimmer Cape from Tim's has been doing so much, like multiple times. He's just walking around, and they just don't have detection.
Okay.
Llama wants to go for it, maybe.
Oh, whoa! That's not where I thought that Remnant was ending up, but they want it. Finding the Sand King first, under a Sentry as well, but he's able to get the Bloodstone out. He is life-stealing a good amount. They won't be able to keep up on that Sand King, so... Getting away from everything right now, securing a huge lead currently for Blacklist. They got absolutely walloped in game 1, but they've come back with a vengeance in this game number 2. 1 Rax down, looking to secure another one soon.
Yeah, now we're looking at Refresher on Gabby. Like, we could be looking at Doomed Monkey King and Doomed Sven in one fight, and I don't know how you deal with this if you're Heroic. Like, Disruption is not gonna cut it, and at the same time, like, you don't have a Blink Dagger. You do actually, but it's not easy for Sven to start a fight. Like, and
no, not at all.
They don't have a traditional offlaner. Like, this is an Ember for Llama. How are they gonna start a fight and not let Blacklist cast everything? It's not that easy.
I think because he has the Blink Dagger, he forewent his Blinkins that he was trying to get, so it's really just Divine Llama with it at the moment.
Yeah.
It'll be a while. They need a fight win. If they can get some vision down, get a fight for themselves on Heroic, they'll get Hector this Lincolns, and then fights aren't so bad, but Natsumi knows he can show himself first. There's all the save in the world. He doesn't have to be too careful right now.
They're gonna go for it. I think this is a smoke into enemy base type of thing. If they're able to get the jump, that might just be it.
Feels that way. Sen would have to pop his BKB God Strength immediately. If not, if he gets doomed without it, he's just not a factor in the fight any longer.
And we know Analog has buyback, but Hector does not.
Oh lord, no buyback, no Sven, goodbye. And Heroic, you got a 4v5 this somehow. Without your damage, without your tank, Analog has a lot on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, you're gonna need some next level Wukong's command here if you're gonna be able to defend this.
Doom was used, but I believe a Refresher is in the mix. So they could go ahead for another one if he so pleases. They're waiting, though, to see where does the Llama commit. He might have to be the one to try to tank the Doom so they can have a free Monkey King fight, but that also means so much. There it is, trying to get away from this one. The Refresher already used. There's the Doom, and then the Sand King connecting on a few. Analog, this could be your fight, but everybody's just evacuating from the bits of the Wukons. Now, Abed in a little bit of danger. Do they have any more lockdown for him? Able to get the stun away, and he's fine for now. And Natsumi will step up. It's my turn, sir. But Monkey King just has to get out of there. No, he's not even out. He just turned around the stun. They have too much lockdown. Another win here in the high ground for Blacklist. So far, so good. Now even investing onto the Ember Spirit, tipping him around. Oh, no.
I mean, it's just too easy when there's no Sven, right? Abba gets a super nice jump, catching both supports, and from that, Spokefield has no buyback, and they will have one more shot with K1 being alive, but it's looking real grim for Heroic.
K1 alive, buyback on the Shadow Demon. Starting to see, will anybody get baited towards the base? Maybe open up a buyback for the Monkey King as well. This is a hard one. Jump forward, Gabby providing the vision, trying to break any smokes as he can. They just narrowly avoid it. And now with the TP in, maybe they found the Doom. No, on the backside, Sven able to put the God Strength up, yes, but then he gets sent all the way back and now locked in on Analog. No ulti for now. The Wukong is exactly what he needs, but instead he's infested. Oh no. Hector just gets locked on in, Natsumi getting the kill. They can turn to whoever they want. Analog finally with the Wukongs, but as well too late. GG, game number 2. Blacklist, they play with the heart. They switch up their drafts. They get something exactly as they needed, and they show a fiery amount of strength in this game number 2.
Yeah, really nice. You know, they're bringing some new stuff. They're first picking the Doom, going for like one of these best offline heroes they haven't been able to get their hands on for quite a few games now, and also showing the Abed sanking. Everything was great. They played a lineup with a lot of stuns, a lot of catch, a lot of late game, and I feel like this is where Blacklist really excels. So a really wonderful game, and it's got to feel great, you know, bouncing back from 6 losses in a row. They still have life in the tournament.
Yeah, no, they'll put themselves up to, I believe it'll be 4-8, so still could be tied all around with LGD, I believe, and possibly Heroic Aurora by the time it's all set, depending on their matchup, so they could keep themselves at least hoping for tiebreakers. But on the other side, Heroic, they really wanted to get out of it with this one, get the 2-0, secure themselves a tournament life, but instead, with a little bit of faltering in these last fights, end up losing this second game. A really strong showing in game 1, just weren't able to keep it up for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, everything looked great. You know, they're getting. I have to criticize a bit the choice of putting the Sven on to the carry role. It's such a hard game, right? You already see the Doom, and as we saw in the game, every time he gets caught by this Doom, he's done for, right? And also, when you do this, you invite the possibility of a life stealer counter pick as well. It's a lot on K1's hands here to deal with, and the trade-off when you do this is that you get this monkey mid, which of course it didn't really work out as planned, right? Analog was not able to snowball the mid lane as he hoped for. He died twice to Abed, and then he's not able to, you know, create all that space necessary. And with that as well, you have an offlane Ember, and they were really looking for a snowball game here for Heroic, but with that early game going wrong, they just weren't able to make it happen, and Blacklist just outscale them, outmaneuver them, and that's it.
I mean, it did feel like an outscale outmaneuver. I think the Dooms especially were really well done there. They got first pick Doom from Falcons, and I wonder if there was a little bit from Blacklist. I was like, that felt really good. But I think we can do that. But for this one, of course, I will agree with this one. Abed getting the MVP for this one. I think the Sand King was like way out of what they typically have done in this lineup so far for Riyadh, but instead picking this up, switching up the tempo for your team, I think this worked really well. I hope they continue to do this throughout the rest of their games.
Yeah, I like it a lot as well. I mean, speaking of, you know, heroes that he hasn't been known for necessarily, like the Sand King looks so much better than his Tiny, and I think it didn't look like it's a first time Sand King in an official game, right? This was perfect. Everything was great, so keep sending it if you're a Blacklist, you know. You don't have to necessarily stick to just these Ember Storm heroes every single time.
I think I also have to give props over to Gabby. And Gabby played a really good game 1. It was 4-1 on the Mars, wasn't feeding around, still trying to help out his team. And this one, this Doom at the first pick, it didn't feel like a first pick Doom. He never really got punished as much. He had the perfect targets really to find in these fights. So with his enabling and with Abed, of course, playing out of his mind on the Sand King, perfect game 2 here from Blacklist.
Yeah, super well done, especially Gabby, as you said. He also did a lot of item purchasing and item selling, you know, in between. So for Doom enjoyers, definitely go check out the replay, because, you know, having a Midas, selling it, getting the dagger, then buying the Midas again, then buying BKB so you can bait on the top rune, you know, all of these things. It's really, really cool, and it's a new concept, and he's already on top of it. So.
No, he was playing it really well. I mean, the stocks are up and down for him. But he kept getting everything he wanted. He even went for the Yashikaya. I've seen a lot of items on this Doom, but Yashikaya is actually the first time I've seen this one. But for the cast speed, it was really good, right? Think of how hard it was for KJ to save these guys with the disruption. And now with the Doom coming out even faster, I mean, he almost had no time.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Like getting the Doom so fast, and then also, of course, you know, getting some spell amp with pure damage Doom is obviously nice. Move speed as well makes sense on this area. He already had Scorch Sheriff, so I see it. Maybe it wouldn't have been his go-to item in a more even game, but hey, why not?
No, that's true. Maybe if they weren't, I'll say it was pretty even all in all. This, I believe the net worth barely like 5K until the Aegis fight. That's when everything's really started to turn around. And I thought it was going to be good for Heroic, right? They did end up getting this Aegis just hung around too long, and then they weren't able to get out with everybody. So a really well done fight there from Blacklist to wrap around. That's hard, man. When a game that's that close, you've been losing a few games, and you're like, hey, they got Aegis, we'll run it down at them, and we get to talk to them about it because we've got an interview already. I believe it's going to be Daniel or Natsumi, and there we go. We got Natsumi on the board. Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, we can. Hello, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Feel good about the draw today. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you guys got a 1-1 here. It was a wonderful game number 2. I know that your team has gone through a few roster changes, and your full safe lane has actually been kind of new here to Blacklist. How do you feel you're fitting in with this team right now?
Not sure. It's like I'm just playing my game. Yeah. I'm not sure.
That's a good mindset. I wanted to ask you, so obviously you had a bit of a like a rough 2 days, let's say. You lost, I think, 6 games in a row, and now you were able to turn it against Heroic. What was something, like if there was something in particular you discussed between game 1 and 2, or is there some adaptations or something specific that you've really focused on?
Yeah. I mean, our past games, like it's like we lose to ourselves. Like sometimes we are quite rash and like no discipline. So yeah, like our coach talked to us about that, and yeah, and we try to adapt.
Okay, so mainly a discipline thing for you guys. That makes sense. Yeah. I want to ask you guys about. So today you drafted Sanking for Abed. I believe that is the first time he's played it mid, at least for, forever basically. How did that come into play? Was that something you practiced, or was it like brand new for this?
It's really brand new. Like we never practiced it on Scream, but Abed said he played it 2 times on pubs. So yeah, it's like came out out of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it looked great as well. I think you guys really stepped up in this game too, and I think whatever you guys ate in between this game or the talks you had, it definitely worked out super well. So good job.
How are the comms whenever you had this last game? Because I know things have probably felt pretty wild in your last few. Did things feel a little bit cleaner and more straightforward for you in this one, or it was just like it always felt good? You just like were missing one fight in a few of these games.
Sorry. Hello. Sorry.
Oh, how are the comms feeling? I know that like it may have felt a little bit chaotic in some of the past few games, but did this one feel a little bit more standard, like everybody was on the same page?
Actually, the comms are still normal, like compared just same like before. Yeah, it's like no, not really changed. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, glad to hear that everything has been pretty much the same. You guys just needed to find that winning formula, and you found it in this game number 2. We're happy to see it. Hopefully you can keep the snowball rolling here in the rest of the games that you may have. So thank you very much for joining us. I hope you guys have a great rest of the event.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Natsumi. Good luck in the rest.
Thank you, bro.
All right. That's interesting to hear. 2 pubs on Sand King. That's all it took, and they were able to play it. It looked like a lot more than 2 pubs. He stepped up to a Sand King lane, or a Monkey King lane. That's not very easy to do.
Yeah, it's not. And I mean, obviously 2 pubs doesn't seem like that much, but I'm sure there has been a lot of preparation going into it, watching replays of other players, understanding why it's good, and Abed is a world-class player, really professional as well. So I think that if anyone would do it, it would be him, right? So props to him for just pulling it out in such a short notice.
That's fair. And for Blacklist here, so they get the 1-1, and they have 1 more game left. It's going to be versus Team Spirit. So we'll be looking for that one. I want to see them do very similar drafting throughout the rest of this event. That game will end up happening tomorrow, so they've got some time to prepare, but it feels like this is the kind of game they want to play for themselves as well. It felt much more natural for them.
Agreed. I think a lot of it comes down to having scaling on Gabby rather than putting him on a Centaur or a Mars. Like, get him something that can actually be really impactful in the late game, like a Doom or a Timbers or something like this.
Yeah. Oh, well, guys, we're going to go to a quick break here. This is a 1-1 again for Blacklist. We're going to be going back with our next series, Beast Coast versus Tundra. So stick around, guys. Our last series of the day will be right around the corner.
into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipeline.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. I'm Math Magician, and that's Hanskin, and we've got ourselves our second and last series of the day for the two of us. It's going to be Tundra versus Beast Coast, and well, Tundra, they actually just dropped one game to PSG Quest earlier in the day. Do the Titans bleed? Do you think that Beast Coast can take a game out of this one, or do you think that Tundra are going to wrap this up with a 2-0?
I mean, it's hard to bet against Tundra in this one, right? They've been looking really, really sharp. They're currently top in their group, together with Entity, doing well against some hard hitters as well. But you know, Beast Coast, they're a team that you don't want to count them out. You know, they've got some incredible players, and they play with a lot of heart, and they have a lot of energy, and they just keep going. That's what I like about them.
Amen.
It's a bit brute force Dota sometimes, but that can be beautiful in its own ways.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about it a little bit last time, whether it's going to be set pieces or a little bit more chaotic. I feel like we're seeing the difference of two play styles now, because Tundra is going to be set pieces. They're going to want to go for team fight, provide vision for themselves, and play a fight that is structured around their own game plan. Whereas Beast Coast is a little more haphazard, like, oh, this seems like it could be a good fight for us, or this could be a good pickoff for us. We see somebody else on the other side of the map. Let's go get this guy. So I'm excited to see which playstyle will prevail. And we already talked a little bit about how these drafts could be quite fun for us, because it seems we're going to probably have some Rubik gaming. We might have some Darkseer let through. I think we might see some meta heroes that we don't get to typically see out of these other series.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. These teams, they've shown that they can play Darkseer, but they don't really rate it like insanely high. On the other hand, we might see stuff like, you know, mid Rubik from Topzone, and also 9 class has been pulling out, you know, the support Morphling quite a bit in this tournament already. There's also been the TV support happening, so definitely some funny stuff coming out. You know, Tundra, they have a lot of these niche stuff. You know, the Brood is something that they use quite frequently. DK carry, they follow the meta, they know what's strong and not, and but they put their own touch to it, and it's very interesting to see. And I think that's kind of not only Thompson, but it's kind of like his way of playing, right? You don't really follow the script, so to say, and I think it's maybe affecting his team as well. And it's really cool to see.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And people, as you said, Tundra have been doing really well. And I think partially because of Thompson's flexibility, people don't know what to ban versus this team. The only one hero that everybody has been banning is Monkey King. Otherwise, people are like, I'm not sure actually what we need to focus on, because as you cut off one head of the Hydra and then two more heroes that Tundra play really well come out of it, and you're like, oh god, now I need to ban those guys. And bans hardly even stay even throughout the entirety of these drafts. So it's going to be really fun to see with that one. On the other side, it feels like people still have been banning some of the same stuff out from Beast Coast. It's looking like more Ember Spirit, more Hoodwink, which Hoodwink, especially in SA, any SA team that we've seen has really valued the Hoodwink. It's so strong, so I totally understand why people might take that one out versus Beast Coast.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Ember for Beast Coast has been their most successful hero so far. It's proven to be incredibly strong, even if countered. You know, they do well with it, and the Hoodwink as well. So yeah,
and they have a lot of them up there. I mean, they have like a lot of these mid heroes actually that they can. Oh, mid offlane flexes. The Pangolier has also been good for them. They've picked it 9 times. Starting to float down on the win percentage there. Obviously, they've had a few rough games as of late for Beast Coast. Currently sitting at 3-7. Now, in this group B, Mal's is the definite like bottom of the group at the moment. However, Bet Boom and Beast Coast, they're both tied 3-7. So Beast Coast had the opportunity here. If they even pull out one win, will be very good for them to try to secure themselves above the Bet Boom team, avoid tiebreakers, and just get right into this playoff bracket. However, if they do fall 0-2, they're hoping on Bet Boom to, well, also lose to Tundra, but also lose to PSG Quest. So not the worst path in the world for Beast Coast here, but every time we're in these situations, you want your fate to be in your own hands. You don't want to be sitting on the sideline waiting for somebody else to win or lose.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are completely different, I guess, for these teams, because if Tundra gets a 2-0 here, or even just one win, that might be enough to steal the upper bracket for them, right?
Yeah, and it feels like it's still pretty locked in for them. Extreme Gaming is going to be playing up, yeah, it looks like versus Beast Coast as well, and then Entity, who's had a very strong showing here as of late. So I feel as long as Extreme, I think they need to lose either 2 games from across both series, or maybe even just 1 game, and then Tundra wins, and all of a sudden, yeah, they are locked into the upper bracket. So 2 completely different mindsets going into this one. Now, you want to have that freebie into the upper bracket. That's always something that helps out during your tournament life. However, yeah, as you said, Beast Coast, they're fighting for their lives down here. They want to get into the next phase.
Yeah, I mean, they desperately need at least 1 win, right? And you know, maybe they're gonna pull up with some pocket strats or something. We'll see. It's gonna be interesting, because Tundra, you have to know that's, you know, they are the favorites in this match. They have proven to be so strong, and yeah, Beast Coast has been struggling as well, so it's not going to be an easy match for them. They're going to have to bring everything to do it here against Tundra.
Yeah, since this is our 3rd series of the total of Riyadh today, Beast Coast did play earlier today. They did get 2-0'd by Liquid. They did get to pull out the Monkey King in this one. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them. They even played the Darkseer in one of these games, so it felt like the drafting was still decently strong for them, but 2 30-minute losses to Liquid can't feel too good, whereas on the other side, of course, Tundra, they did go 1-1. They still lost 1 game to Quest, but they ended out on the win, so maybe a slight momentum advantage going the way of Tundra Esports. But it does give the opportunity for Beast Coast to be like, hey, there are counters to these guys. There is a way to beat them. It's happened before, so it's got to be a little bit of confidence for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, in that series that Tundra just played against Quest, they were actually giving away the Beastmaster twice, which is interesting. The first time they responded with ETCK, which is, I want to say, not the strongest. So we'll see if they want to, if they're willing to do the same into Beast Coast. Although Beast Coast, they haven't really shown that they want to play this Beastmaster too much. I mean, it's been banned against them a few times, but in the games that it has been left uncontested, it's just remained uncontested.
So strange too, because we've seen, especially again amongst SA teams, like this Beastmasters have been so valued. So you'd figure across, you know, the same region, that sort of meta wouldn't change like too much, but for every reason Beast Coast, they don't care.
Yeah, I guess so. I see they've been running a lot of Centaur and the Underlord, of course, the Mars. But the Darkseer has to be the top one, right? Out of all of those heroes.
Absolutely. I do want to see. I don't know. Beast Coast, they let in this Rubik. I really feel like if you get this over to Tundra, the flex potential is something that exists on Tundra, but not against any other team. And with such strong heroes like Underlord, like Jakiro, that are all going to be prevalent in this game, Enigma as well, it's going to be hard. But Tundra, they just go for the steal. They want to take away the hoodwink of Beast Coast they've been drafting for so much. This feels a bit adjacent to what Tundra usually like to do, but they actually go for the first big Darkseer now on Beast Coast.
Damn, I like that a lot. I mean, first of all, giving away the hoodwink, I think it kind of makes sense if you think about it, because 9 class has a lot of these nasty heroes that are maybe you don't have any practice against, and you might not have had a time to actually prepare for this TB support, for this morph support, right? You're playing a lot of games. So giving away the hoodwink, it suddenly removes all of that, threat of those heroes coming in later, and also responding with your Darkseer, which we both agreed on is by far the strongest offlane hero in this pool, and I don't think it's totally easy to shut down a Darkseer. We've seen teams. You can try with a Sven, you can try with a Brood, but nonetheless, Darkseer will have his game and he will be useful. He will provide auras.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of what also makes this hero so strong, is that you can pick something for the lane, but at the end of the day, he's going to do what Darkseers do. He's going to back wall you. He's going to be a nuisance. He's going to get people out with the Surge. The team fight potential of this hero is just absolutely crazy. And especially once you get ahead, Darkseer just uses your hero anyways with those new items you just got, and you feel even worse playing against him. So it's just a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, it's true. And I'd be very curious what Tundra decides to do against it, because surely they have something in mind already.
I've seen a lot of Lifestealer as well has been tried, since you do have some mitigation to the Ion Shell. But it's also not a hero with the stun. I think the thing that Sven provides that's nice is that it doesn't matter if Surge is active or not. You get the stun on him and lock in that damage.
Yeah, it's totally different, right? The approach is where Sven is like, I'm going to get free farm. I'm going to hit my level 7, Treads, Mask Command is a really good time. And Darkseer is never really going to be able to threaten me. The illusion is like not amazing as well. Whereas the Lifestealer is just going to be a hero that he sits there forever. It's very hard for Darkseer to push him out. You got the Rage, you got the Invest. And you're just going to exist on the lane for a very long time, basically.
Yeah. I always wonder, whenever we have these heroes that feel like so strong in the lane, they have a team fight ability that's so nice. Doom has actually been something prioritized versus it, because you just take it out of the game. You don't care what other heroes you have.
You can also go for that Purge creep as well with the Doom.
Right? Yeah, you're able to take away those Ion Shells, take away the Surge. It could be really nice, but we're just starting to see this Doom hero float through, right? People really haven't been prioritizing it that much. Falcons are really the only ones who want to first pick it. But we just saw last game, a team that doesn't first pick it that often, Blacklist, they picked it up, worked really well. So I wonder if some other teams might start picking up on it.
And the Alchemist straight up, that's interesting. Maybe this is something that they've learned from Entity, because what they're doing currently is they're running the Alch support a lot. So I'm wondering if this is some sort of flex coming out for them. It would surprise me if this is a locked carry Alch already.
I mean, these guys definitely, like, both of them are willing to do some funky stuff with their lineups and not necessarily play the standard supports in either role, especially Tundra. I mean, that's something that's almost kind of like staple to this team. Beast Coast, not as much. Moves, you're still trying to play something with save. Elmisho, something with damage. So I think this team flexing around would be a little bit weird for me, especially knowing that Pyke, I believe he does play this quite well.
Yeah, it's true. There's also the Weaver left in the pool for Beast Coast later, which is something that they've shown to like on pretty much any player except for their mid, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of the Doom, I kind of like it. I think Hoodwink and Doom together is a terrifying lane. And obviously it makes sense. Well, oh, they go for the Sanking instead. We have seen Thompson run it with great success already, and obviously Ramses can play it as well. Matches the team fight quite nicely into the Darkseer. Obviously you're going to have to be fighting a pipe, but at the same time you have this this huge area control.
Yeah. Plus the those extra illusions that come out from the Darkseer, you might actually be able to fight in the wall. It's spooky, especially if this is going to be like a Radiance carrying Alchemist. Or sorry, not a Radiance carry from Tundra. But if you're able to fight in the midst of the Darkseer, pop those illusions with your Caustic Finale, this could be fine.
The Chen is interesting quite a bit into Darkseer, because typically Darkseer is a hero that doesn't get bothered too much by the Chen, especially in the laning phase. Like Chen doesn't have any sort of punish, but I guess what the Chen brings is just auras for you, so that Sand King is not forced to be put in that role,
Mm.
even if he's on the off lane. You can
Yeah.
get the Seder mana burn in lane, which is always quite nice. And overall, just solid hero right now.
Especially mana burn. We think about things that are good versus the darks here. AM was something that got picked up sometimes just for the laning stage, and it was predicated on that mana burn. So that's interesting to see that the Chen comes out. I feel we do need a carry that really does pressure and right-click utilize the penitence from the Chen. If we get that, maybe we'll actually see a lane victory versus the darks here, which would be quite nice.
Yeah, it's possible for sure. You still have the Lifestealer in this one available to you, and also the Broodmother.
Oh yeah, it's so back and forth, but with Broodmother, sometimes you really do like just like physical damage clear versus the spiders, not necessarily like the slow tick magical. So
Right, yeah.
maybe they could still do that.
One thing that's funny about that matchup is you can actually Iron Shell the spiders, and it's really difficult to mark.
That's true.
You
gotta find the one that has the ion shell on it. It's almost
Yeah,
impossible. Ooh, okay. So this looks to be a Jakiro 5. And then we could be seeing all three cores here. This could absolutely be mid DK, safe lane Alk. But leaving things a little bit open right now for Beast Coast. We're on the other side, Tundra. I feel like we're definitely seeing two supports and then an offlane mid flex.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I really like what Beast Coast is doing right now. It looks very strong. Everything has synergy, you know. You go anything with a vacuum is gonna be disastrous. I know. DK, it looks like it's gonna be mid right now with Alchemist flex between 4 and 1, but there is an off chance that they put the DK on carry as well. Because generally speaking, you don't want to play DK into Sand King on lane, as far as I know.
Right? A lot of pop there, a lot of burst damage. DK wants that overall sustain. So many things different. So first one, Alchemist melee support hero with your darks here. I could totally see a world where that works. Plus, we're also talking about our Broodmother with spiders where you have this acid spray. I feel like the Alchemist could actually just get his gold that he wants. He doesn't have to be in the carry role, which I'm with you, man. This could totally be the pause for Alk at this point. I might actually favor that for Beast Coast.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I really like what they're doing. I think this Brood was quite expected, but it's not like a gotcha Brood. I feel like, you know, all of these heroes that have some sort of clear right now, and also really
the
like
important part about the Broodmother right now is that like it's not necessarily all spider based, but your farm and your farm amplification is spider based. So yeah, sure, the guy's gonna be an Echo Saber Manta shard on him so he can just right click you down, but early on you're really stifling his farm if he can't use the spiders at all.
Yeah, it's definitely true. The only thing that they're really missing, you know, to completely, you know, counter the Brood would be some kind of BKB control. But you can't have everything necessarily, but if they get it, would be awesome.
I wonder if they're looking to steal the Lifestealer here. Or no, actually, no, sorry, this is likely to be the Brood carry.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, I know that Ramses can play it as well, but I'm pretty sure that this is the Darkseid response coming out from Tundra.
Yep. I like the bans, both the Doom and the Underlord. I feel, again, Doom pretty good into the Darks here. The Underlord control making this team really mobile and really some good power pressure as well if you can't really step up to the Underlord. So even though they have the Jakiro, right? I know that you had started picking up this Jakiro largely because of the Underlord. Anytime that you try to portaling into an Ice Path and a Macro Pyre, it's never fun for anyone.
Yeah, 100%.
I wonder what the last one is going to be here for either team. Looking for an offlaner for Tundra. They'll have this ban into pick. Something that could lane against an Alchemist, but also is just safe enough that can lane into anything. I feel like we're also looking for these aura buyers, which is probably why we saw the ban on the Underlord.
Yeah, I mean, judging from history, it's probably gonna be the Mars, but I'm not sure. It's quite low damage. With that said, it has nice synergy with the tanking, of course, keeping people locked into that sandstorm, enabling your Brood to hit everybody. And also, it's quite nice on lane. Obviously, Hoodwink these days, they go for Blightstone pretty much every time. You combo that with the God's Rebuke as well. It's cool.
Yeah, they've played an overwhelming amount of the Mars so far, 7 times, 70% win rate right now from Tundra. So that does seem to match what at least their team values. Where, as you said, whether or not it's good in the game, we'll see. But now Beast Coast, they know what that matchup is. Do you want to play the Alchemist into the Mars, or do you want to get some heavy hitter again? Like could be a Lifestealer for yourself that wins the game versus them.
I mean, to be honest, either is possible. Like, Al carry doesn't look so bad here. I think their lane is completely fine, Al's hero, but if you want a lifestealer, that's good too.
I think the lifestealer bonus is that you're able to rage versus the Broodmother, right? So all of a sudden that missed chance is a little bit less for you.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also obviously you don't really care about what the Sand King and Mars has to offer as a lifestealer. That is an interesting pick.
Interesting.
Very aggressive. I kind of like it. I think if they're able to go for kills in this top lane on the Hoodwink together with the Jakiro, that's gonna be amazing, and a lot of burst power as well. You know, you get a vacuum into an ice path, something like this. You add a Battle Fury cleave on top of that. That's very nice. The only thing you're really concerned about for the PA here is mainly the Sand King. Like, he's gonna do a lot of magic, and obviously PA doesn't have anything to deal with that, but. Aside from that, it's all good for PA, I would say. Like, he gets his death, so BKB Fury, he might be able to do so much this game.
Right, this BKB timing is fierce from Pyke. And if you're able to press that, get on top, at least eliminate Chen, it really opens up a lot for your team in terms of like the auras as well that are going to be provided. Your team does have a lot of magic damage, so any mitigation that Whitemon would provide, taking that out certainly is good for the rest of your team. And honestly, as you said, Sand King and the Hoodwink with the break are going to be two things that you're really focusing on. So as soon as this BKB comes out, if they can get 2 or 3 kills in the midst of it for Beast Coast, easy fight for them moving forward. But you do have to get to that BKB timing. And also for Tundra, it's up to them to kite that out from the PA then as it happens.
Yeah, for sure. I do want to say about this top lane, like the PA Jakiro versus Hoodwink Mars, it can be a very sensitive one. If either of them starts getting like a kill or 2 and then gets a Lotus, then you can just completely take out the lane. But it can go either side. So like it's gonna come down a lot to execution. And also about the mid lane in this game, you know, Topson playing his classic Sand King, he's starting to become into the DK. It's like this is a matchup where DK is not going to be able to pressure the tower whatsoever, really. Like, Sand King is just going to be able to outpush the waves too much, and he actually, you know, you always have kill potential with overwhelming magic damage into a DK.
Tale of Two Cities here. We have Tundra Esports, top of the groups right now, sitting up there with Entity, looking to secure their spot in the upper bracket of playoffs. Whereas on the other side, Beast Coast 3-7, just barely sitting on top of Mouse right now, looking to try to secure themselves a lower bracket berth, but with an 0-2 here, could just be waiting for a hopeful tiebreaker. So want to put their fate in their own hands. Tundra, we like the draft that they have ahead of them. As you said, the Sand King in the mid lane has been a bit of a staple for them now. They certainly have strong individual heroes, but for Beast Coast, their timings could be too hot to handle. Vanskin, do you have any lane we should be focusing on for this one if you're Beast Coast or Tundra, one that needs to go well for the health of your early game?
I would say top lane, mainly. Because it is so sensitive, as I mentioned. I think if you start getting kills there, you know, it's not easy for PA to recover in Dota. Like, you kind of rely on Battle Fury to get your farm, and before that, you're gonna need to be able to hit lane creeps. You're not a fast jungle hero before any items. And you know, the Dark Seer is gonna be chilling, Brood as well. I think a lot is gonna come down to, you know, where does Pure move? Because I can see him going for the gate this game, or I can also see him rotating to go kill the DK.
Interesting. You know, Brood didn't actually drop a web mid lane. I thought for sure you would keep one there, but instead actually Thompson and Lumpy going to have a straight up matchup. No shenanigans in there, just 1v1.
That is odd, considering it is a Dragon Knight you're playing as, so you would figure that the web would be very valuable.
Yeah. Ooh, nice deny there. Oh, I wonder, so talking about this top lane as well, since it is so important here, typically PAs, if you get an early level 2 before the enemy offlane does, you can sometimes jump on them using that dagger and then the jump to get that extra attack speed. Do you think that they have that power with the Jakiro? Because it feels like Jakiro would be really strong as well at the level 2 timing.
Yeah, I mean, Hoodwink, if he plays offensively here, he might just die when the PA hits level 2. It's true. He's not a hero that can protect himself too well. He's super squishy, especially before any levels in Scurry. And Moose did go for the Liquid Frost as well, so that's even more kill potential on this Hoodwink.
Yeah. One for level 1. We've seen this a few times. It feels rough not using any of your mana, but hey, spell's good enough. Why waste it?
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see the reasoning behind it, where you're going to have a lot of your mana remaining once you hit level 3. Whereas if you're spamming dual breath constantly to trade, then a lot of the situations you're gonna be sitting with like only mana to be able to cast one more dual breath once you hit level 3, and that's really your strongest timing as a Jakiro in the laning phase.
Oh. No, they do hit the early level 2, but only on Pike. And it looks like he's salving up, so they may just lose that aggressive timing that they were so hoping for.
Constantly sending back. Oh, here we go.
Ooh, hey, there it is, but he just got level 2 now on 9 class. Not enough mana, though, to cast that, and then Thompson dies in the mid lane.
How did that
Lumpy.
happen? That is very
How
unexpected.
did that happen? What? We watched last game, there's a Monkey King that tries to step up to the Sand King and somehow dies. This time, a Sand King steps up to a DK and somehow dies. I don't understand Sand King anymore, I'll be honest. I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, what is happening with his sacking lanes? Like, nothing ever goes as expected.
No. And now 6 denies as well. Lumpy's really starting to get himself an XP advantage as well. The lane is coming into him. Thompson at least will take away the sentry, sure, but I don't know. Lumpy's starting to get a lot of points in the nuke. That won't help you. Sentries won't matter. Oh.
Nice to nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the DK kind of lives for, right? If you're only playing in Sandstorm, this is fine. That's long sustained damage on your passive that gives you this extra regen. He'll be perfectly okay for that.
Mm-hmm. The question is, like, how do you break the status of the laning stage after this, right? Because you're not going to be able to Dragon Form mid, so do you just farm and like try to hit a really fast blink timer? Or do you go for like a smoke and try to use your form elsewhere?
Oh,
it's gonna be
man.
interesting to see.
Man, Lumpy, this is dangerous. Yeah, you have to fort that wave. If that pops on top of you, that could be a bit disastrous.
Damn.
Lumpy, you are a brave, brave boy. I guess this is going to be life for Thompson after the first death. He's just like, I don't want to test it.
Yeah, I mean, the essential is free farm for him, but at the same time, it gives total free farm to Lumpy as well.
Yeah. They even brought over a support. They're feeling that they want to get these water runes secured. Almisha does come back though to help. Is this a 2v2 mid lane? Wow, my dreams. They do have the Sandstorm available right now. That is a sentry placed down, so they can't see him at the moment.
Well, what does...
But, oh, poor Ramses.
Yeah, Ramses in trouble. He still does have the spear.
He does. He's going to use that for the Phantom Strike, I believe, but it will never come. They know that it'll just be a spear that comes out. So well done there. I mean, honestly, the off lane up top for Mars has been going really well, but the Darkseer is the one who's struggling. So these rotations that they continue to bring over these fours to help out, that'll go really well here for Tundra, because Mars will get everything and Darkseer will continue to get nothing.
Yeah, I know this matchup can be rough for Darkseer into the Brood, but I didn't expect it to be this rough. Probably, like, the mana burn just has that much impact. Like,
yeah,
Darkseer.
It may not be as much about the that and more about this 10 with all that Satyr disrupting.
Because Darkseer, you go for this gauntlet stacking, you go for the bracers. You're not really investing into mana very early on, you know. So then.
Oh, speaking of investing, PA stocks are up, man. Good kill on Ramses. It's a huge stick lane as well, because both of them are just able to kind of regen after all the spells are used. So whoever just barely outlasts will get that last lap. And not a whole lot of trees around right here. Finally finds one on 9 class, but the Liquid Frost, well, too much. They'll stagger the kills and once again feel very safe in this top lane.
Yeah, very deadly lane. And they're making it work here. I think this is exactly what they need to have a successful game here for Beast Coast. You know, ensuring that the PA is able to stay here for a long time is going to be absolutely crucial.
What, is this like a double mana boots lane? I don't think you usually do that on the Pause 4 Alchemist.
I'm actually not too sure what builds you go for. You know, you can go for the Solar Crest or something like this. You could, because Darkseer is already going to have the mech. I guess there's like Glimmer has some value this game. But
that's true.
I think they're going to be fine with just Arcanes on the Jakiro and Arcanes on the Darkseer. I don't think they need a third one. It's a bit overkill.
Right. Well, so far, the laning stage going very well for the Broodmother. Almost doubling up the net worth of the Darkseer at the moment. And Lumpy tried to get the Sun on Thompson, does manage to dodge it out. Lumpy is still, I'd say this is a pretty successful lane for him so far, given that the Sand King on paper should do pretty well. He's just done such a good job of not actually playing on the wave, making sure that it, you know, just lets Thompson push it out himself. take favorite trades whenever he wants.
Definitely.
Ooh. There's a lot of ion shells around here, but Pure should be able to just dance around them.
Yeah, of course, having that insatiable hunger, life stealing up very easily, running up with
yeah.
and he's out leveling literally by 2 levels here. That's kind of brutal. Like he's about to hit level 4, but the Brute is about to hit level 6. When that happens, I'm not sure how do you lane as the Darkseer. You're also sitting here without mana pretty much all the time.
The mana is the big issue, right? It's probably fine to lane against him if you have mana, but without any ion shells, look at Pure, it just chases him down. This isn't a Darkseer, this is just one big purple boy, and he's dead. Vitaly gonna get right-clicked down by Whitemon, and Misha just can't help him out at all. And 9 Class will continue the assault. Body blocking here, trying to get the last stun. Maybe wants to deny, but no. Oh, he does get it!
Nice
oh
job.
my god, he looked like he was gonna turn around and throw it, but it was just a bait. Well done on the deny.
Yeah, really good job. I mean, Whitemon is just running around with 2 mana burn creeps, and it's so brutal for the Darkseer. You see, like he has no mana. What can he do?
That's brutal for everyone. I mean, it's especially brutal for the Darkseer because everything that he does hinges around his mana pool, but like any offlaner would be very upset going through this.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. The thing about Darkseer is that he's actually not that hard to bring down, but what you do in lane as this hero is you just keep it pushed. That means that if enemies want to fight you, they have to walk into a creep wave with ion shells on, and that's usually way too much to deter them. But when you don't have ion shells and not, you know, no surge even, then what do? You're basically completely nullified, and he's gonna lose his tower here. This is, yeah, Whitemon is even out leveling him. This is super brutal. That's with Fatally taking the Wisdom Rune as well.
Beast Coast, they're feeling the pressure now. Vitaly is definitely crying for help, needs something, because Pure is about to eat up this entire bottom half of the map. And if he does, again, with the benefit of this carry Broodmother, is that these are 2 ancient creeps that you're aggressively taking. This isn't just some hard camps that you're stealing away from an offlane hero. These are literally the ancients that, honestly, PA is going to want to farm eventually. So, Beast Coast, they will be forced to respond to this. And on the other side, look at how many stacks. Oh my god.
So Tundra is essentially covering both. They're owning both ancients right now, like Diór side and Radiant side. And Topson farming all this, getting neutral items for his whole team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This is just way too powerful. We've seen just how good stacks can make these games for the Sand King, and this is another one where this is before 9 minutes. We have 2 heroes, 3 heroes even now at 4,000 net. Not even 10 minutes into the game, and topside jumping onto the Mars here, using the arena, trying to get anybody away, but Pyke already gets the kill. Thompson showing up after taking these ancients, so he's a little low, but he's also very, very farmed. They have to escape from this one. Lumpy might not get that option. All the creeps from Chen couldn't take down, actually, that DK. So close to it, but not able to get revenge for the Mars. Yeah. Oh, they'll get some revenge. There we go, Moose taken out.
Hey, that's something at least. I mean, that was pretty good overall for Beast Coast. They were able to kill the Mars and also, you know, baiting TPs from Whitemon and Topson there. So that definitely gives them a lot of time to recover.
Yeah. I mean, this is something, I mean, again, you've played the Shakiro hero plenty of times before. You're currently watching your Darkseer have a rough time. You did buy some space top for the PA, but how do you shift your team's focus around maybe playing around Lumpy, trying to get objectives, maybe just trying to farm it out? What are we waiting for?
Yeah, I mean, mainly you need to play away from this Darkseer, right? Make sure that he has freedom to farm and try to not make the game too much around him. You know, they're actually going to try to kill Pure here, which if they get the stun, but it's so hard without the Dragon Form, without a blink. How do you really touch this guy?
Yeah, it looked like it could have been okay, but this was all a bait. They're just getting the kill, getting out, and now you're losing your mid tower. Tundra just perfectly splitting the map right now.
Yeah, and now they're gonna lose their big jungle up top as well, and this is a problem. Like, this DK is gonna need his blink, and you're also gonna need level 6 on the Sekiro to have proper damage, because you are playing into a Chen, of course, that has that Hand of God. So,
yeah, I mean, the save there is really nice. I don't think they even needed it, but we see so many times when you play versus a Broodmother, something like a Disruptor or maybe a Spirit Breaker, something that gives constant vision over the Broodmother is how you kill. But without that, how do you see her? If she gets too big, she might just be able to skate around these fights without you even knowing.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Diór might even consider going for a Lincoln Slater, which is, of course, pretty decent into the DK, and adding on the fact that Brood is a universal hero, so all the stats benefits are more than other heroes.
Mm-hmm. Looks like they are going to try to get something done here.
Yeah.
Oh no, does he? There's no blink. Oh, she's just out. And all the spiders, you get to see a remnant of the brood slide right through that tunnel, but you won't get to do anything about it. Instead, just watch your top tower fall. This is just immaculate gameplay right now on the map from Tundra. You have to respond just a little bit faster from Beast Coast.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you always connect to this move if you're the carry, you know? Like, it just means that you can't get ganked. You ensure that there is a 5v5 top, you're there, and then... Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it feels a bit forced for Beast Coast to make these smokes before the blink on the DK. So we see Moose getting over.
Oh, he's very dove. I mean, that's under the tier 2, and none of his friends want to help him out here. So Tundra will snipe another kill, and now Pure feeling so confident that they can run right down this tier 2 because I think there was a fortification used, but it didn't refresh. They just get a free tier 2 12 minutes into the... No, don't do it. Please, stop. Have mercy.
I mean, Lampy has his dagger, but there's no mech on Darkseer. So there's looks like they're willing to poke it. Moose is not even level 6 at this point, you know?
Okay, that's a stun. Arena out though. They're trying to turn this one back around on the Dragon Knight. Now, Pure seems to get away from this one, so this was more just testing the waters. Will they actually respond? And if they do, can we force you all back into the base? And well, the answer is yes.
Pretty cool move by Tundra, not gonna lie. They realized that Beast Coast, they don't have the punish. Good thing for Beast Coast is at least that Pyke did not get baited to go back into the base, so he stays out on the map, being able to farm up. Because he's gonna need to get really big this game. Like, this death ball is not slowing down.
Yeah.
There's an Orchid on the Brood. There's gonna be Lads on the Chen soon as well, so this Roshan is gonna die insanely fast. You're gonna have Shiva on top on and Blink on Ramses, all in the next like 3 minutes, so.
It's gonna get so much worse, and yeah, the PA has a lot to do in this one. She's honestly not under-farmed. 6k at 13, it's not where you want to be, but it's not that hard for you. As long as we are getting this Battle Fury kind of close to the 15-minute mark, you can be like satisfied with that, but knowing how many items she needs to get in order to kind of win her team this game, I'm sure the Pyke doesn't feel as content with this farm.
It looks like they want to fight there. They have finished the mech for Vitaly, and they just get to level 6 on Moose as well. So they're kind of ready, but this is a hard kill still on Thompson.
Oh no! Vision, where, please? Thompson, he's gonna turn this one around. You just have to leave. Elmisho wasn't able to get the stun off, so now Darkseer locked up. Elmisho staring at him as his poor Darkseer just falls. And Tundra, a well-timed response and a well-timed sandstorm from Thompson will net themselves maybe even 2 kills across the map.
Ah, that is so brutal.
That's a DD on Lumpy. I mean, he hits, but he just doesn't have the speed. Man, this is one of the most aggressive lineups I feel like I've seen from Tundra. I mean, they continue to pressure the map. Sometimes it feels like they would just want to play constricting, not necessarily out of tap. Oh, no! Lumpy?
He's just gonna pay for that immediately.
Yeah, no, sometimes you don't get to find out right away if that was acceptable or not, but then he learned really quick.
It's so funny when that happens. You TP out and it turns into just amazing bait.
It was definitely like the blink past the sink and it really sold it for me. I was like, you're really in deep there. Your team is not getting through Thompson.
I mean, Pyke, he has his Fury, but that's it. Like, he's gonna need a BKB, and even then, I'm not sure if that's enough. Like, you're gonna need damage. As we see, these Dragon Knights, he can't really fight properly. He's just gonna die to all this magic damage provided by Topson, and also you have the break coming out from 9 class as well.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, I mean, you need everything. You really want the Deso, because this BKB will kind of just feel lackluster if you're jumping in without any amped damage. But at the same time, can you really jump without the BKB?
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, if you don't have BKB, you're just gonna get one shot pretty much from all these spells, and like one stun leads to another, and that's it for you. You're also dealing with an Orchid, right? So BKB is a must.
Oh, Moose, good death, sir. Not able to find the PA farming on the other side. We'll even toss down the ice path to try to
gonna get Pyke.
Oh no! Oh no! They wrapped around Tundra. They're so smart with it. At this point, try to just jump in, see if you can get anything. But the Wild Wing Ripper Just rips Pike away from the Chen. Incredible foresight there from the supports of Tundra.
Radiant's middle
Yep,
tower
good
is
job.
under
They're already on top, but they're they're reading Beast Coast like a book pretty much. They understand that the Jakiro is trying to protect from the smoke gang coming out, and they just walk around and get get the PA as well. And, I mean.
What a crazy find.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see how early, like, the supports didn't want anything to do with the Jakiro. They're instantly like, I know that we can find something better here, thanks to the scan.
I mean, it's so rough. All the while, Pure controlling the top lane with his spiders as well, making the map pretty impossible for Beast Coast to play.
Yeah. Top 3 net worth all over the course for Tundra right now. Even this Chen starting to sneak up on the Darkseer. How much can I cope this one up, Hanskin? I have a Darkseer and the enemy team is getting big. That means my illusions are big. That's good for me, right?
Yeah, sure.
Dire's courier.
But make sure they stay
I'm not
alive.
hearing coffee.
Maybe it's rapier time already.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what it is. That'll win us the game. It's so hard. I feel like these heroes are definitely like, they have the natural toolkit to deal with what Tundra are doing. It's just everything has snowballed so out of control. Tundra took just one slight advantage in this bottom lane, completely just found out what the Darkseer didn't want to do, go right at him, and now all the towers are gone. Even already pressuring tier 3s at some points. They're just really good at poking these weaknesses out from Beast Coast.
And, there's 0 towers, outer towers remaining, and Tundra, I feel like they don't have to go high ground, but it's not like they're facing much risk here, right? There's still a Roshan to be claimed. There's still going to be 2 Tormentors in the next 2 minutes, but
oh no. Let him get the wall up, please. Oh god, Vitaly. Just dead. Good news, does have buyback, but boy, buying back just 18 minutes in to try to defend your tier 3s. That is not a great situation to be in here. Already macro pyre down. PA still waiting for another item. Hanskin, do they even defend this, or are they just letting this go?
I mean, even if he buys back, Tundra might just walk away, right? So I don't think you buy back. So this is going to be first lane on racks, minute 18:50.
Yeah. No, it is mid-rack, so thankfully, if they ever do get back out on the map in Beaksos, somebody probably will be pushing this out. Trying to go for the early BKB on the PA, that's going to be her next weapon of choice. So it'll be a little bit lackluster, but you got to get in here. You just don't have much more time to wait around on the map as a PA.
Yeah, it is true, but what do? You're just going to jump in and you get a work it, and that's it for you, right? You do need this BKB, I feel like, still, but so far, Beast Coast have been unable to do a single proper move this game,
Yeah. That's been so hard. And only 9 kills, honestly. It feels like Tundra have just been, like, working the map, getting kills all over. But it's been really methodical strikes. What? You gotta be kidding me. He actually just walked faster. And then Lumpy's gonna walk into him. Oh my god. Oh, Lumpy has no idea what bullet he's just taken, but instead, maybe it's not a bullet. Maybe they actually get this kill, jumping through a 9 class. I have no idea how that move turned into a kill on Hoodwink instead of the PA living.
Every time Beast Coast gets something, they have to go back, though. This build is constantly playing in their face and defending their base. Oh, and that's a Tormentor for Whitemon as well. Now we're gonna get these Ancient creeps, They get this,
Lord.
This big golem that increases everyone's health. That's...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
If it wasn't hard killing them
He's
before,
actually just
it
looking
is
at
now.
Thunder. Nah, if he gets it, I mean, they're just Thunder Hides here right now, so maybe some extra attack speed, maybe the Stomp if they truly want it, but instead, looks like Lumpy. Oh, blink through, stun in on the Chen. Would be nice if they kill him first, but the wall, I don't think Chen is really your wall target. The Broodmother's just sitting here unaffected, and Whitemon, he's not even dead yet. Lumpy will fall. They're gonna TP in on the Sand King as well. I don't think they really thought that Beast Coast would commit to this so fully, but instead, they're just gonna walk away. 3 kills right away, almost nothing lost for Tundra at all. Just a really disjointed initiation for Beast Coast.
Yeah, really, really forced. I mean, they go for this Chen, but where's the follow-up? You don't get a Macropyre on top just yet. You wall only the Chen. A bit desperate / optimistic for Beast Coast.
Yeah, those are just not the keys to success there. You cannot be your wall target. And they had plenty of time to choose it. It wasn't like Chen was the only one they saw. They even saw a Hoodwink running around. You've got to save that wall for somebody who actually hits.
Yeah, I mean, you need this wall to hit the Brood. That's just it. Like, there's no other way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Simple as Brood with wall. We'll see if they get another chance. It is a 17,000 net worth lead right now for Tundra. They could lose the Brood Mother entirely, and they'd still have a 2,000 net worth lead on them.
They still haven't gone for the Roshan once for Tundra, which is a bit surprising, but I guess they're content with just keeping the map position as it is.
Right? I mean, at this point, you don't have to go back to the other side of the map. There's currently 2 Wisdom Runes sitting on Tundra's side of the map because they don't want to go there. They do not want to back out at all because it's like, we would rather just kill them. That's all that we want.
Wow, that's a fast Roshan. Holy shit.
Oh my, what was that? Bloodthorn burn. That was like 25% of his HP.
Yeah, and the Penitence as well. You got the drums and the Vlads from Chen. It's kind of ridiculous.
Oh, Ramses. Trying to find Pyke. Looks like just backing him out of the jungle. Oh, JK, unless... Does Hoodwink find him? Yeah, they found him. And oh my goodness, the sharpshooter can get away. He has about the BKB. That's pretty much the worst way you want to use your BKB, but at least you are alive.
Yeah, at least you're alive, but that might have been your last BKB in this game, you know, like now you're not unable to defend for like 80 more seconds, and how do you stop Thundra without your PA hitting people?
Yeah, no, that seems a little bit difficult at the moment. Courier did die with a shard on Brood Mother, which means, you know, Courier has to back. He has to back up. He's not showing off without the shard. I wish that were the case.
Yeah. I mean, this is your last set of racks, and you still got 70 seconds before PA is ready.
Oh, what an arena. Lumpian moves trapped in. They do get the macro pyre on the Brood, but it's just tickling him. He's going to turn around with the lifesteal. Easy kill onto the Alchemist. They've already bought back on the Jakiro, but they just don't offer enough in these fights. He's going to continue to hit the racks. He doesn't feel pressured at all. BKB press as well.
BKB just to finish your racks.
They're baiting the PA to jump into this one. They know he wants it, but that's megas. It was actually that fast. 24-minute megas, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you could turtle this out if you're Beast Coast, but the problem is you're not gonna get gold. Like these mega creeps, they don't offer you that much as a reward. So at the same time, you're never gonna get neutral creeps. So it's so tough, man. You need a miracle. You need some huge back wall into Ice Path into PA with another item hitting everybody.
With another item. I think that's the hardest part of that one, actually.
Yeah.
The mystical team fight is really hard on its own, but PA being able to farm up another item, that's where I draw the line. My suspension of belief is ruined.
Oh man, Thundra doing the classic where we're walking back as well. Maybe it is time to go back to his wisdoms.
I've done this, you know, game's feeling pretty good. You got megas. Why would I want to leave this? This game's awesome. I'm just dominating them.
Yeah. This is my favorite part as well when I play, you know, you get the megas and you walk back. It's really fun until you actually give them a chance back into the game, and then it, you know, instantly.
So what's the way back then? We're saying that like if PA farms up enough, maybe she actually gets a kill on a few of these guys, gets some gold, snowball it away.
You mean for Beast Coast, how to turn a game?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, you look at PA's quickbuy right now. I think that's your answer.
That seems to be the case.
You're gonna need that Vapor.
Oh, this could be it, but Ramsey with the BKB turnaround here. Oh no, you don't have the damage, and they'll just eat you right on up. Tundra with 3 kills immediately. Pure is a monster as they walk up this high ground. I think this is the opening they've been waiting for to end the game.
I mean, I think it's time to call it, boys. This is not happening.
Dude, Pyke. Oh, there we go. That's a win. That's a win in my book. He dodged the spear. All according to plan.
I mean, he has pressed BKB twice and just ran away.
GG. Game number 1. Yeah, I think that was pretty obvious for us. Tundra absolutely dominate the map. I mean, I liked how we started off this draft, and then the Brood came out. And I tell you what, that was a hard one to deal with in the offlane. I honestly thought that lane could go pretty well for you. You had double melee with Ion Shell, but not at all. Tundra just worked right through it with the Chen, and maybe that has to enter into the ban list now for Beast Coast.
Yeah, I mean this Brood obviously when you have such a great start to the game, it's really scary. He's able to take your ancients, take all your towers as well, and I mean, Tundra they came really prepared for this Darkseer. We like the Darkseer opener for them, but they also understood that this is really the most threatening thing that Beast Coast can bring to them from the offlane. You know, they understand Darkseer is so much scarier than like an Underlord or a Centaur or something like this, and they drafted the Chen, they drafted the Brood into it, and then they were just able to snowball this game so easily. Also, I have to say the DK pick into an already drafted Sand King, it seems to be quite a risk. Even though Lumpy did well there, he got a kill, you just see he's never able to pressure any towers in this whole game.
Yeah, I mean, really well done from him. He still ends up losing the net worth battle in the mid lane, but yeah, getting those early kills for himself. They did have a foundation to win this game, surely. It's just, ah, man. Even if you are styling on the Sand King, you do have to have an offlaner to play with.
Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, at some point, Brood is level 7, Darkseer's level 4. It's just too much. And then you're not ready to defend your towers. You have a hard carry that needs so much time. And as you see, these fights are just so hard. They're hitting these stun combos, but it only tickles Tundra, you know?
At this point in the game, Darkseer was a lower net worth than Chen. I didn't think that happened until later on. At 20 minutes. Oh no. I mean, you can see just how much this map constricted entirely for Beast Coast if your Darkseer wasn't able to farm.
Yeah, 100%. Brood is a hero that just has innate sustain with its insatiable hunger. And it's just hard for Darkseer to pressure him, even especially seeing as you don't have any mana. And really well done by Whitemon, you know. Starting with the Satyr facet and also getting another mana burn creep just makes this game super hard for Darkseer to play.
Yeah, I know, really hard for them in this one. And even though we like the start of this draft, you got to finish it out strong. And Tundra, they're looking to finish out their group stage strong. Another win for them, and it may secure them the upper bracket berth in this Riyadh Masters. So we'll see if they can hold on to it here, or if Beast Coast are able to come back, grab that 1-1. We'll be back after a short break. Thank you.
Nice.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. I'm Math Magician, and that's Hanskin, and we got a Game 1 stomp out from Tundra here versus Beast Coast. Talked a little bit about how we liked their draft, but the Chen was really a focal point here for Tundra if you're Beast Coast. Are we taking that hero out, or do we think we could theory craft more versus it?
I mean, I still like the Darkseer for Beast Coast. They just need to have a successful early game, right? And Chen was definitely a big part of it. Either you take the Chen out if you want to play the Alk again, but I think there are ways you can draft around the Chen if you'd like. Like, you could go for the Nyx, which was obviously banned last time in the second stage, or you could go for something like a Clockwork that is, you know, obviously a great counter to creeps. You just have to make sure that there's no double mana burn going on for the Darkseer, and you'll be fine. Obviously, the Brood might still be a concern, but I think you can play this matchup as long as Darkseer is able to function properly in the lane, right? Because in this last game, there was just no Darkseer.
Yeah. No, they had banned out the Troll Warlord instead of banning out the Broodmother versus it. I think largely because, like, in all of our heads, especially maybe some of us still don't remember that the spiders don't come out till level 6. We always think about versus the Broodmother like, oh yeah, wave clear, that's all I need. Is a Darkseer, like, of course I can take this lane. But that early pressure was so much more difficult for him than we expected, that as soon as the spiders came out, it was too late. You had already lost the lane so hard that you wave clearing spiders was not successful for you. You just weren't able to get close enough to him.
Yeah, and if you get so far behind against the Broodmother as Darkseer, it's like you're not really going to be able to recover because you need stacks. You need this big camp and Ancients, and when Brood is snowballing you like this, he's taking your tower, and then he just walks in there, and what do you realistically do as a Darkseer? And yeah, everybody knows what happens if you can't fight the Brood. If you have to dodge him, it's just going to take all your towers, and you can't you can't get nowhere near their webs.
Not at all, yeah, and that's the biggest part of it, right? I think the reason that I love this hero as a carry the most is because it does everything that a carry wants to do. You're able to win your lane, you flash farm super well, and you can take towers pretty safely on the enemy side of the map. Everything is high efficiency for the Broodmother right now, and you don't have to just be a spider bot. You're just Echo Saber, Manta, BKB, whatever it is. You right click so damn hard at this hero now that you don't have to rely on spiders later on. It's so good.
Yeah, obviously Brood being universal now as well, you can itemize, you know, super right click and snowball in the game. It doesn't matter if you're facing a PA, which is technically a tough matchup for the Brood when you're just doubling or tripling their net worth.
Yeah. Oh, it's hard. It's hard. I don't know if we're going to see it banned out so early. I mean, I know Beast Coast, I'm sure they didn't like playing it, but look at this draft early. Darkseer, Alchemist, DK, these are all heroes that are tailored towards fighting a Broodmother. I think maybe if I had to swap one around, I think I'd want to choose a Disruptor here instead of the hero, and then I don't know if there's a hero really that Tundra get to play that you can't beat on Beast Coast.
Yeah, I could see that. You would have to go for something different than a PA though with the disruptor. Like go for a more aggressive carry, like a gyro or a CK or something.
Yeah.
That could definitely.
Which totally could work.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Let's see. You can see here Monkey King in 91% of the draft so far. Same with Tiny and Hoodwink, both up there. Hoodwink this time being banned out by Beast Coast, or sorry, by Tundra this time. They are the ones still with second pick this time. They did have the first pick Hoodwink, so that's why they're probably eliminating it for now. But for Beast Coast, Sand King, they don't want to do that again. Still the Monkey King. They won't play it themselves, which is a little surprising for me, but I wonder if they leave the Tiny in for themselves.
Yeah, we've seen them play it quite a bit before, so definitely could be a thing. They choose to ban the Sand King as well, this time as well, so...
Ooh.
No threat of that. Also, Tundra being second pick this game, so the Sand King flex is definitely potent.
So they eliminate the Tiny, actually go for the Snapfire. Been a popular pickup, of course, across all games. Pretty high laning potential. And this time, Tundra... oh, no, man. That guy seemed like he was not having any fun at all playing the Darkseer. Let's do that for ourselves.
Yeah. I mean, as we said, you predicted before the series that the Darkseer was going to be seen, and now Tundra kind of doing the BM, where they just completely annihilated the Darkseer. Now they're going to run it back to, show them how it's done.
It feels that way. Darkseer, very hard hero to counter. This will be the second time that we see it picked up on second pick. Now, for Beast Coast, they opted out to ban the Troll Warlord, so we'll see if Tundra feel the same way, or if maybe they'll ban a few more, I suppose, aggressive safe laners and see if they can get some pressure out. I don't know.
Yeah, because I don't see any Chen from Beast Coast, and there's no Brood for them as well. So these hero pools are completely different in this sense. So
Enchantress, maybe
it can work, but it really depends on the four. If there's a Clockwork in there, it can be hard to play Ench.
Yeah, there's so many heroes available for it. The one thing that, as you said, like the Nyx Assassin is something that insta clears creeps. Clinks even could work. So there's plenty of options.
Yeah, I could even see Tundra go for the hero first. Prevent them Beast Coast to get their hands on it, because I do think that would probably be their desired pick into the Darkseer on.
Oh, you would want Jakiro into the Darkseer?
No, I wanted Jakiro with the Darkseer.
Okay. Okay.
Saying because you already have so many great options for the four, you don't need to rush this pick. You still have the Nyx, you have the Tusk, you have the Clockwork in the pool.
I think some flexing would be nice. I mean, there's still a Weaver available. We honestly see that it kind of dropped off for us in the last few series that we've casted. People haven't really wanted to pick it so great. Tiny is already out, so that flex for the 1-4 is gone. Gyrocopter is something we've talked about, but I don't think either of these teams have really been picking it. And there's the Nyx Assassin, so they're just going ahead, protecting versus the Enchantress now.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense as well. Against the Snapfire, you're able to easily stop his ulti, which is one Spike Carapace. It's amazing, and obviously one of the best partners for Darkseer as well. You got a nice stun combo with the back wall, and a Vendetta Ion Shell Surge Nyx is always scary.
I mean, the counter versus the Snapfire is something that people don't really think about as much. Snap's been getting played so much, but no one's really wanted to pick this Nyx Assassin. I think this is probably the only way that we'd want to see it picked so early, because not only are you countering the Snap, but also, as you said, the double Ion Shell wave. Is there a safe lane duo you can pick on Beast Coast that body this? Dirge Drow, is that something we could think of?
I mean, you could. I would probably more lean towards the Sven, or they go for the Ursa here, which is it's pretty strong as well. The one concern for this lane, the Ursa Disruptor, is that you really don't have any wave clear. So these double waves could happen, and if you see a White Mon getting in, or even Pure, you can easily get overwhelmed.
I go really back and forth on this Ursa into the Darkseer, because I love that lane, but anytime this Darkseer is allowed to kite you out, you have one timing, and that's with your jump on the Ursa. But Nyx Assassin is able to hold your stun now, so that whenever you see that jump come through, you just instantly protect him. It kind of reminds me of when people would be picking Lion so quickly anytime that you'd have these drafts, because no matter what melee Punisher there is in the safe lane, one Lion stun and your team could just run away from these heavy timings in the safe lane.
Yeah, definitely. I think the key is for a 9 class to not really leave Ramses too much this game, because Ursa Disruptor, they are not that much stronger unless they're outnumbering. So I could definitely see Tundra extending this lane for a long time, and eventually, when 9 class wants to leave, then Ramses could just go for the big camp stack, something like this.
I wonder if you then prioritize your mid matchup here, forcing some way that Tundra have to rotate into the mid lane in order to help out their mid.
Yeah, that could definitely be possible. I think there's definitely quite a few heroes remaining for Vitaly on the off lane, so I mean it's gonna come down to what Tundra decides to show here.
I mean, they have an offlane duo. You can go for something that's safe in the in the safe lane as well. Something that wins versus a lot of matchups, but maybe also has some sort of flex into the mid lane. Windrunner can somewhat come to mind. It might not be too bad in this one.
Damn, they're just stealing everything.
Oh my goodness. Don't take the Jakiro too. Please have mercy.
I think they actually might. It's really strong with their
They
draft, and
really
it's also nice versus the Ursa, getting all these slow and the stun as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, you're going to see really bad. It's a long range stun versus the Mortimer's Kisses as well, but they do go for the Chen. So something they had last time, definitely picking up bits and pieces all over last draft. One pick that was previously theirs, one ban that was previously Beast Coast, and then 2 picks that were previously from Beast Coast. So they're just stealing from all over.
Yeah, and the Underlord is a response. Nothing too surprising. Obviously, Underlord, great with the Snapfire. You set up all your spells, and with the Disruptor as well. Also nice route versus the PA, but I'm not sure if Tundra is too concerned with this. It's definitely not like the easiest lane ever for Tundra up top, but I think they're gonna manage fine with the sustain, and also if he's able to get the hands on the mana burn once again, then that can be really tough for the Pit Lord as well.
Yeah, I feel the Jakiro would have been much better, right? Having this Underlord that you're playing against, but certainly for this laning stage, the Chen can definitely pressure. It feels like we do have 2 kind of squishier heroes versus like Underlord and Snapfire, so much health. So it's gonna be more effort, I think, for Tundra to get the kills that they want in this one. Probably spend a little bit more in region to do it, but as you said, definitely possible.
So Beast Coast are gonna have to find a mid here that doesn't really get punished by Thompson, because last game, Lumpy did well in the mid lane, but he wasn't able to pressure anything. He just had such a rough matchup in the game, not necessarily the lane itself.
Tundra do have last pick as well. So if they want, I'm telling you what, Underlord is my favorite hero to play against if I'm a Rubik, and we know that Thompson loves that Rubik game, so not a whole lot of jump right now. You're looking at Ursa and maybe the gate in from the Underlords. Not necessarily your long range backline catch when you think about stuff like, Storm Spirit, Void, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. They ban out the DK, it makes sense. There's no Sanking in the pool anymore, and no Monkey as well. So limited counters to that.
Yeah, I mean, what have Beast Coast really been trying to get here in these mid lanes? Looks like a lot of DK. Tango, I think, is already out of the pool. PA as well.
There's a lot of mid bans in the pool.
Right? Ember was first phase banned by Tundra as well. They really are focusing this mid lane, actually. What the hell? Ember, Pango, DK. On the other side is the Snapfire, the Monkey, the Tiny. I mean, there's actually many of them taken out already. Lesh? I feel like you don't want to pick Lesh into the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like you're still...
SF is still in pool.
Yeah,
but again, Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, Nyx Assassin, also the Darks here, stealing your passive and stuff. And then, of course, you're giving Thompson a great Rubik game if you go for the SF.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Whenever I asked Storm, I was like, what on earth am I doing versus this? And he said, Bosswex, Invoker, and Rubik are his top 2 heroes right now that he likes playing versus the SF.
Yeah,
which
that makes sense.
Kind of interesting. Oh, Slardar feels like it's too... I don't know. It can get punished too hard.
Yeah.
Without seeing you for sure mid matchup.
And then you're playing 2 right clickers into P as well that are not necessarily going to have MKB, This is not in their usual toolkit, and you need other items first.
Is there a world where this is a Snapfire mid. No, again, Nyx Assassin. I don't know, man. This is a hard last pick right now for Beast Coast.
It is. It is. Maybe this
is Coddle still in?
Yeah, it is. But then you're playing into PA that can potentially wreck you. You know, once he's online, and then
That's true.
Nyx as well. I can see them go for the
Still
Void
Nyx.
Spirit, maybe.
Hmm.
It's like
Yeah, go a little bit more standard.
it's alright, but nothing crazy here. It's a bit low on
Yeah.
the damage end, especially into all these auras and heals. Ooh, they did ban the Rubik, so
They did. Pudge?
Pudge, sure, why not? High magic, you know. Rod can definitely go through a lot of the zeros. Yeah, I got some BKB lockdown for the PA as well.
I feel like I'm locked in on Pudge, actually. I don't know if there's anything else that could even do well in this game that you drafted for yourself.
Yeah, you've got to put the Malos into Hook. You got Disruptor with it as well. Wind
I kept thinking about it, but I don't know. This feels... It's good versus the PA. You're forcing her to probably buy some sort of MKB, but who are you focus firing to kill? I suppose the Darkseer could be cool, but he just turns on you, creates illusion of yourself, and you're a universal hero. You loved having a Windrunner to play against.
Yeah,
I
you
don't know.
do. You do. So what does this leave Thompson with? I guess he can go for the Void Spirit. It's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Oh, Invoker.
Ooh, man.
Yeah, this is cool.
That's a good combo, right? You're just gonna get this Nyx going to run up to somebody, Sunstrike on top of them. Misho, Moose, Lumpy, they all could die to that if they're not careful.
Yeah, as well. Curious to see if he actually goes for the Exort or the Quas Wex. I would bet it's the Quas Wex, this one. Because just of the matchup against Windrunner, Mana Burn is obviously amazing against, you know, Ursa, Underlord, low mana pool heroes, Tornado as well. You know, when Ursa, you purge off the Furious Wipes. It's really hard for Ursa to play into Ice Wall, Cold Snap, all of it, and Deafening Blast. Everything about Invoker is super annoying for Ursa.
I have to imagine that, given the meta right now, most of the time you are playing Quas Wex Invoker. There's not as much like Faceless Void in the metas. So there's a little bit of Legion Commander, but not a whole lot of heroes that you're really hankering to play Quas Exort. I have to imagine it's Quas Wex. Well,
yeah. Also, it's gonna be real easy for him to gank either the Underlord or the Ursa. So, you know, opening either one of these side lanes up, getting these towers, is definitely gonna be a huge possibility for Thompson here on this Invoker.
Well, it's game number 2 here. Again, we are waiting to see, can Tundra hold on to this lead that they've given themselves? Stick up top of the groups, round out at 10-2 here as they go into the last day, only looking to play Bet Boom Team after this. Or are they going to drop one to Beast Coast, let them kind of start to dig out of this middle of the pack? As it looks like with that last win, Tundra may have secured themselves already and to be the top 4. What lane are we focusing on here again? I like the idea of looking up top because it seems that the PA did start to get those kills and looks like she could run over the lane. However, the effect of Ramsey's or not Ramsey, of the Darkseer was so much worse than we expected in the last one.
Yeah.
Is it all focused on the Darkseer again for this game number 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this time the Darkseer is going to be way more successful in the laning phase. You know, I think Nyx Darkseer is a fairly solid lane. They are into an Ursa Disruptor, which is not bad by any means, but they do lack this wave clear. And mainly, I think that Beast Coast, they can play for kills if they want to. But this lane is going to be back and forth, I'm sure, on the bottom lane, Darkseer versus Ursa. Top lane is going to be more like Underlord is going to out-CS this PA, and Chen is going to provide the sustain, and I think not too much is going to be happening up top, unless, you know, this Snapfire starts rotating, then it's really possible for Tundra to go for kills on this Pit Lord.
Well, it seems like mid lane might be one that we want to focus on then, because if you have this need for rotation into the mid lane, where we do end up losing, you know, Darkseer doesn't have anyone to play with, it could be the factor that allows Beast Coast to win the lanes, but we'll see. Easy to deny Sentry. I have to imagine like these early like level 1 and 2 probably Ursa favored, but it's more and more points in the Ion Shell that just makes it that you can never stand up to the Darkseer, and then especially whenever he starts to double shell the wave.
No, this is very aggressive from Pyke here.
Yeah, forces out the Ion Shell a little bit early. Kind of okay. Oh, okay. Well, that's rough.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I could watch this all day. This is gonna be such a back and forth lane. It's gonna be all like, when does Pyke choose to commit? Because if he commits and then immediately gets stunned again, like it could be all over for him. However, maybe Moose is able to bring that back by some glimpse Paris. We'll see.
They might go for the kill on Ramses right now. Nyx is pretty far still.
I think they're going for the kill on Pyke. He's taking so much damage, man. It's hard.
Yeah, it is hard.
The borderline is that this doesn't take a whole lot of resources for Ramses to turn, right? Pyke has lost so much HP already.
Yeah. Oh, they did let the
He's just tossing out the Ion Shells.
That is a bit of a problem for Beast Coast. Because now they're gonna be unable to pressure this Dark properly.
This is a little bit hard as well because it's not like you have wave clear, right? I've let some small camps go whenever you have like, you know, a warlock that you're playing with or something, just because who cares? Just kill the creep wave, you'll be fine. But Disruptor Ursa, you're all single target guys. You do not clear those waves fast.
Yeah, this is kind of the opposite of what you want when you want to leave the big camp open. Like typically, if you're playing some, like you said, warlock lanes or gyro, things like this, with really high wave clear, you can leave it open.
Ooh, okay, Pure. Really quick there getting the kill on El Micho. I didn't feel like he was someone who could be at risk, but hey, Tundra, they found it.
That is definitely a bit surprising. I mean, Pure getting at first blood is massive for this game. He's gonna be able to get already double Wraith Band sent out, and yeah, that's gonna help him CS so much, which is typically pretty annoying versus an Underlord as a PA. And you know, further they could go for more kills on El Micho down the line when the PA is so strong.
True. Yeah, thought about the tops or the mid lane where it might be dragons and supports out depending on how it goes. But hey, if you start killing this Snapfire too many times, you might have to bring over actually the Disruptor, and then it would be a free bottom lane for Ramses on the Darkseer.
Yeah. You do have to be careful about this Invoker because he's gonna be ready for every move you make this game.
Yeah, he's definitely got the right toolkit for it. Ooh. Actually getting rained down by this. This is crazy. Waymon is just getting free clicks in. Ugh.
Yeah, it's not looking great for top lane right now for Beast Coast. Getting the wave pull while losing your range creep is always a bad feeling.
Right, and some of the best pulls out there right now is just making the enemy team choose. Do you go after this one range creep that I've pulled, or do you want to go after the 3 melee?
Yeah.
Man, Pyke is really sticking in there. I wanted to see him kind of kite out these right clicks a little bit more. You don't want to take Ion Shell damage when you don't have to, right? Get that right click back out for a second. But now they're going to drag back Ramses. He's good for it. Gets the kill. Now turning back on a 9 class? No. He's going to be free for now. Well done here by the Ursa Ruptor duo.
Yeah, really well done. Definitely a bit over-aggressive there for Ramses, as we see El Micho going in, actually.
Speaking of over-aggressive, I'm starting to see how he may have died that first time. Just cooking right on into the center there. Take me, team! They do get the kill, and unfortunately don't get anything on return for Vitaly.
Yeah. This El Micho guy, he has no fear, man. He's always so aggressive. And, you know, sometimes it pays off, but sometimes it costs him brutally as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he missed both of the stuns. I think if he connects even onto one of them, it's probably okay. But that's part of the good thing about Snapfire lanes is that you get the cookie, and then you have typically an offlaner with stun, and an offlaner with nuke. But this one, it's not that easy. You kind of need to be the one to make sure you use your stun and your nuke at the same time, which I'm sure is why this has been a little bit weird for El Micho.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised even that he went for the cookie. Like, usually most Snapfires, they go for the Scatter Blast and the Lil Shredder, level 3. It's just way more damage.
He does. Yeah, no, it has been, especially since it's an Underlord, right? This isn't some like duo that you need to get like a Slaughter or Centaur or something.
Yeah,
like, Underlord, I don't think you really care that much about the cookie. Ooh. Oh, Ramsey's just barely getting away. Reared up for the last few hits on Pyke, but Ramsey's was just too fast.
Yeah, they're keeping the pressure up here really nicely. I mean, Ramsey's doing well in the last hit department, but always in threat.
Full board. Do they have the hit? They do. Vitaly finally picking up a kill versus this Chen, who's done so well. I think that this is starting to be the kind of play I want for the Snapfire. Use that full board. Stay away. Don't put yourself into the fray there.
Oh, who's going for the solo kill? He's gonna have Wims soon, I believe.
Yeah, I thought he had.
I mean, he definitely had this kill, I feel like.
Like 2 times in a row. I feel like he could have gotten this kill. Instead, it's gonna be Salve up for the next assassin. He's fine. Unfortunate. Ooh, big tornado into the mid lane. That is El Misho. Snapfire getting ran down by Whitemon again. Lumpy. He does have his focus fire, but he doesn't have any mana for it, so it looks like he can't save the Snapfire. The creeps, they'll run him down. Whitemon getting the kill for free. Just a little bit more mana on the Windrunner, and they would have had it, but instead, a beautiful rotation in from Whitemon.
Yeah, not every day you see a Chen tower diving tier 1, you know, like getting the kill without his Margons. Really nice job by Whitemon. Obviously getting the micro in as well.
It's kind of crazy, honestly. I feel like that shouldn't have been allowed, but because of the tornado EMP from Thompson, easy for him. And now, this is a level 6 on Pure, so he's hitting pretty hard. Have the silence as well. Gonna be able to crit down Vitaly. They need just a few more hits, I believe, with the dagger. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, with the dagger, they get the kill. Whitemon again, he's just floating lane to lane, doing everything for his team to win these lanes for them. And the net worth is certainly showing just how good it's been. Already 4,000 net on the PA. Getting up there on the Invoker as well. The only one who's been suffering really has been the Darkseer, but I'm sure you can fix that later.
And this is a PA with only having a cornucopia right now. So getting kills and straight up rushing the battlefield, no treads, only the Wraith Bands. That's gonna be a crazy timing if they're able to keep it up.
Ooh. Bold, I like it here. Sending him back into the sentry. Oh, doesn't want to use the full board to steal the kill. And there we go. Almost risked not getting it, to be honest, but still able to grab that one up. Pretty big for the Windrunner here to kind of shut Thompson down slightly.
Yeah, really big kill. Nice use of their first focus fire of the game, and that's gonna secure them the next rune as well. Unless 9 class has something to say about it.
He's walking over there. Okay, El Misho picks up the Invisor and gonna be fine for now. I like to see those sort of rotations into the mid lane. Again, whenever you are forced to throw supports for Tundra into the mid lane, your side lanes succeed. So we need this Underlord to get back up. We need Pyke to be able to dominate the Starks here. It's exactly what needs to happen right now for Beast Coast. Oh, doesn't latch on. In fact, Ramsey's getting away. Turns around with the wall, but the kinetic field isn't enough damage. Lumpy needs to continue onto the focus fire. Needs a little bit more here. Did he not? Is he not focusing? Okay, he did finally get the turnover Vitaly from the top rope. Where did it even come from? I didn't see the ulti happen.
Middle tower is under attack.
That's a pretty big commitment just to get your Darkseer. Now, yeah, El Misho's in trouble as well.
Yep. Oh, cooking through, but way too much damage from Thompson and 9 class, and they're gonna bring over this Chen into the mid lane. Maybe this is actually a tower for them.
Yeah, at least they're gonna take it very, very low here. If not, yeah, Fiddle is gonna be forced to TP mid, but this means that it's gonna be losing this whole top wave as a result of it.
This might just be what you have to do. Underlord is one of the best heroes at just holding the wave down, and to be honest, he hasn't had a great time versus Pure anyways. Might as well just stay mid and let somebody else take this top wave.
Yeah, I mean, this mid tower is so important, especially playing into a Nyx and an Invoker. Like, it enables so much cross mapping, you know, walking from top to bottom, left to right, ghost walk and Vendetta. It's you really want to keep this mid tower alive for as long as you can.
Oh, Lumpy wanted to run away from the EMP, instead got a little bit too close. Has to be careful here because with Whitemon coming in, just a little bit more on the penitence, and no, okay, they weren't able to chase it fully.
Whitemon is so active on this Chen.
Holy moly, yeah.
It's really nice to see. It's a bit of the opposite of what we usually see. You know, we watched Chen earlier where he was just so focused on the stacking. Whitemon is more like a roamer.
Oh, yeah. But both Chens we've seen have been really successful. Unlike maybe this Invoker here, the power shot connects. Lumpy with the turnaround kill, thanks to the power of friendship and all of his teammates rotating into this mid lane. Now Windrunner still kind of in danger, putting her body on the line, but they won't get the kill just yet. She's actually alive, but oh, the acorn's bouncing around okay. No, it looks like with the stick she'll be great, which means they get a lot of the Chen army plus a kill on both Chen and the Invoker. Leads to some success here, but also the one of the fastest Battle Furies we've seen from a PA just 10 minutes in. Goes backwards, rooted up now on the Darkseer. The killing don't stop here. This is Beast Coast Dota, baby. Run at them on the map. Don't let them breathe. This is what we expect from the South American boys.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting a lot of kills, but I'm still worried for them. You know, like this PA has a minute 10 Battle Fury. He's gonna get huge, especially if you don't get any towers soon. But so far so good for Beast Coast. It's just they're getting these kills, but it's not transitioning to objectives. That's what we really want to see.
Yeah, that's the number one health kind of check mark that you can make on a team. After they get these kills, after they do even at a net worth lead, what objectives are coming from the map? It's not like they have a horrible team at farming objectives either. You have Underlord to sit in front of towers, you have Windrunner to focus fire them. It is possible.
Now they're gonna go for the kill on Pure. They have the Disruptor ulti.
Ooh. Bouncing backwards into the Static Storm. Do they have the damage? It's going to take a lot of magic, and there they have it. Elmisho with the 3 kill spree. They'll trade away a tower, sure, but this is one of the fastest Battle Furies we've seen on the PA in a long time. So getting those kills, stifling her down, that's what you need from Beast Coast.
Yeah, very, very nice. Huge kill. No. You can't just let this Pure PA get away with naked Battle Fury into straight free from it. It's too much, so... Really nice. We'll see if they're able to secure this tower, but it looks like actually Tundra are thinking about defending it.
Oh, they're doing more than thinking. They got 9 class in here first, heaping in as well on the Chen. It's just supports, but they are playing under a ward here. They'll see 9 class show and send them all the way around here. Looks like moves will escape. Nyx Assassin won't grab the kill. And on the other side, they're trying to make this happen, but Vitaly, I don't think he has an Atos yet, so... they're not able to grab that kill just yet.
Yeah, he's actually going for the mech first on Pit Lord, which I can respect. That's probably gonna be no Atos then, or it just agrees into Atos.
Or it's a Snapfire Atos. That probably means there's no Atos then. I guess I didn't really think about that. That was kind of what Snapfires have been doing. They either go for the auras or the lockdown, and in this case, Underlord is just so good as the auras that you can allow Snapfire to be a little bit more of that control.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, the Atos is cool on Snapfire because you can transition it into Glyptane, but still, as we see, moves are getting attacked. Actually missed one of my Ramses.
Oh, the Sunstrike! Well done, Thompson. Oh, what a dastardly combo there, man. Ion Shell creep, Sunstrike when he tries to get away. I mean, they did use Wall, that's something.
Yeah, and that's a level 1 Nyx sword, by the way. 200 damage still. It sounds like actually quite a lot.
Wow.
But I was gonna say
about
the Snapfire. Like the Atos makes sense. You can transition into right clicker. We've seen Tofu do it before, where you get like. Speaking of Snapfire, he's getting attacked right now.
Oh yeah, he seems to be very dead. I think the Underlord portal was like, get away from him. I'll come over there. Don't make me stop. then he just never came because there was no way you were finishing that TP into the river.
Yeah. So Elmisho, he still didn't go for a single point in the Lil Shredder. He's 3 points in the cookie, and this is like the Lil Shredder is one of the reasons why
It's just kills all over. Static Storm down, yes,
yeah,
but
these guys are
brother,
not slowing
you've
down.
already lost your wind. No, it's gonna keep on amping up. Pure coming in here with a big crit. He'll get sent away once, but the rest of the team still on top of him. Oh, nice ice wall down into the meteor. Vitaly can't escape from this one. Perfect combo out from the Invoker, but can Pike get involved? 1 kill, 2 kill, easy for the Ursa, but you got a PA to deal with now. Enrage already used, and Pure feels pretty comfortable taking this fight for himself. It's gonna be an easy double for Thompson, as the rest of the team will end up killing 3 Beast Coast participants.
Yeah, Tundra just leveraging their strength right now, getting 2 supports for 3 cores. That's a trade you take any day of the week.
They're going for the stacks. There's so much gold on the map still for Beast Coast, but if they encroach too much on Tundra, they'll just find it for themselves. And look at, there's been so much comboing so much like spellcasting together that's been really nice from Tundra. You see that mid kill is honestly really hard. There was still a win run available from Windrunner after the tornado. They still were able to get the kill, and then this meatball after the ice wall, so good.
And obviously you see Pi coming in here. He actually is able to kill both supports. It looks pretty good, but then he doesn't have enrage anymore, and he just ends up falling as well.
Yeah. Oh, Lumpy, how quick are you with that win run? Oh no. How much do you need that win run? Tries to get away here. Does connect with the shackle shot, but there was a wall right behind it. Another perfect smoke out here from Tundra. They're just making these hit squads on the map, and Beast Coast are powerless to defend against it.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough. You lost your mid and bottom tier 1, and you're playing against double Invis. You really need to make sure for Beast Coast that you actually camp each other and you bring detection every time, because if you don't, if you keep splitting up like this, you're just gonna end up getting caught everywhere. And not to mention the fact that there's a PA completely free farming on top of it right now.
Did PA take those ancient stacks for Radiant, or did Ursa take those?
Good question. I wasn't able to see, but
she is 3k above the next closest hero. I have to guess that she's the one who took those.
Yeah, that seems right, yeah.
That was like a 4 stack. That was a lot of gold that you needed. I don't know how you take these next fights without it. Cookie does connect. Killing Thompson will be great for the Ursa game, but look at how long this disarm lasts. That's still just the disarm of the Invoker. Oh my lord.
Thompson maybe getting a little bit overeager there, but if I'm being honest, why did the rest of Tundra back off while they have this much pressure, Yeah, he got white money in the jungle, 9+ in the jungle, I think. Just a bit of a disconnect there between the teammates. Maybe a lack of communication.
Yeah, signs of life for sure. Still, they have a ward down here that literally sees the Windrunner farming, so I'm sure Tundra, if they really want to, they can run out with Thompson again. In fact, they're just going to go right on through Moose 9 class. Free pathing. They're going to do it. Oh, Sunstrike. He just barely dodges it. Lumpy, he could turn around this one on the Nyx Assassin. Bold. Could work out though, and it does. Huge find. How did they actually see him there? I don't know.
I think I just realized that the Iron Shell was taking on him, losing HP for no reason. And unfortunately for 9 class, he didn't wait enough because Thompson was just about to respawn, so the Sunstrike didn't come out in time.
Yeah. Lumpy again dodging the Sunstrike, this time coming in on Pure. This is a BKB. Can you even get Lumpy out of here? You're trying to dodge through the trees, but the back wall, it's too much. On the other side, though, Thompson does fall to the Mortimer's Kisses, and Pyke still kind of freely pathing through this engagement, but PA still pretty big. Oh, they even get the cancel onto El Micho. It's a double kill for the PA, and you can't handle him right now. Gotta get out of here. And gotta wait for at least an MKB on either Ursa or Wind.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a while. They're still looking to get their BKBs finished, and they're not even close. So I think Tundra, they're not gonna stop right now.
Yeah. Originally, I'd say that the magic damage would be enough with this BKB being so fast from the PA. It's not enough to just have Firestorm or Moose. Dodge. Oh, I think he doesn't die yet. Oh my goodness, 9 class, he might have waited too long. There's just a little bit of regen. Sunstrike gonna miss, so still going, and 9 class once again, just, inches away from getting that kill that he so desires on these long walks, and instead, again, another death.
Yeah, unfortunately for 9 class, twice in a row, he's not paying attention to top zone. Top zone was once more respawning, and therefore they can't get the Sunstrike off. If that happens, I think he survives, Being able to walk out when there's no glimpse is much easier when there is, compared to when there is.
Yeah. Seeing a lot more PAs go for this Manta style now. In this game, it makes a lot of sense to me. You've got the Root from the Underlord. You also have an Atos from the Snapfire. Do you believe that Manta is an every game item for the PA now?
I mean, it's a good question. I guess it makes sense with the facet. Like, every 6 attacks on the same hero, does that actually work with Manta?
That's a great question. Let's find out. I'm sure once he gets it, we'll see.
Because if it does, then it should be every item thing.
Oh yeah, Lumpy getting gone in here. Penitence connects, and then the jump in from PA. Now she's gonna turn on the focus fire, but that's just a last-ditch effort. She is surely dead. and the rest of B Coast, they have to evacuate once more. Not quite as bad as last game. They're not hitting high ground, but still feeling the pressure of Tundra 2 games in a row.
Yeah, I mean, they're still waiting for the speakeasies, and there's just no way Tundra is gonna let you farm them for free.
Ooh, Moose. Oh, I mean, this is just no man's land. Does go down.
Ooh, Pike
now
in trouble
Pike in
as well.
danger as well. I think he's trying to show 9 class like he wants to kill, but you can't do that by yourself. He's got no BKB. If they find Pike, I mean, he is just dead.
Dire's bottom tower is
Oh.
under attack.
Well, that could be the escape he needs.
Yeah, that was a really nice trip.
No. And now Misho, oh lord. Having to TP away. Do they have the damage? No, okay. Nice shot from Whitemon, almost had it, and it's astonishing that just Whitemon with his creeps is able to force such a reaction from the Snapfire.
Dire's bottom
Yeah, this is not your typical AFK farm Chen, bring all the Horasco in. This is a brawler Chen.
He was almost as farmed as Thompson, by the way. Not for lack of trying. I mean, Thompson is farming moderately okay. It's just this Chen is so damn farmed by able to kill heroes and then farm all over the map. Thompson just wants to kill.
And here we go again. Gonna go in again. They're never gonna stop looking. You know, until they have these BKBs for Beast Coast, Tundra is simply not going to stop. Good thing for Beast Coast, Pike is about to finish his now, so that could change the status quo a little bit.
There's plenty of things that could turn this game around. I mean, even just raindrops and glimmer capes on supports could be enough to kind of turn this around. I'm seeing an open spot for the Darks here. It's making me upset, but I don't care. Ramses. Oh, he's going to be fine for now. Wow, locked in the Static Storm. You have to put the damage in right away. As soon as the Static Storm ends, that was a cookie in the wrong direction. All right, let's get out, team. Get out. we didn't do it. Let's just see if we can escape with our lives.
Oh, that was that was so how fast from Beast Coast, and now Tundra, there's no fear of anything. There's no spells anymore, so this is gonna be, if not your tier 2, maybe even a bunch of heroes.
Could be. At least they only lost the Snapfire for that one, but boy, that was a bit disastrous there. The team coordination. I could have had probably the kill on the Darks here, but even then, I think if you do full commit for it, you likely end up losing heroes on the backside anyways.
Yeah, it is true.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Okay, Pure has made the drawing. They're gonna go for the enemy Tormentor.
That works. So far, I mean, the map is just theirs. Once again, it's not the same net worth lead that we saw last time, but there are very few items that we see on the side of Beast Coast that really alleviate the pressure that Tundra are putting on right now.
If they are able to get a stun, they're waiting for 9 class, trying for it.
Throws the Enrage out first. Gonna try to glimpse one of them away. Sunstrike will connect, but again, with this Enrage, he's got plenty of stashes. He's fine for now.
So Beast
3K difference in net that they've gotten from this Aegis so far, and Beast Coast, they're going for the smoke.
If they can get the Chen first, it's pretty good. Or even Topson here.
That could be nice. Topson would be nice, but they didn't see him. He was Ghostwalker, then a huge vacuum wall in right here. Now they will lose the Chen immediately. You're saying this could be good for them. Now locked in onto the Invoker, but Pike is a monster on the backside right now. Eliminates Fatality. That's an Underlord. That is not just a support hero. That is a big, big slug who's just getting destroyed by Pure. Now for Tundra, they still have lost 3 of their own heroes, and Pike, even with Aegis, doesn't want to continue chasing that PA, even though they've lost a few heroes.
Yeah, pretty good for Beast Coast, but the threat of Pure is still here. They're gonna actually go in once.
Oh, he's threatening for sure. Instantly in with the kill there, and it looks like it is only the main hero that does proc those passive shots from the PA.
Okay, I guess that Manta is just like just a dispel item. Then you can dodge shackle with it, get out of the pit and stuff.
Yeah. That wasn't the worst fight in the world, honestly, from Beast Coast, but losing the Snapfire on the backside, that kind of hurt. The initiation also could have been slightly better. We were looking at, like, okay, there's an Invoker right on top of you, and a huge wall started straight up, then in a vacuum as well to kind of disjoint everything. That could have been a little bit better, but hey, I think even as Beast Coast, you're like, that went pretty well for us. We didn't just dominate the fight. We had some missteps there, and we still were able to get 3 heroes from Tundra. That's got to feel good for you.
Yeah, and that's into Aegis, mind you. They really found the perfect angle there, so they need to keep doing it though to keep themselves in the game, because these MKBs are not going to come for free, and Pure is a super threat on the map right now.
Yeah. He needs so much. This is one of those Ursa games where you're forcing him to buy so many items. He needs an MKB. We're gonna need a Basher at some point. We'll see if Satanic comes on the board, but he's already kind of slotted, right? You think about it, he's got BKB. He's going for the Blink Dagger, has the Battle Fury, so MKB will be up next, then Basher. Hopefully that'll be enough for Pyke to dominate this PA.
Dude, this Tundra strat is so nasty if you think about it. There's constantly a Nyx, Vendetta, there's an Invoker, Ghost Walking on you, and there's a PA Blurred. There's so much stuff to be careful of all the time, so you're kind of forced to hug each other 24/7.
And hug each other they will, because they have a Crimson completed on the Underlord. They also use the Static Storm onto this Nyx Assassin. With a cookie, they'll kill him. Pyke, though, has to be a bit careful. Using the Enrage to get away for now. Tornado will clip Elmisha a little bit here, but it's Moose, the real target here for Pure. We'll try to glimpse him away. Looks like he will, but not before he dies. That is a quick nullifier.
Indeed, a 26-minute nullifier is not something you see every day.
Lumpy. Brother, okay. Does he know? I don't know if he even knows. Oh God, please, Lumpy.
They have the idea. He's gonna force to press his BKB here, but Windrun is expiring. Windrun is expiring.
Oh, Jesus. You TP to a tower? A brave man, Lumpy. I feel like everything that I've seen from Lumpy is like absolutely insane. But you can see here, this is when it pays off. You drag so many people around the map. This age is just expired now, and maybe you can do something to turn this one, but without BKB, I'm sure the Lumpy is a little hesitant.
Yeah, you have to be, and they're gonna lose Moose as well, so definitely a momentum killer for East Coast.
Yeah, that's not so great.
I mean, you are getting close to this MKB, and that's going to change a lot. But the problem you have is that there's only so many stuns you have, you know, like you don't have any BKB control, so even if you get on top of this PA, how are you going to stay on him is the problem, right? There's Surge, and there's obviously his own jump.
Are we all eggs in the Ursa basket? If he does get this MKB, do we believe the game can just completely shift over towards East Coast? Oh, guys, save him, save him.
God damn.
Oh, no.
I did not expect that much damage. Actually, that's
right?
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What on earth did he take? So he really didn't have any, unless he pressed the Enrage immediately after the Vendetta hit came out. He was just stunned and murdered.
Now Pure might even go for it. They might dive this.
They could. Vitaly gonna lose a lot of his mana, but does have the Grieve still.
Yeah,
Not out just yet.
It's a very tanky target, so even though you have the nullifier for the Crimson, you still have the Vanguard component, so super tanky target.
Time chipping down Vitaly. Honestly, Vitaly is living through most of these, and they are taking down Pure. Need to have vision back here because 9 class could. Oh no, he's gonna do it. Not a chance to press the Greaves. Doesn't even have buyback now on the Underlord. They'll drop down the Static Storm, but for who? Who is gonna fight in that Static Storm? I don't think anybody can right now on Beast Coast. They're forced back into the base. Without your thick boy in front of the tower and your supports on the backside, there's just no way you're taking this fight.
Yeah, and Impure says, I can't kill his Underlord, and 9 class says, I got you.
Nyx Assassin to the rescue. Fan Assassin, move away.
So Pyke is back, and he still has his BKB, but...
Oh, they sent the Ursa in! Yeah, you definitely believe in him here. He's running away, though. They will... Oh, no. He just gets crit up down. He had 5 stacks on him. Pure sees it and immediately jumps on the opportunity, gets the kill. Oh my goodness.
It's so rough. I mean, there is a Roshan potentially spawning in 15 seconds, but I don't think you have to go back for it if you're Tundra. Like, this man is 6 slotted on Pure right now.
Yeah, and Nullifier gets rid of the Crimson Guard, so Vitaly is just paper to the Phantom Assassin. And no, not class, please. Okay, they did see him for a second there, but...
He's just haunting them, and Lampe's already decided, I'm gonna go farm.
That's about all you can do, huh?
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Looks like he may end up clearing the wave, but they already have one that's stuck in here top side, so yeah, you still
Gonna
have to take
find
this
him here.
fight.
He might find him.
Please.
It's so
He
close.
might. They do see him here. Sunstrike on the other side. Lumpy trying to get away from this one. Nullified, so the wind run isn't actually doing that much for him, but he will get away just in a second. Tornado, does it keep him up there? It keeps him up to dodge the dagger. Okay, intentional? You decide. Moo's gonna get gone on. That was intentional, and that was murder. Pure will get the kill. Now Pike, just poor guy, has to get into the fight somehow, but the BKB just not up yet. They'll collect megas, and once again, Tundra can escape with their lives, not even worried. They may just stay this time.
And they're going for the fake back as well. I mean, this Beast Coast lineup is not a lineup that can deal with Mega as well, so... But Tundra just says, fuck it, we're going.
Lord. That is unfortunate for Vitality, trying to get away from this one, but being pulled into the EMP, double BKB out. Misha will try to TP back to the base, but not on Darkseer's watch. Grabs them both up here. Kinetic field down to keep them all locked on in. Doesn't matter. They'll get 2 kills. GG, well played. Beast Coast get murdered again in game number 2. That'll force them into another 0-2 series here, whereas Tundra secure themselves in top 4 of Group B.
Yeah, I mean, we're really well done in this series. I think, you know, it's a bit of an outclass, honestly, but Tundra, they've been looking so sharp. I mean, they're top in their group now. Beast Coast, unfortunately for them, they're potentially going to be eliminated after this. So I think it's going to come down to a lot of the other matches. That is going to happen tomorrow, but it's not looking great for them as well.
Definitely hard for them right now. I mean, they are sitting at 3-9 at the moment. It's going to be up to see what happens with Bet Boom Team here. They are playing PSG Quest right now. And then on the other side with Mouse, actually. Mouse, it looks like they already lost one to Liquid, so I think Mouse will be decidedly at this bottom side, but Beast Coast and Bet Boom, they're essentially playing against each other at this point. Possibility that Quest also gets locked in there, but on the other side is Tundra. They look absolutely dominant. They haven't really faltered at all in this game. I feel the only moment where we thought things were a little bit weird was where Invoker died in the mid lane by himself, and after that, it was just perfection from Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, I think they lost 1 tower in this series, and you know, it doesn't get much more flawless.
This series?
Yeah, I think so. It's
oh my.
It's you know, you were never close to losing this series. They were always in the driver's seat, and their strategies look good. They're playing good. Everyone seems to be cohesive. You know, apart from the one tops on death earlier, right? Yeah, that we were talking about. But overall, things are looking good for Tundra. I'm really excited to see them moving into the playoffs and see what they can bring against, you know, other top teams here, because group stages and playoffs are always a bit different.
Absolutely, all right. I mean, in so many of these series, when you see it's a 1-1, it's like, were you close to figuring out that team? If you went to a third game, would you just smack them around? Or are we really getting into some like weird team versus team metas in those best of 3s? So yeah, completely different unless you're 2-0ing, of course. For this one, I'm sure they feel pretty safe. Yeah, currently top of the group for these guys. This is kind of the performance that you want to have if you want to be tournament contenders, especially taking it all the way to grand finals. And with this current form, Tundra, this feels like a team that can absolutely take the trophy here for Riyadh Masters.
Yeah, things are looking really good. I mean, they have so many strategies, so many quirky picks, and on top of that, they understand the meta well. Like they understand the importance of having these auras, and you know, team fight. They understand towers and Roshan pretty well. Their macro is looking just flawless. So no complaints there. I'm just like really excited to see what is going to happen once they start playing these heavy hitters such as Liquid, Entity, you know, all these other good teams in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Tundra versus Entity actually was a 2-0 in favor of Tundra, which was different from when they previously played in another tournament. So it looks like things have slightly shifted in their favor there. But of course, once again, as we get into the playoffs, both teams have had a lot to learn, I'm sure, over the last 10 games. Going to have some different strats coming up for either one, but as you can see there, easy MVP, and there it is, the highlight reel for him. Pure, just absolutely dominant on this PA. I never questioned whether or not he was able to carry this one. Certainly, again, the performance you want to see out of someone that you're putting so much into. I mean, they gave Pure so much space, tops and roaming around the map all the time to try to get him this extra farm, and he definitely used it well.
Yeah, I mean, Pure, he got a 10-minute battle Fury this game, and they didn't really even need to activate Thompson to the top lane that much. Like, they were already dealing with the Pit Lord well by just the two of them, Whitemon and Pure. So, yeah, 10-minute battle Fury into stealing Ancient Stacks, and yeah, just a very, very good showing. It deserves MVP for sure.
Oh, yeah. And on the Broodmother, also a very good game. Only 25 minutes of that one even lasted, and certainly felt like it was because of his pressure on the Broodmother, making sure that there was no way that this Darkseer could play the game. And I think that's incredible to have, because currently we're in a meta where the offlane is kind of invincible. It feels like most of the heroes are just naturally strong. Very hard to actually win those lanes. So if you have someone like Pure who's able to get a victory versus these strong offlane heroes, that's going to be incredible for you. Opens up a 3-lane win, and you can see what Tundra are able to do with that.
Yeah, 100%. Whitemon and Pure, they've been really solid together throughout this whole season. Both really strong players, and they really understand how to deal with some of these meta picks. You know, game 1 they also baited out the Darkseer, and just dealing with it with the Chen and Brood in such a great fashion. So.
Oh yeah, and guys, we do have an interview for you. I believe we have Thompson on the line. Thompson, how are you doing, my man?
Hello, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Testing, we can hear you, buddy. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing good.
Oh,
Thank
good
you
to
so
hear, man.
much, man.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
2-0 for you guys here. It was looking pretty easy in both games. First thing I want to ask you here is that you have had a little bit of a roster change. Come May, you guys did add Ramses into the lineup. It seems now you guys are looking absolutely dominant, whereas you were losing to Entity previously. Now you're just rolling through everybody in this Group B. Do you feel like you finally locked in with Ramses on the offlane, or do you think as a team you've really grown to the strength together?
Yeah, I mean, we had a pretty rough start with this roster. I mean, a decent one, but then the patch came, and it took a long time for us to kind of find our heroes and our identity as a team, like how we want to play the game. But now we finally kind of figured it out, I think, and it's going very well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been certainly very good for you guys. And also, you guys have been dominant in this Group B, but you guys are about out of it. You have secured yourselves a playoff berth. What teams do you feel like you're a little bit worried about, or maybe trying to focus more on in Group A as you get into this next round of playoffs?
I think Spirit and OG are probably the toughest ones from that group. I mean, Gladiators also, they have some like weird picks that they might just like catch you off guard with some random heroes that will get some free wins. So those teams are really dangerous in that sense. And just the way OG plays can be very hectic and hard to play against. And I mean, Spirit is Spirit. Like they always play very solid, and it's very hard to end games or find mistakes from them. Yeah.
Speaking of random and heroes, you guys have some interesting ones as well. With you're playing the TB support, Morphling support, and I think you're one of the only players that play Rubik mid. What is it like? First of all, how do you find these heroes? Is it on the individuals, or is it some you're helping each other out? And why do you think other teams are not stealing your stuff in this way? Like, why are you the only one playing Rubik mid, pretty much?
I think it just comes from pubs. Like, we just test things in pubs and just what works, basically, what's winning. And I think then we just try to put it into scrims and like see how it works, and is there some adjustments you need to make, and like how to actually make them work in a competitive game. And then I mean, yeah, you just go from there. And I think we are pretty like good team in that sense. Like we try a lot of stuff. We figure out what's good and what's actually just a meme. And same with the Rubik mid. It might have been a meme for like a lot of years, but now I think finally it's time for Rubik mid to shine.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this arcane accumulation, I think it's called the AoE thing. It's super nice.
Yeah, that one, and also just he has a lot of magic res and a lot of damage on the lane because of the innate. So he's very strong.
Yeah, true as well.
Well, speaking of which, do you have any heroes you think you've been seeing a lot during the tournament that your team thinks has kind of been a meme more than a real pick?
Not that not that much. Maybe personally, I think Shadowfiend is a meme hero, so I think that one is for me that would be the top pick for a meme hero right now.
That's pretty bold. I've seen a lot of people have been picking that one up. I'm excited. I mean, you are somebody who's also picking Rubik mid, which may be one of the best matchups into the Shadow Fiend, but it is interesting to hear that you think that that one isn't too good. So hopefully we'll see if you guys are able to counter that one if someone picks that against you here future in the tournament. Thompson, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the 2-0. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and congratulations on playoff berth.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you
luck
very
in the
much.
playoffs.
Thank you.
All right. That's, I don't know. I want to see somebody pick Shadow Fiend versus these guys then. For that hero to be considered a meme, the 1-2 flex, so much magic damage in the mid lane. I want to see the Thompson Rubik versus somebody else's SF. That sounds like a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it's really fun. I think it has happened earlier in this tournament, but you know, once we get into the big stage, you know, everything's gonna change. All the teams that are making it there, they're gonna have like the strategies on lock. They're gonna have their play on lock. They're gonna have all the understanding, and that's when you really get to test everything, right? Because especially in early group stages, there's a lot of question marks still between teams. There's cross-regional play, you know, a lot of things that really have to be, you know, tested in an actual high-pressure environment. And once we get into playoffs, we're really gonna see where all of these ideas stand.
Yeah, no. Once playoffs come around, that's the true testing ground. You don't get to try anything there, especially for anybody who gets locked up into the lower bracket. You only got one chance. So that's going to be it for us, guys. Again, it was a 2-0 for Tundra. They locked themselves into the upper bracket. And for Beast Coast, unfortunately, they're not out yet. But they do see themselves at possibly a tie for this bottom of Group B. So they're going to be basically rooting against Bet Boom Team and maybe even against Quest to see if they can tie out for these last two slots of the lower bracket. So everybody, thank you so much for watching. You can see here those final standings, but I'm Math Magician, and that's Hanskin. Hanskin, I'm going to ask you again with absolutely no prep whatsoever. What was your favorite part of today?
Ooh, good question. I like it. For me, I think seeing Blacklist win was really nice. You know, they've been struggling a lot, and personally, for me, some of these players, I competed against them for a very long time, and you know, I've seen their ups and downs, and it's a shame to see a team being down like this when you know there's so much potential. So definitely them turning it around, getting a win today, and potentially staying in the tournament still. I know it's still going to be rough for them, but I think they have what it takes. They they need a little bit of the right things to happen, and I'm sure we can see more of them. This was not their best showing yet, and I hope they are able to stay in the tournament.
Absolutely. They just seem so much fun whenever they're winning. You know, they're able to dominate the map. They're able to shift the heroes around. It's not complete meta, right? Like, we haven't seen a lot of people pick up that Naga Siren that we're focusing so much on with Blacklist, but you know, we want to see it succeed a little bit more. So hopefully they are able to get themselves out of that lower slot here in Group A, and same for Group B. We want to see Beast Coast. They also look fun when they're winning. They had signs of life, just weren't able to keep it going. So guys, I'm Math Magician. That's Hanskin. If you like the cast, please let us know in the chat, as we're going to be dipping out today. Come back tomorrow, as there will be more games and possibly tiebreakers, which will be so much fun to see who actually ends up getting out of here. Hanskin, there's only 3 wins separating top of A and bottom of A. That is a tight race still.
That is ridiculous, actually. I guess literally everything will be decided tomorrow in that group.
I think so. So guys, make sure to tune in same time tomorrow. We'll see who makes it into the upper bracket, who makes it into lowers, and who is unfortunately eliminated from the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day.